Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1726, Realm of the Realm Master. Qin Wentian carefully comprehended what the war god Fusion said. There are two ways. The former is to comprehend and integrate the power of the source of law, give birth to the consciousness of the heart of heaven, and then derive the heart of the world and achieve the position of the master of the world. The latter is to first think about what kind of heart of heaven you want to comprehend, and then use your source of law to create it. Just from the feeling, the difficulty of the latter is obviously higher. Before you comprehend it, you have determined what kind of heart of heaven you want to comprehend. This is really too difficult to do. The former is passive comprehension, step by step, from the heart of heaven consciousness to enter the Tao, while the latter is active comprehension, to achieve enlightenment in one step. First the heart of the world, the Tao is complete, and then reverse comprehension. The predecessor compared the heart of the world to the roots and the heart of heaven to the leaves. However, shouldn't cultivation take root first and then regenerate branches and leaves? This metaphor seems a bit inappropriate. Qin Wentian raised a question. He believed that the war god Fusion would not make such a mistake, and there might be a deeper meaning. Then you also need roots. Do tree roots grow out of thin air? The god of war Fusion smiled and said, "You are right. A tree, of course, grows from roots to branches and leaves. So, if you really find the roots first and comprehend the boundary heart first, it is natural to give birth to the heavenly heart consciousness. Let me ask, is it possible that the boundary heart you actively create according to your own will is stronger than the one you passively comprehend and create?" Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then shook his head, as if he understood it. The level of the Realm Master is too mysterious. Many people cannot step into it forever. How can it be so easy to comprehend the truth? It is far from enough to just rely on the preaching of the gods. It's normal not to understand. Do you know that if they are the same two attribute source powers, such as the space power and the sword source you comprehended, if they complete a complete fusion and give birth to the heavenly heart consciousness, do you think it will be a fixed one? Different people have different comprehension and different attribute strengths. It should be different. Of course, the difference should not be too big. Qin Wentian said. You are wrong. The gap may be huge, because what will be born will be a completely new force. Although the shadows of the two previous sources of law can be seen, this new force will be completely different. Even if it is the same two sources of law, the born heavenly heart consciousness may be very different when understood by different people. War god Fusion said, however, after the fusion of the two sources of law, there are many known heavenly heart consciousnesses. Many people will follow this path based on the experience of their predecessors. It may be smoother, or it may still not get the point. However, some creators can subvert all the known heavenly heart consciousnesses created by their predecessors, and first comprehend the world heart according to their extraordinary imagination. This belongs to the creators, and since you want to try to create it yourself, then obviously you can't be too weak. In this way, you can understand. Qin Wentian pondered for a moment, then nodded. The former is more creative, but more difficult. On the contrary, those who only comprehend a single attribute of the source of law can create and comprehend the world heart first according to their extraordinary understanding, and then comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness. However, this requires a special source of law. If the ordinary attribute power is still single, I am afraid that they will stop at the realm of the immortal emperor forever and cannot move forward. This is just a big gap in comprehending the heavenly heart consciousness, because at the same level of the Realm Master, the power may be very different. For example, because of the different attributes of the source of law, someone like you is obviously stronger than countless people and is at the top level. There are also people who can comprehend multiple heavenly heart consciousnesses. These talented beings can far surpass those who are also Realm Masters, resulting in extremely uneven strength in the realm of Realm Masters. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, and this was easier to understand. For people at the Realm Master level, the fusion of dual attribute sources of law can give birth to new power. He now has 7 types of source of law attributes. If he enters the Realm Master level, he will have 8 attributes of source of law. If they are combined in pairs, how many different heavenly heart consciousnesses can be achieved? This is simply unimaginable. Therefore, the realm of the Realm Master may really be very different. The power of the various attribute sources of law can integrate too many kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. In this case, is it still so difficult for the Realm Master to step into it? Qin Wentian murmured. Of course it is true for most people. Moreover, you must not be too ambitious and think that the heavenly heart consciousness is so easy to comprehend. To be able to comprehend a kind of talent to step into the realm of the Realm Master is already 1 in a billion. Whether in Jiutian or in the Teku immortal realm, the Realm Master should also be considered a powerful figure. Such a person can only come out of many martial life cultivators. Fusion War God said. Qin Wentian nodded. It is true, the immortal Realm Master, who controls a realm, and the endless territory is under his jurisdiction, is indeed a big man. Is it really so difficult to comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness? Qin Wentian sighed. It's very difficult. If you comprehend one, you can become a Realm Master. After that, you need many years of accumulation before you can comprehend the second and third heavenly heart consciousness. War God Fusion nodded. Then is the division of the Realm Master related to how many heavenly heart consciousnesses you comprehend? Qin Wentian asked. The Realm Master should also have a level division, just like the Emperor Realm. You're overthinking. War God Fusion smiled. It's not that simple. The gap in the realm of Realm Lord is really beyond your imagination. The realm of Realm Lord is not divided into specific realms. However, most of the Realm Lords are only the weakest Realm Lords. The strength of a Realm Lord is determined by the strength of the heavenly heart consciousness. To comprehend a heavenly heart consciousness, no matter how many kinds of heavenly heart consciousness you comprehend through the fusion of dual attribute Dharma sources, you may still be a relatively weak Realm Lord. If someone can achieve the fusion of 3 Dharma sources and comprehend the super strong heavenly heart consciousness, facing the heavenly heart consciousness born from the fusion of ordinary dual Dharma sources, it is enough to kill instantly. No matter how many kinds you comprehend, one is enough for me, because the heavenly heart consciousness is strong enough to crush all of you. These are 3 kinds. There are even more terrifying existences, rare Realm Lords, who give birth to stronger heavenly heart consciousness by fusion of 4 Dharma sources. How can you contend with them? Qin Wentian listened carefully. It seems that the road ahead is long and he still has a long way to go. To become a Realm Master, one must comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness. This is extremely difficult to comprehend. And to gain a foothold in the Realm Master realm, one must comprehend multiple heavenly heart consciousnesses. This makes one a stronger Realm Master, but it is still not enough. There are even stronger ones, the fusion of multiple attribute sources of law. In this way, he can also understand that the gap between people in the Realm Master realm may be so great that it makes people despair. Is there anyone who can give birth to the heavenly heart consciousness by fusion of 5 or 6 sources of law? Qin Wentian muttered. The War God Fusion laughed and looked at Qin Wentian and said, if you can reach that level, you should be able to prove the realm of the Heavenly God. Heavenly God. Qin Wentian's mind trembled. Looking at the War God Fusion in front of him and the Heavenly God sitting in front of him, he was not very calm. Before, he couldn't sense exactly how strong the gods were. Now, after listening to War God Fusion's words, he realized that the people sitting in front of him were all monster-level beings. It was difficult to enter the realm of the Lord of the Realm, but these people had done it before, and they had even crossed that realm and achieved the status of the God of the realm. Almost. Qin Wentian was a little surprised to hear the word used by War God Fusion. Yes, different people need different conditions to achieve the status of the God of the realm. It's too early to talk about this now. Don't be too ambitious. There's still a long way to go. Try to see if you can enter the realm of the Lord of the Realm within 100 years. War God Fusion said casually. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and whispered, 100 years, so long. You really are. War God Fusion stared at Qin Wentian speechlessly. 100 years to reach the realm of the Lord of the Realm is very long? Does he know what a terrifying speed this is? It's because of them that he dares to say so. Otherwise, let alone 100 years, thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, what is impossible? Do you know that there may not be one Realm Lord among hundreds of billions of creatures? What a terrifying number. I will be satisfied if you can comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness within 100 years, War God Fusion said speechlessly. Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly. It is really that difficult to comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness. Of course, he understood the rarity of Realm Masters, but he was too eager to improve his strength, especially now that King Sun was in this situation. The extraordinary realm was no longer enough to shock the outsiders. Let's not talk about that. Let me continue to explain some knowledge of realm masters to you, such as what are the countless known heavenly heart consciousnesses, and what kind of source of power is born from the fusion of them. War God Fusion brought the topic back. When he was preaching, the other gods just listened and watched, without saying anything. Each god had his own unique understanding, and War God Fusion was conveying his understanding to Qin Wentian in words. After War God Fusion, the powerful gods gave lectures one after another, telling about their own feelings, their understanding of the realm of Realm Master, and various heavenly heart consciousnesses. This lecture lasted for a long time. Qin Wentian was completely immersed in the profound knowledge of the gods, asking questions from time to time, and gained a lot. It felt like another door had opened in his mind, the door to Realm Master. He began to look forward to the future and the realm of the Realm Master. Especially after hearing the gods talk about various powerful heavenly consciousnesses, he was even more eager to create his own heavenly consciousness, which could be comparable to that of his predecessors. The immortal emperors were also immersed in their own understanding. This opportunity was of great significance to them all. As for this ancient Qin world, more and more powerful people came. The army of the ancient fairyland arrived one after another and was constantly advancing in all directions. The strong men of the gods brought their army to the lower realm and descended into the ancient Qin, finding many buried treasures. As for the living dead who blocked their way forward, they were all destroyed in their hands. On this day, among the immortal emperors brought by Qin Wentian, one person broke through the realm, broke through the shackles of the immortal emperor, and entered the extraordinary level before stepping into the secret realm. The first person to break through the realm was actually the female emperor Nanhuangyao. P.S. The chapters introducing this kind of realm are a bit boring, but I hope everyone will not pass them by at a glance. When you can't understand it later, you will say that Wuhan wrote it randomly, which is speechless. Chapter 1727, The World of All Laws. Qin Wentian and his companions were immersed in preaching and practicing. The days passed very quickly. On this day, the gods finished preaching and prepared to take their successors to different secret realms for practice. This sky city has the will of the gods of Qin. They naturally know where there are secret realms. Although many have been destroyed, some secret realms still remain. Si Chen Bianshen, I want him to practice in the secret realm of Wan Fa Bianshen. What do you think? War God Fusion asked Si Chen Bianshen for his opinion. After all, they had agreed that Qin Wentian would inherit Si Chen Bianshen's will. But in fact, Qin Wentian was still taught by them together to provide the best practice environment. The previous preaching was the preaching of the gods together to answer questions. Si Chen Bianshen understood that he brought Qin Wentian here in the hope that Qin Wentian would be able to rebel against the 33 days one day. He is selfish, he wants revenge. Qin Wentian now has the inheritance of the ancient Qin gods, and is the protagonist of the prophecy. His life trajectory is already determined. Even if he does not provoke the gods, can the gods who once destroyed ancient Qin let him go? There will be a bloody storm in the future. Of course, with such an inheritance, there are also risks and responsibilities. Qin Wentian himself should understand that the danger comes from the gods, and the responsibility is to protect and even revive Qin. I have heard that the God of all laws is the one who has the deepest understanding of the law among many gods. He created the world of all laws, which is from weak to strong and contains many heavenly consciousnesses. It is truly all-encompassing. His disciples are all over the world, and countless extraordinary people want to ask him to take them in. The God of all laws is also the God who has cultivated the most world masters among many gods. Many world masters are from his disciples. Si Chen Xianqian said, now, Qin Wentian has such an opportunity, which is great. Has the world of all laws of the God of all laws been preserved? Well, the Wanfa realm is the life's work of the Wanfa God. Because of the existence of the Wanfa realm, the Wanfa God has disciples all over the world. Unfortunately, such a person still failed to resist the fate of destruction. Not a trace of will remained, but he only protected his Wanfa realm. The War God Fusion sighed. The Wanfa God was a god figure that he admired very much in those days. In terms of training and teaching disciples, Gu Qingxun was the first person to be the Wanfa God, and no one could surpass him. What a pity, if the Wanfa God was here, it would be the most suitable for him to teach Qin Wentian. The god of Sichuan sighed. Okay, in this case, let's set off. The people of the Daozun Saint clan will follow me first. After sending Qin Wentian to the One for Realm secret realm, I will take you to other secret realms. The war god Fusion said, and each god was ready to take the people they trained away. Qin Wentian looked at Kinger and said, practice well. Yes. Kinger responded crisply. Emperor Yu, Queen Girl, Little Bastard, Purgatory, Mengjin, everyone, you must work hard. Qin Wentian looked at everyone one by one, and Father, Emperor beaming, Senior Brother Wu Aya, Yao Ayu has already broken through, you have to work harder. Emperor Changqing and others smiled awkwardly and glanced at Nanhuang Yao Ayu. Nanhuang Yao Ayu was dignified and sacred, like a goddess, and her temperament was more outstanding than before. She smiled and said to Qin Wentian, we will understand. As for you, we are all waiting for you to break through the realm and step into the level of Realm Master. Emperor Qingxuan, you can't be too weak. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled, and then everyone separated and was taken by the gods to different directions. Fusion God of War broke through and let Qin Wentian and the people of the Fighting Saint clan step on his huge headless body, and then stepped towards a certain direction. The earth shook, and he traveled 1,000 miles with one step. Qin Wentian stood on the shoulders of the huge body of the war god Fusion, watching the crowd go away in different directions. A deep smile appeared in his star-like eyes. Everyone has his own martial arts path, which is the best ending. He hopes that everyone can grow up and fight side by side with him. The god of all laws has his own Xianshan mountain. This Xianshan mountain stands between heaven and earth and reaches the sky. Looking up from below, you can only see misty clouds. However, Qin Wentian saw that this Xianshan mountain had been extremely severely damaged. It was destroyed everywhere and looked extremely desolate. This is the Xianshan mountain where the god of all laws practiced. It has been destroyed. It used to be extremely prosperous. At the foot of this Xianshan mountain, countless extraordinary people kneel down every day to seek the truth and practice in Xianshan mountain. Even many world masters wait outside for thousands of years for opportunities, just to impress the gods with their obsession. However, now it has become like this. The war god Fusion said as he looked at the desolate scene in front of him. It seems that Wanfa Xianshan was a highly respected god in his lifetime. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and looked at the Xianshan mountain with a bit of awe. He stepped on the ground, bowed to Xianshan mountain, and said, it is a great honor to be able to practice with the Wanfa realm of the senior today. I just regret that I have no chance to see the senior's style. Haha, if you are willing, after Qingxuan is revived in the future, spread the names of those ancient gods, tell their deeds in their lifetime, and engrave them in the history of Qingxuan. Although it has no meaning, some of them should not be unknown and buried by history. Fusion War God said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Let's go. Fusion War God said, and took Qin Wentian and the others to continue moving forward, climbing Xianshan mountain, and came to Qianqin Palace on Xianshan mountain, and then stepped into it. There was another Qianqin inside, and the runes were shining, like the runes of the great Dao. At the end of the palace, there were endless circular rune lights shining brightly, opening and closing, as if they were derived from the great way of heaven and earth, like an entrance. This is the one for realm that Gu Qingxuan is famous for. Countless extraordinary people and realm masters would pay any price just to be able to enter it to comprehend and practice. This is extremely important for you to comprehend the Xianxan consciousness and step into the realm of Realm Master. You must comprehend it well. War God Fusion said. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. Go, Sichan Xianshan, please. War God Fusion instructed the will of Sichan Xianshan next to him. Sichan Xianshan nodded, and his will immediately entered Qin Wentian's mind. Qin Wentian took a step forward and stepped directly into the rune light. In an instant, Qin Wentian's body seemed to disappear. The moment Qin Wentian came in, he felt like he was traveling through time and space, and then his body fell to the ground. Where is this? Qin Wentian looked at the world around him, and saw that the scene in front of him seemed to have completely changed. It was no longer a gloomy sun, but a sunny day. At this moment, Qin Wentian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked up at the void. There seemed to be a void stone tablet with 2 words engraved on it, Shattered Void. Supernormal. At this moment, a voice came out, and a figure walked out of the Shattered Void stone tablet, like a steel spirit, overlooking Qin Wentian. You come to comprehend the world of all laws, it seems that you will suffer a lot. The steel spirit laughed. Qin Wentian was puzzled, and said, please teach me, senior. Teach me. The steel spirit smiled. Next, enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, A terrifying pressure enveloped the world. In just a moment, Qin Wentian felt that everything had changed. The world was no longer so beautiful, but extremely oppressive. Qin Wentian immediately launched a defensive force, and a powerful Buddhist Dharma body appeared, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The spirit of the monument sneered and uttered a word, "Kill." As soon as the word "kill" came out, Qin Wentian felt a force that shattered the void. This force could shatter the entire void of heaven and earth. This was not a magical power, nor a secret method, but just a pure state of mind. In a single thought, the void was shattered. The Dharma body on his body instantly collapsed and shattered. His body seemed to be subjected to an extremely terrible shattering attack and was about to be torn apart. His face changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. The power of immortality was activated, and the strongest defense was condensed. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that the entire void was shattering. There was nowhere to hide. No matter where he hid, it was the same. You can only withstand this kind of attack, the attack of the opponent's thoughts. A terrible pain came, and cracks appeared on his body. Seeing his struggle, the steel spirit did not have any mercy. He raised his fist and punched directly forward. Bang! The void shattered. This time, Qin Wentian no longer had the strength to struggle. This punch only hit the void, far away from him, but it seemed to hit his body in a substantial way. Qin Wentian's face was twisted and pale. He was powerless to resist this force. His consciousness could already feel his body being torn apart. He felt a strong pain. At this moment, he even doubted the intentions of Fusion War God and others. What was their intention? To torture him? The next moment, his consciousness collapsed under the force and seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't describe the feeling. It was death, the real feeling of death. He was powerless and wanted to struggle. He remembered many things and many people. What should King Er and King Chang do? His parents had not been found yet and they were still waiting for him. But everything seemed to be over. Just when Qin Wentian's consciousness was about to be disillusioned, suddenly, he felt his consciousness returning again, and his body seemed to have returned as well. He moved his body and opened his eyes to look at everything in front of him. His body and consciousness were still there, but his body was already covered with cold sweat. Is it an illusion? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The feeling was too terrible. The feeling of real death was like the battle with the evergreen immortal kingdom. He thought he was going to die. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was too scary. The war god Fusion and the god of Sichuan didn't even remind him. This would scare people to death. Is that the attack of the heavenly heart consciousness? Shattering the void, it can directly break the void. If there is really such a realm master, under the cover of the realm heart, a thought can make everyone in that void shattered and destroyed. Moreover, this seems to be a relatively simple heavenly heart consciousness. Qin Wentian was not at peace. Listening to the heavenly god preaching and experiencing it in reality were completely different. The world of Allah seemed to be a place where he could truly experience and feel the heavenly heart consciousness. Chapter 1728 Enlightenment. Shattered void. The space just now was the shattered void heavenly heart consciousness, and it was impossible to sense how it was merged. The scene in front of him was still similar, without much change. Above the void, there was another stone tablet, and there were still two words engraved on it, but they were not the two words shattered void. Suzing. Obviously, this was still a kind of heavenly heart consciousness, but from the literal meaning, he could not understand the true meaning of the two words Suzing. At this time, a different figure appeared in the stone tablet, also a steel spirit, who glanced at Qin Wentian with a contemptuous look, as if he really had a mind, as if he was somewhat disdainful of Qin Wentian's cultivation realm. The extraordinary realm came to the one-for realm, which was purely to seek abuse, to experience the heavenly heart consciousness? Then, those who have experienced it will feel what despair is. Qin Wentian set up defense again. With the experience just now, his defense was stronger this time. He wanted to really fight with the power of the heavenly heart consciousness and feel how big the gap between his power and the heavenly heart consciousness was. But just when he was ready, the other party's figure suddenly disappeared, just disappeared out of thin air. The space was extremely quiet, without a single sound, but Qin Wentian did not relax his vigilance. His immortal thoughts enveloped the surrounding space, and he would be able to sense any fluctuations in the space. But no, this space was too quiet, and the steel spirit seemed to be dismissive of him and disappeared. Could it be that it returned to the steel? His defense was still there, ready to attack at any time. He waited patiently for a long time, but there was still no movement, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. His power disappeared, and his defense was dispersed. He was a little confused about the situation. At the moment when his defense just disappeared, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, not perceived by his immortal thoughts, but pure intuition. Boom! The strong defense enveloped his whole body again, but it was too late. A fist appeared from the void and smashed hard on his body. Without any signs, it came directly from the void to kill. The figure of the monument spirit also appeared. Qin Wentian once again felt the feeling of death. His body exploded and was destroyed. With his last wisp of consciousness, he thought that during the battle, any moment of relaxation of vigilance was equivalent to seeking death. This seemed to be a profound lesson. Huh? When Qin Wentian regained consciousness again, he was covered in cold sweat as before. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was another death. How many times would he experience death in this world of laws? Time and time again, it was enough to make the mind of a weak-willed person collapse. That feeling was not something that everyone could experience again and again. Surpassing, walking in the void. Qin Wentian seemed to understand the meaning of the two words surpassing. It was another kind of heavenly heart consciousness. It was too terrible. This was no longer using the power of space to move across space. In that case, the immortal thoughts could be captured and there were traces to follow. However, this surpassing heavenly heart consciousness had no traces to follow. It directly entered the void to launch an attack. It was invisible and formless, and it would kill if it attacked. If I controlled this kind of heavenly heart consciousness, I would not be afraid of your large number of people. As long as I was stronger than all of you, even if I faced a group of strong men like the clouds, I could still kill them one by one, unless there were other heavenly heart consciousnesses that could restrain the power of surpassing. Qin Wentian had listened to the preaching of the gods before, so he naturally understood that although shattered space and surpassing were both very powerful and seemed unstoppable, there were definitely countless stronger heavenly heart consciousnesses. As long as you dared to think, they could exist. Some people who truly possessed the innate ability to defy the heavens had comprehended the unprecedented path and opened up some heavenly heart consciousnesses that were so powerful that they were invincible. What's next? Qin Wentian looked up and looked into the void again. Although the taste of death made people despair, facing the power of the heavenly heart consciousness, he burned with a strong desire in his heart. This power of the heavenly heart consciousness will be the power he will comprehend in the future. He longed to see more powerful heavenly heart consciousnesses, understand various heavenly heart consciousnesses, and never create his own heavenly heart consciousness. Heaven Burial. Qin Wentian looked at another stone tablet in the void, engraved with the two words Heaven Burial. The two words Heaven Burial were so domineering, but how would the power of this heavenly heart consciousness manifest itself? Qin Wentian soon knew. The spirit in the stone tablet walked out and glanced at Qin Wentian. His eyes were as contemptuous as always. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the void. In an instant, the world gave birth to powerful pressure. Qin Wentian set up many defenses, but at this moment, it seemed that they were useless. The opponent did not directly break his defense. He just closed his palms and buried the sky. Qin Wentian once again experienced a feeling of death and was reborn again. He did it 3 times in a row, and he was covered in sweat. Sky Burial, with supreme power, directly bury the world. Bury and crush everything in that world. This heavenly heart consciousness is extremely overbearing and unsolvable. In the process of fighting, the world master with this heavenly heart consciousness will bury countless people with a thought, bury and crush a piece of heaven and earth, and kill hundreds of millions of lives. This is the deterrent power of super-existence. They control the power of overlooking the world. In a thought, they can break mountains and rivers and kill lives. After 3 consecutive deaths, Qin Wentian wanted to rest for a while to relieve the suffocating pressure, but since he entered the Wanfa realm, everything seemed to be out of his control. This territory was the ancient Qingxuan Holy Land when the Wanfa god was alive. Countless strong people wanted to come, but it was also a very terrible purgatory. If you are not strong enough, you will understand what despair is after entering. Just like Qin Wentian at this moment, he was desperate. He had no time to rest, because the stone tablet in the void appeared again. This time, the heavenly heart consciousness was heavenly prison. The steel spirit only glanced at him, and Qin Wentian fell into prison, imprisoned in it, without seeing the sun, and then waiting for the end of destruction, which was horrible to watch. Time and time again, Qin Wentian continued to experience the power of the Xiangxin consciousness in the Wanfa realm. The Xiangxin consciousness here is broad and profound, too much, and it can truly be called Wanfa. Of course, Qin Wentian felt that he was afraid that he could not understand it all. It was too painful, and the repeated death experience would make people with strong wills go crazy. That feeling cannot be experienced without personal experience, and will be driven crazy. Even though Qin Wentian had infinite expectations, he still felt that his will was about to collapse. If he was not strong enough and had a strong desire, he would have given up long ago. However, in the process, he also saw many wonderful Xiangxin consciousnesses, some of which Shivan had a place in common with the power of the source of law he had comprehended, and could be used for reference and understanding. For example, there is a kind of Xiangxin consciousness called Yang Yan. This kind of Xiangxin consciousness has obvious power, flame, like the fire of the sun, and it is manifested in the form of light. All Qin Wentian guessed that this might be the Xiangxin consciousness born from the fusion of the power of the flame source and the light source. Moreover, there is a trace of similarity with the power he cultivated. His Guangming star soul is very powerful. When the light blooms, it can burn people to death. Yang Yan Xiangxin consciousness is even more terrifying. It is the real power of transformation. When he was experiencing this kind of Xiangxin consciousness, the sun shone over, and then his body appeared with billions of small holes. Each light directly penetrated his body and left a hole. How much light is there? He didn't know, because it was endless. He only knew that his body was directly decomposed and disappeared under Yang Yan Xiangxin consciousness. It was much more powerful than when he fought with the power of light and the power of the sword. Of course, his Guangming star soul can have such power, even similar to Xiangxin consciousness, which is already super powerful. Of course, this kind of death is still relatively good, direct and painless. He also experienced an extremely cruel Xiangxin consciousness, which made his body rot and die bit by bit. He definitely didn't want to try that taste a second time. After several times, Qin Wentian let out a deep roar from his throat. He felt that he could no longer hold on. However, he had no choice but to continue like this in this world of all laws. Senior. Qin Wentian communicated directly with Sichen Xianshan. Can you still hold on? Asked Sichen Bianshan. I can't hold on any longer. Qin Wentian would not ask for help from Sichen Bianshan unless he had no other choice, but he had indeed reached his limit. Now, only Sichen Bianshan could help him. Okay. Sichen Bianshan responded. In fact, the fact that Qin Wentian could hold on until now, and he had realized so many Xiangxin consciousnesses without intervals, and died again and again, was already surprising to him. A strong feeling came over him, and Qin Wentian had a strange feeling, as if his consciousness had returned to his body. Huh? Qin Wentian suddenly exhaled, feeling a little exhausted, lying on the ground powerlessly, looking up. Here, it turned out to be a palace. What's going on? Qin Wentian was shocked, and looked at the side. There, it was the place he thought was the entrance to the Wanfa realm, the place where endless runes flowed, and the place where he was lying was right next to the entrance. At this time, a bright light was shining, like a super powerful magic circle. The light of this magic circle was gradually disappearing, and finally dimmed. Where you are lying is the entrance to the world of all laws. You have just entered and are now coming out. Sichen Xianshan said. Already entered. Qin Wentian was puzzled. Your consciousness has entered, but your body can't feel it. The world of all laws itself exists in the void. How does it feel? Sichen Xianshan's shadow appeared. Too scary. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and said, I am a little afraid to come a second time. However, I really experienced the power of these heavenly heart consciousnesses, and combined with the preaching of the predecessors, I feel it a lot more deeply. I think I finally know what the power of heavenly heart consciousness is now. Well, only in this way can you have no enlightenment, and don't know how to comprehend. Sichen Xianshan nodded. If you want to feel it in the future, you can enter the world of all laws at any time. Qin Wentian showed a strange look. He was a little afraid to go in. Although he knew it was fake, it was still too painful. Chapter 1729 Arrival. Seeing Qin Wentian's strange expression, Sichen Xianshan smiled and said, after seeing so many heavenly heart consciousnesses, have you been inspired? Have you thought about what kind of heavenly heart consciousness you can comprehend? Let it be, the perfect fusion of the law source will naturally evolve the heavenly heart consciousness. I have an extra layer of understanding. I hope that the fusion of the law source can be successfully completed. Qin Wentian said. Chen Xianxin's expression froze when he heard Qin Wentian's words. There seemed to be a hint of disappointment in his illusory and misty eyes. He was very optimistic about Qin Wentian's talent. However, did he have to be like most people, to let the law source merge, so as to give birth to the heavenly heart consciousness, and then achieve the realm heart and enter the realm master realm? The reason why he asked this question was actually to hope that Qin Wentian would answer that he would consider it carefully, find the most suitable realm heart power for himself, and after giving birth to the heart realm, he would reverse the heavenly heart consciousness. You know, there can only be one boundary heart of the realm master, but there can be many kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. The boundary heart is the root, and the heavenly heart consciousness is the branches and leaves, which is the form of power. Chen Xianxin coveted high hopes for Qin Wentian. He certainly hoped that Qin Wentian would have different achievements and realize a transcendental boundary heart by himself. Therefore, he was a little disappointed after hearing Qin Wentian's words. Of course, he would not say much, nor would he interfere with Qin Wentian's practice. They were only responsible for preaching and guiding Qin Wentian to enter the door of the realm master. As for how to go, only Qin Wentian himself could rely on himself. Only in this way could the perception be the most profound and the realm would not be unstable. Converging this disappointment, Chen Xianxin held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, with Qin Wentian's powerful star soul, even if the source of law was directly integrated, a very strong heavenly heart consciousness could be born. There are still many undestroyed secret realms for practice and places of divine treasures in this land. I will take you around again. Chen Xianxin spoke, and then they left the one for realm. As time goes by, especially when practicing, you will find that time passes very quickly. Before you know it, several years have passed. During these years, the masters that Qin Wentian brought from Qingxun have made extremely terrifying progress. If this progress is known to outsiders, it will be enough to set off a storm. Many immortal emperors, except for a few with low realms, have entered the extraordinary realm one after another. Those immortal emperors with slightly lower realms have also achieved the top immortal emperor realm, and are only one step away from the extraordinary. This is simply a transformation. Everyone's strength has been sublimated, which sounds a bit exaggerated. However, the person who taught them was the god. There are endless creatures in the world. Who can be taught by the god in person? Even the people of the god clan are few and far between. How big is a god clan, with countless people, and all the clan members are trained by the god personally? This is obviously impossible. Only the most outstanding people and the direct descendants of the god can be directly taught and trained by the god. The people of Qingxun received such treatment. Not only that, they also entered various secret realms of the gods to improve themselves and transform themselves. Everyone had undergone a reborn change. The person who really made the least progress was Qin Wentian. In the past few years, he had entered many secret realms of the gods, and his understanding was very deep. His understanding of the realm of the master of the realm became more and more profound. Unfortunately, he still could not enter that realm and could not give birth to the Xianxin consciousness. The reason for this is of course very simple. When the immortal emperor entered the extraordinary, the attribute power turned into the source of law, and the rules were perfected. It could be done, but when the extraordinary entered the realm of the master, it would take a transformation, which was too difficult. When some people who had perfected the source of law and various systems also stepped into the world of laws and gained insights, they all sighed at the horror of the world of laws after they came out, but like Qin Wentian, the realm of the master of the realm seemed to be out of reach and difficult to touch. Qin Wentian later entered the one for realm several times. Although it was painful to enter, he still had no hesitation and had to overcome that pain. In the subsequent times, he went further and saw more Xianxin consciousness. On this day, in the Sky City, in front of the peerless and graceful immortal god statue, Qin Wentian, Kinger, Beaming Yaohuang, Nanhuang Empress and many others were there. Kinger, Beaming Yaohuang and Nanhuang Empress had all entered the extraordinary realm, and their temperaments had transformed, making them even more outstanding. They were already extremely beautiful, and their stunning demeanor was even more stunning. Standing together was enough to make the world lose its color. I am a little jealous to see you guys enter the extraordinary realm so quickly. Qin Wentian smiled and said, now I am probably the only one who is still practicing in the same place. You are pursuing the realm of Realm Master now. Of course it is difficult. I am also trying to comprehend the power of Realm Master now, but I still cannot enter. Even with the guidance of the senior gods, I still feel it is elusive. The Empress Nanhuang Yaoyu shook her head gently. Now in front of Qin Wentian, she naturally no longer reveals the majesty of being an empress. Only the unintentional dignified and noble meaning is still there. That is the temperament engraved in her bones. Over the years, she has gradually adapted to it and completely regards Qin Wentian as a friend. Of course, in addition to the friendship, she also feels grateful to this young man who is extremely talented and has led her to the road she is on now. Who would have thought that the friendship between Nanhuang and him would have this day? She has entered the legendary realm she has always dreamed of. In the past, Qingxuan would have been at the level of the ancient emperor. The realm of Realm Master is indeed not that easy to enter. Beaming Yaohuang also said softly. Let it be. There is no point in being anxious about cultivation. It will only make you confused. Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. He felt that he was making progress every day. The Realm Master realm would come naturally sooner or later. There was no need to rush. Where are they? Qin Wentian asked Beaming Yaohuang. The reason why they gathered here was because Beaming Yaohuang sent a message to Qin Wentian, telling him that the strong men of the God clan had already arrived not far from the Sky City and were about to find the Sky City. Moreover, their goal was very clear. They went straight here. Obviously someone was guiding them. Qin Wentian guessed that they might have found the remaining will of the ancient gods in this world. Since Gu Qingxuan was able to preserve many of the wills of the gods, then the ancient gods who conquered the lower world must have been the same. Some of the wills of the gods had been waiting. Beaming Yaohuang knew before they arrived, just because Beaming Yaohuang had controlled many living dead people now. These living dead people were her eyes. They have entered the city. Beaming Yaohuang said. It looks like we will be here in a while. Qin Wentian whispered, Emperor you stay in secret and don't come out. If there's any news, communicate directly. Qinger and Yaoyu, you still hide, do your own things, and practice well. I will mingle with the crowd. I will handle the things here for the time being. If I can't handle it, I will come to you again. You be careful. Qinger said a little worriedly. After all, those people who are coming are a large group of strong men, and the leaders are all from the ancient celestial god clan. She can't help but worry. Don't worry. Although I haven't made a breakthrough in the past few years, I have made great progress. Moreover, don't forget the will of Senior Sichin Xianshan. Qin Wentian smiled at Qinger, and then looked at Beaming Yaohuang. Yaohuang will also watch in secret. If I really encounter danger, Yaohuang will naturally rescue me. Yes. Qinger nodded gently, and then left. The fact that a large number of Qingxuan strongmen have obtained the inheritance of the gods must not be exposed. Otherwise, the Qingxuan outside will usher in the end. This is too serious, even more serious than killing all the strong men of the Xianshan clan. The Xianshan clan is so large, with countless clansmen. Even if a few people died, as long as they were not very core figures, at most they would attract the attention of some world masters of the Xianshan clan. But if the Qingxuan people obtained the ancient Qingxuan inheritance, it would definitely usher in the eyes of the high-level people of the Xianshan clan. At this time, a huge stream of strong people poured into the Sky City, divided into many different camps. Some people just followed, without any camp. Seeing this magnificent ancient city that has not been destroyed, they all have strong expectations in their hearts. I heard from those people of the celestial gods that this city is the center of Gu Qingxuan, the place where Gu Qingxuan believes, and the place where the immortal god grew up. In the past, there were some celestial gods living in this city. It is conceivable that if such a city is excavated, how terrible it will be. Wang Yi, Yu Fifan has obtained the will of the celestial god. Will he have come here? Someone looked at Wang Yi, a strong man of the celestial gods, and asked. I don't know. The celestial god of the winged gods disappeared after fighting with a Qingxuan man in Yu Fifan's body. I don't know where he went. Even if he came here, what can he do? The secret realm of the god's treasure is not something that one person can take for himself. Wang Yi said indifferently. You didn't just wipe out a Qingxuan person. Someone said coldly. Wang Yi's eyes flashed. He should have killed Qin Wentian directly at the beginning. He didn't expect that ant to get the opportunity and dare to call himself Qingxuan Xiandi. He didn't know whether he was killed by Yu Fifan now. They went all the way and headed straight to the heart of the Sky City. On the way, they found that there were no living dead people disturbing them wherever they passed. It seemed a little unusual. Have you noticed that the living dead are not on our way forward? Someone raised doubts. Is it because this city was a holy city in the past, all the living dead know how to be in order? Someone showed a strange expression, which was indeed a little strange. Don't worry about it. There must be the will of the gods in this city. At this time, a strong man of the God clan spoke with an affirmative tone. Everyone looked solemn and immediately became serious. The ancient Qin central city, the remaining will of the gods should be nostalgic here. Chapter 1730 Domineering. There were many strong men around Wang Yi, and he was no longer in charge. He sent the news of the appearance of the will of the Winged God clan back to the clan in the ancient fairyland, and the clan immediately sent more strong men to the lower world, among which there were strong men with higher status than him. Wang Yi, one of the core disciples of the clan and a direct descendant of the god, now had the highest right to speak, but Wang Yi did not think there was anything wrong, which was as it should be. The order in the God clan was strict and the class was obvious. He had to become stronger to get a higher status, but before he became stronger, any idea had to be suppressed in his heart. It seems like someone. At this time, Wang Yi stopped and said, his immortal thoughts spread rapidly, covering the vast area, and then he stepped on the foot, the speed sword, and he went straight to one direction. The immortal thoughts of the strong men from all sides were all released, and then they seemed to have sensed something, and their figures flashed and went straight to one place. They came to a dilapidated palace, which has now turned into ruins. A figure walked out of it. When Wang Yi and many others saw this figure, they were stunned. It turned out to be him. This person was not dead? You are still alive. Wang Yi looked at Qin Wentian. He didn't expect that the person he saw here was the so-called Emperor of Heaven, who was known as the Lord of Qin. After the aftermath of the battle, many people thought that he was killed by Yu Fifan, the god of the Winged God clan. Qin Wentian frowned, glanced at Wang Yi, and asked back, "Are you still alive?" Wang Yi's golden eyes were shining with cold light, and he said, "Is it the god in your body who guided you to come here? He has the will of the gods in his body." Everyone's eyes flickered, and countless pairs of eyes stared at Qin Wentian in an instant. "Haha, powerful god, do you think he will stay in me forever?" Qin Wentian laughed and said, "After the battle that day, my body was not compatible with that god, so he left my body, and your companion naturally went to chase him. Why, he is not here." As he said that, he also glanced at the people around him, as if he was looking for Yu Fifan intentionally. It is not a good thing to be remembered that there is a god in his body. In the future, he will definitely appear in the ancient fairyland, so he still has to disguise himself. The will of the god has nothing to do with him. Wang Yi and others believed what Qin Wentian said. That was the god of the Winged God clan, and Yu Fifan happened to be a descendant of the Winged God clan, so of course it was more compatible. It was normal for the god to abandon Qin Wentian's body after being defeated. "Then why did you come here?" Wang Yi asked. Qin Wentian glanced at him impatiently and said coldly, "You are too nosy. Aren't you here to speak back?" Wang Yi took a step forward and said in an extremely overbearing voice, "If you dare to say any more nonsense, I will kill you directly." Wang Yi beside him glanced at Wang Yi and knew who Qin Wentian was. He should be the emperor who claimed to be the master of Qin. He was so arrogant. Qin Wentian stared at Wang Yi and said coldly, "I want to see how you kill me. You don't know how to live or die." Wang Yi stepped forward. A Qin ant dared to talk to him like this. He was simply courting death. What kind of existence is he? A disciple of the Heavenly God clan, with the blood of the Heavenly God. Although it is only a collateral bloodline, it is still extremely powerful. How can a Qin ant character be compared with him? The Heavenly God clan is in existence standing at the top of the ancient times. Dong! The bell rang, and a dazzling small bell instantly enlarged and turned into a huge ancient bell. It was the super powerful magic weapon. He clapped his palm forward, and the ancient bell suddenly turned into a huge yellow bell. In an instant, super strong power enveloped the vast area, directly enveloping the space where Qin Wentian was. A series of terrible rays of light descended along with the bell sound, trying to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian did not dodge. He waved his palm, and a treasure ring appeared in an instant. This treasure ring instantly became larger, releasing an extremely dazzling majesty. The center of the treasure ring was originally empty, but at this moment, endless rune light was born, turning into a light curtain of the avenue. All the power shot from the ancient bell fell into it, unable to hurt Qin Wentian at all. Go! Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the treasure ring flew out, like a flash of lightning, directly flying towards the huge ancient bell. "Be careful, take the bell back," Wang Qi said. Wang Yi's face darkened. Although he was unwilling to do so, he still controlled the ancient bell to fly out. At this moment, the endless light emitted from the center of the treasure ring. A round of light curtains directly enveloped the ancient bell. Then a strong light shot out, and the ancient bell disappeared directly, and was swallowed by the light curtain of the treasure ring. "Kill!" Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the terrible killing power of the Great Way shot out from the treasure ring, and went straight to Wang Yi, whose face changed drastically. Wang Yi's eyes shot out golden light, like thousands of golden sword key piercing through everything, but it was still penetrated by the light of the treasure ring. There was a sound of puffing, and Wang Yi's body was penetrated, and many blood holes appeared, and blood kept flowing out. The treasure ring rang, and the light was bright. Qin Wentian's body floated in the sky. He came to the treasure ring and stretched out his hand, holding it in his palm, and the light of the Great Way disappeared in an instant. "It's easy to kill you. How can someone like you who relies on a magic weapon to show off his power be so arrogant in front of me?" Qin Wentian said indifferently, and returned the method Wang Yi used to deal with him when he first entered the forbidden area. Is it better than a magic weapon? Now he cares? He even took away the opponent's magic weapon directly, just as the interest. "Put away the magic weapon, you and I will fight." Wang Yi's eyes became more terrifying, as if they were completely turned into gold. Are you worthy?" Qin Wentian said sarcastically. He didn't have the leisure to accompany Wang Yi to put away the magic weapon to fight. When Wang Yi despised everything and used the power of the magic weapon to crush him directly, he would not think of putting away the magic weapon to fight him. In Wang Yi's eyes at that time, he was high above, and killing Qin Wentian was just a matter of thought. It was not worth wasting time, and he would not play any game of putting away the magic weapon to fight. So now, although Qin Wentian can't kill him, he also wants him to feel this taste. "Hand over our magic weapon," Wang Qi said coldly. Although it was only a magic weapon of the world, it was nothing in his clan, but it was not the turn of others to confiscate it. Moreover, he knew that the power of the magic weapon was hidden in the immortal thoughts of an elder of Wang Yi, who could control the magic weapon. "What a joke, do you think it's possible?" Qin Wentian glanced at Wang Qi. He could feel that the status of the person in front of him seemed to be higher than Wang Yi. It seemed that the ancient Jiutian clan sent more strong men to the lower world to enter the ancient Qingxuan. They must be expelled, otherwise Qingxuan would never be peaceful. Where did the magic weapon in your hand come from? The other Jiutian clan strongmen were more concerned about the treasure ring magic weapon in Qin Wentian's hand. The forbidden Qingxuan would never have such a magic weapon. There was only one possibility, that the god's treasure in this world destroying battlefield could unearth such a magic weapon. "You went into the world destroying battlefield with this ant, so is it strange that you can get a magic weapon?" Qin Wentian said indifferently. The ant he mentioned naturally referred to Wang Yi, which made Wang Yi's expression twisted. He wanted to fight Qin Wentian directly and kill him violently. He dared to be so presumptuous, but when he saw the treasure ring in Qin Wentian's hand, he did not dare to act rashly. This magic weapon was very strong. It should be a high-level world magic weapon with the attack power of Shanks and consciousness hidden in it. "I'm asking where you got it," the man said again. Qin Wentian looked at the strong man of the God clan. As expected, they were from the high and mighty ancient immortal realm. They were all too arrogant. "Idiot." Qin Wentian spat out two words directly. Since the other party wanted to pretend to be so arrogant in front of him, then he would face them with a higher attitude. He wanted to see what this ancient God clan could do to him. Now in this world-destroying battlefield, Qin Wentian has such confidence. This is not the home court of these God clan. This is Gu Qingxuan, his home court. When the strong man of the God clan heard Qin Wentian's words, a terrible aura instantly burst out from his body. There was a source of power that instantly surrounded the void where Qin Wentian stood, as if he wanted to attack Qin Wentian. But at this time, Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the treasure ring flew out directly, and the dazzling brilliance shot out, instantly enveloping the strong man of the God clan. "What do you want?" Qin Wentian stared at the strong man of the God clan and asked. Feeling the power of the treasure ring, the strong man of the God clan's face turned pale and stared at Qin Wentian. "Do you know what you are doing?" The strong man of the God clan said coldly. "I am asking you a question, what do you want?" Qin Wentian's voice was strong, and the light on the treasure ring shot out, which could penetrate everything. With a sound of puff, a blood hole was left on the opponent's body. The strong man of the God clan lowered his head and glanced at his chest, his face twisted. Insolent. He offered the magic weapon in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Blood lines appeared on the opponent's body, and there were blood marks on his face. The power of the treasure ring was stronger, and the light was more dazzling, as if Qin Wentian could kill him with just a thought. My patience is limited. Let me ask you one last question. What do you want? Qin Wentian asked for the third time. Endless brilliance shot out from the treasure ring, and murderous intent permeated Qin Wentian's body. The strong men from all sides saw this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. This guy, is he too crazy? He was so bold and reckless that he didn't take the Celestial God clan seriously. Did he really not understand the consequences of his actions? But no matter what the consequences were, the question now was whether the Celestial God clan expert would compromise under Qin Wentian's dominance. If he didn't compromise, would the arrogant lunatic in front of him kill him right here? If he, a Celestial God clan member, was killed here by someone from the lower realm, it would be too unfair. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1731 The Living Dead. The atmosphere was slightly depressing, and the rest of the celestial gods would naturally not intervene. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely sharp, staring directly at the celestial god who was trying to take action with his pressure, and he interrogated him 3 times in a row, with a tough attitude, asking him to give in. The light of the treasure ring remained, and the light emitted could penetrate the celestial god at any time. Under such a deterrent, even though the celestial god was extremely arrogant, he still gritted his teeth and said, "I accidentally released my aura, and I didn't mean to do anything." When he said this, his pride as a celestial god was shocked. He actually gave in to a person from the lower realm Qin, and the lines on his face were slightly distorted. Why did the aura that was accidentally released fall on me? Qin Wentian continued to interrogate, still strong. You. When the celestial god was about to speak, the treasure ring emitted a dazzling light, and a hissing sound appeared again. As soon as he stretched out his finger, blood spurted out, and his finger was pierced by the light. The terrible sense of crisis made him swallow the words he wanted to say again, and he only felt extremely humiliated. "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." He gritted his teeth and uttered a word, and apologized. Seeing this scene, many people secretly thought that it seemed that the strong men of the Celestial God clan were also afraid, especially those followers who kowtowed in front of the strong men of the Celestial God clan. What about the Celestial God clan? In front of the truly powerful people, they still compromised and gave up their pride. This is the land of Qin. Forget your identity. This is not in your clan. In fact, if you put aside that important identity, it's nothing more than that. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. This sentence was said to this person, and also to all the strong men of the Celestial God clan. For example, Wang Yi, who was strong before, felt his face burning, as if he felt that Qin Wentian was humiliating him. Many strong men of the Celestial God clan had sharp expressions and stared at Qin Wentian. Some of them smiled and seemed to be very interested. They didn't expect that this person who was called the Lord of Qin was so interesting, and got a chance here and got a powerful treasure ring that could deter the people of their Celestial God clan. Your words make sense. We all came to Qin for the God's treasure. Why don't we work together? This city is the Sky City, the center of Qin. There must be a God's treasure. Why don't we join forces to find the God's treasure? A strong man said. His tone was very gentle, which made people feel good about him, but Qin Wentian would not simply trust the other party's words. What's more, they came for the God's treasure, but he was different. The God's treasure secret realm of this Sky City was under the control of the will of the gods. As long as the conditions were ripe, he could use them all, such as the secret realm of the 10,000 Dharma realm, and the treasure ring in his hand. Join forces? What he wanted was for these people of the Heavenly God clan to roll back to the Teku immortal realm. In this way, all the secret realms and God's treasures would be inherited by him and his friends. Of course, Qin Wentian couldn't tell such a shocking secret. He looked at the other party and smiled. Your Excellency's words make sense, But I advise you not to go forward. The divine treasure is not so easy to obtain. Oh. The strong man asked with a smile, what do you mean? Don't you find that this city is a bit strange? For example, those living dead. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Now that you mention it, we remember it. Could it be that there is something we don't know about it? A strong man of the Heavenly God clan asked. To be honest, I was able to get this opportunity after a narrow escape from death. Now I can only be active in the periphery. If I dare to approach the central area. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. After this experience, I dare not go there again. If you believe me, just listen to my advice and don't go there. Otherwise, you will have a narrow escape from death. I am afraid that not many of you can come back alive. So many of us are strong, will we have a narrow escape from death? Your words are a bit exaggerated. A strong man from the God clan snorted coldly. How could they, who are so proud, believe Qin Wentian's words? He did this on purpose. Could it be that a divine treasure was discovered there? Thinking of this, they looked at the treasure ring in Qin Wentian's hand again. Their eyes were a little hot. If there was really a divine treasure, if they were Qin Wentian, they would also want to eat it all by themselves. Even if they couldn't eat it alone, they would have to guard it and not let others share it, because Qin Wentian must know that if the divine treasure was discovered by them, no matter how strong Qin Wentian was, he would have no share. Haha, that's all I have to say. Since you don't believe me, then continue to look for your treasures. But if you encounter danger, don't blame me for not reminding you. I was able to escape with the help of the treasure ring I got by chance. I was in danger at that time. You should think carefully. I'd better stay away. Don't get involved. Qin Wentian said and was about to leave. Sir, please stay. The man with a gentle tone just now called out, and Qin Wentian stopped. I have said everything I should say. Is there anything else? What is the specific crisis? I hope you can teach me. The strong man of the Heavenly God clan was half believing and half doubting Qin Wentian's words. He couldn't believe it completely, nor could he completely disbelieve it. I have made it very clear. If you still insist, why ask more questions? People with different paths cannot make plans together. Qin Wentian said and walked away directly. Many people looked at his figure, their expressions flickering, as if they were thinking. What do you think? Wang Qi asked the crowd. Of course we have to keep going. Even if there is a crisis, we can still deal with it together. Someone said confidently. Some of them also have the will of the gods. With the treasures in their hands, even if the living dead are really strange, they are not afraid. Everyone, let's go together. They all came from the upper world. The existence of the gods has participated in many dangerous trials. This time they came to the ancient Qingxuan world-destroying battlefield. Seeing that they were about to reach the center of the ancient Qingxuan, how could they retreat because of Qin Wentian's threats? However, it is true that they were a little vigilant in their hearts, and they just had to be careful. They didn't know that after Qin Wentian left this place, he took out the communication crystal and communicated with beaming Yaohuang. Yaohuang, you can prepare to take action. Before, beaming Yaohuang summoned him, and the two of them had already discussed that one was in the open and the other was in the dark. The things here would be handled by him and beaming Yaohuang. The strong men of the gods led the people from all sides to continue to move forward. As they moved forward, countless living dead in the Sky City began to gather towards the central area. Not only that, many living dead in the central area also started to move, like a tide, heading in a certain direction. As the powerful gods led everyone to move towards the central area, someone finally felt something was wrong and stopped. Such a strong death aura, can you feel it? Yes, it's getting stronger and stronger. There is death aura moving towards us, and it's very large. Someone nodded, and their immortal thoughts spread wildly, covering the vast area. Not long after, they finally knew the source of the death aura, and their faces began to change. What's going on? Someone looked stiff. What that person said turned out to be true. The living dead in this city are really strange. They actually surrounded us. Could it be that someone knows our movements? Is there a person who is still alive in the Sky City? Are these living dead really controlled by someone? A feeling of uneasiness surged in their hearts. They felt that the number of living dead that gathered was definitely a terrifying number. Although they also had a lot of strong men, it was hard to say what would happen in the end when facing those fearless living dead. What should we do now? Someone said. What else can we do? Get ready for battle. A strong man of the God clan spoke, releasing a terrible aura from his body. With a magic weapon in hand, They had already arrived here and had no choice. Since the living dead came, they would kill them all. The warriors lined up in battle formation, majestic and powerful. Many people who followed the Celestial Clan were even more anxious. The Celestial Clan warriors had super strong combat power and could deal with the living dead, but it was difficult for them to deal with them. When they saw the huge army of living dead coming around them, covering the whole world, the faces of many warriors became uglier. Moreover, there were still more living dead rushing here. The eyes of these living dead were glowing with strange light, which was extremely scary, as if they still had their will left, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the sound of killing shook the sky, and endless living dead rushed towards the crowd. Many living dead were extremely fast. The strong men of the celestial gods did not hide behind. They took the lead and stepped out. Some of the strong men of the celestial gods were truly like gods. Wang Qi's golden eyes covered the world and tore the void apart. He held the ancient tripod in his hand and raised his hand to offer it. The ancient tripod surrounded the void and continued to grow. The body of the tripod was extremely deep and shot out endless destructive light. In an instant, many living dead were torn apart. Another strong man of the celestial god seemed to have a god appear behind him. Wherever the light passed, everything was wiped out. They all had unique blood talents and were extremely powerful. At this moment, they burst out with power at the same time. For a moment, it was extremely gorgeous. The whole world seemed to be dominated by them. But there were too many zombies, and they continued to rush into the crowd and start killing. Ordinary extraordinary people could not stop the fearless killing, not to mention that there were many immortal emperors, who were pure cannon fodder. They only heard the shouts of killing and screams, and the situation became extremely chaotic in an instant, with tragic casualties. Many people immediately became cowardly, seeing people around them being torn to pieces and blood and flesh flying everywhere, and even the strongest will was shaken, not to mention that the people they killed were dead, and there was no point at all. This was destined to be a losing battle from the beginning, and everything seemed to be a wedding dress for those gods. Chapter 1732 Deterrence and Expulsion. The brutal battle continued, and soon countless strong men were buried here. Those who were still alive could not help but wonder, is it worth coming here? They came for opportunities, but so far, they have not even found the exit, and can only bite the bullet and move forward to find the so-called God's treasure. Some strong men of the celestial gods have already got the opportunity and found the will of the ancient gods, but most people actually got nothing. In the void, the strong men of the celestial gods are still killing people everywhere. The living dead are dead after all. Even if they are fearless, they are dead after all. How can they stop the killing of the descendants of the gods? Boom. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled, causing everyone's heart to beat. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying rhythm did not stop, and everyone's heart also followed the thumping, and the vibration became stronger and stronger. Soon, many people's faces changed, and they saw a terrible scene in their immortal thoughts. The powerful men of the gods looked in a certain direction, and saw an extremely huge body stepping over there. This body had no head, but it was extremely majestic, like a god of war. It was the body of the god of war Fusion, but in fact it was a destroyed body. The head was cut off, and everything inside was destroyed. This body was only a shell. But even so, the body of the god still had a very strong deterrent power. What's more, on the shoulders of this headless body, there was a figure standing, a terrifying figure like a demon god. He was covered in black armor, with a terrifying look in his eyes, and holding a terrifying divine weapon in his hand. It was a bow and arrow, just like the bow and arrow used by the demon god. It was extremely black and filled with monstrous demon power, as if it could break the sky with one arrow. There are actually living people in the ancient Qin world destroying battlefield? Or is this person, like them, someone who came from outside? Some people stared at the demon-like figure. They didn't know that they had seen him not long ago. In fact, it was Qin Wentian who transformed. He first appeared in his original form, deliberately informing the other party of the danger here, and then used the illusion technique given by the Star Soul to transform into another person, holding another super powerful magic weapon and appearing here. Who are you? A strong man from the God Clan came towards this side, staring at Qin Wentian and asked. At this moment, they were very shocked in their hearts. If he was really an outsider, could it be that he had obtained the god's treasure? In the past, you, the Tegu clan, destroyed Qin. Now you dare to come here again. This seat borrowed your body and returned. In the future, I will definitely kill Tegu and pay the blood debt with blood. A cold and solemn voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, which made the expressions of all the strong men change. This is an ancient person, a strong man from the ancient times. It may not be dead. He resurrected with the help of the body of an outsider and appeared in front of them. They did not doubt Qin Wentian's words. This was completely in line with common sense. Their previous speculation was unrealistic. None of them, the gods, had obtained the divine treasure. How could anyone else obtain it before them? As for Gu Qingxun's people, they were only at this level until now? Obviously, it was even more impossible. There was only one explanation. As the other party said, this was an ancient person who returned in a borrowed body. This is the body of Fusion War God. Are you Fusion War God? Someone looked at Fusion War God's body and said. The strong man of the gods had the will of the gods in his body and told him because he knew Fusion War God and thought Qin Wentian was Fusion War God who had returned. It seems that you have a residual will in your body. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party, and his body like a demon god picked up the demon god bow and pulled the bowstring. In an instant, the world roared, a gust of wind raged, and a terrifying demon storm blew up the whole world. An illusory arrow condensed and appeared on the bow, directly locking the body of the descendant of the god clan. The man's face changed drastically. He sacrificed a disc, which was shining brightly and blooming with endless divine brilliance, turning into a super strong force to block in front of him. Boom! Endless demonic power erupted in an instant, and the brilliance of the disc exploded directly. The strong man was blasted back violently, and the divine weapon blocked the attack for him and was not killed. However, the next moment, he saw 3 arrows appear, and the demonic power rolled between heaven and earth. The airflow actually made a sonic boom sound. With a loud bang, the man screamed and his body exploded and destroyed. Even though there was the will of the god in his body, he dodged at an extremely fast speed at that moment, but he still couldn't avoid it. This demon bow and arrow had the power of locking. At this moment, other strong men of the celestial god clan moved. They would never sit and wait for death. Some strong men with the will of the celestial god even exerted their strength comparable to that of the realm lord. The power of the heavenly heart consciousness attacked and killed them. However, Qin Wentian flashed and entered the body of the war god Fusion through his neck. All the extremely violent attacks fell on the body of the war god Fusion, but they were unable to shake the body of the celestial god. The body of the celestial god was not destroyed in the world destruction war, and it has survived until now. This is the real body of the war god Fusion. Even if it is impossible to exert the power of the past, this body alone cannot be shaken by the attacks of these people in front of him, just because the war god Fusion was once a celestial god, and his body is stronger than the realm god soldier. But such a solid body, at this moment, his chest actually opened a hole, and the arrow of the demon god bow appeared there, emerging from the hole and shooting out directly. A terrifying strongman of the god clan who rushed over was pierced through the head by an arrow, and it exploded directly. Then an illusory will emerged, and was pierced and killed by the next arrow. The neck of the war god Fusion was directly blocked by his huge palm, so that no one could attack Qin Wentian in the body. Boom! The war god Fusion strode out and rushed into the crowd. The demon god bow continuously shot out terrible demon god arrows, and no one could stop it. An arrow pierced through the void, and countless bodies were directly shattered and exploded, turning into nothingness. Some people were even trampled to death by the huge body of the war god Fusion. At this moment, the immortal emperor was like an ant. The strong men of the god clan quickly retreated backwards, retreating to the distant sky, looking over here from afar. The huge body of the war god Fusion stopped, stepped on the ground, and a roar was heard. The bright rune light shone on the ground, and turned into a large formation. Soon, a perfect formation was evolved to communicate with the dark stars in the sky. I am too lazy to kill you ants. This is the formation to get out. You can't get anything on this Qingxun land. Get out now and tell those who have entered Qingxun to wait for me to kill Tegu. An extremely overbearing voice came from the belly of the Fusion war god. He stepped back and said, "Step into the formation and get out." As he said that, he turned around and left. There were still many living dead in the vast space, and of course there were many people from the Tegu immortal realm. Looking at the blood on the ground and the many corpses, some people felt cold in their hearts. The passion they had when they came here had been completely extinguished. They hesitated for a moment, and then someone stepped into the formation. Then, one figure after another stepped into it. Under the general trend, people kept entering. Some strong men of the celestial god clan looked ugly. Are they just leaving like this? They are unwilling. Let's go. A strong man from the god clan turned and left. Even if he could not get anything in the Sky City, he would not leave just like that. This is the ancient Qin world destruction battlefield, where there are hidden treasures. As for the exit, he will find it himself. Next, strong men from the god clan chose to turn around and leave. Their wills were more determined, and they had stronger self-protection capabilities in the face of crises. The huge body of the Fusion War God did not stop them from leaving. Qin Wentian emerged from the body of the Fusion War God with a cold look. This world destruction battlefield was too big. If someone did not want to leave, he had no choice. He could not go to every corner of the world destruction battlefield to deal with the people of the ancient immortal realm, but today's battle must be enough to deter many people. At least, this Sky City does not allow people from the ancient immortal realm to set foot. Not long after, most of the characters chose to go out through the teleportation formation, and a few turned and left to look for opportunities elsewhere. Qin Wentian understood that these descendants of the God clan were very powerful and it was difficult for them to be killed, so they should all be able to get some opportunities. After everyone disappeared from this place, countless zombies started to move again, heading in various directions. This vast city in the sky will be guarded by the zombies. Qin Wentian changed back to his original appearance, looking into the distance. After a while, a beautiful figure came to his side. It was Bei Mingyu Wang. How do you feel? Qin Wentian asked Bei Mingyu Wang. A little tired. Bei Mingyu Wang said softly, some powerful living dead are still difficult to control. If you can really completely control the living dead on this battlefield, the entire ancient Qin will become your territory. How can these people in the ancient fairyland survive? Qin Wentian said with a smile. The Dead Man's Sutra seems to be a very powerful method. It can kill people with souls and control the dead. Well, it's just that Senior Fusion War God has been wronged. His body was actually ruined by us. Bei Mingyu Wang glanced at the huge body of Fusion War God. Just now, she was actually controlling the body of Fusion War God. If the senior cared, why would he take the initiative to do this? Qin Wentian said softly. The gods of this ancient Qin really have nothing to say to them. Qin Wentian feels that he has a great responsibility. Let's go, let's continue to practice. If someone comes in the future, we can just sweep them back. We have the teachings of the gods and the most powerful opportunities in this battlefield are in our hands. Those people in the ancient fairyland can't get too much. Qin Wentian and Beiming Yaohuang turned and left, and the body of Fusion War God followed. With a roar, soon, this battlefield was left with only a mess. Moreover, in the following years, people kept coming, but most people couldn't get through the level of the living dead and were expelled. The popularity of the ancient Qin world destroying battlefield in the ancient fairyland finally began to weaken. At this time, some more exits were found. Therefore, while people kept coming, some people kept falling and evacuating. But all this seemed to have nothing to do with Qin Wentian and the others who were practicing silently. They were completely immersed in their own world of practice. Chapter 1733, Realm Lord's Order. As time went by, the situation in the ancient fairyland changed, but those ancient gods still stood at the top of the ancient times. In the ancient Qin world destroying battlefield, many gods gained some things, while others gained nothing. Even the gods were like this, not to mention some realm masters. After gradually learning about the situation in the lower world, many realm masters also gave up. In these years, there were ancient forces that attacked the outer Xiandi city. It was the subsequent waves caused by the extraordinary figures that Qin Wentian had killed that year. However, Emperor Jian had been guarding the Xiandi city to protect everything. He and the original body were connected in mind. Everything Qin Wentian experienced was also his experience. Therefore, even if he was not an ancient Qin, his perception was the same. Therefore, several invasions were suppressed by Emperor Jian's Realm Master formation, killing the invading extraordinary figures and shocking everyone. Many powerful people in the ancient fairyland left Qin one after another. For the outer Qin, these superpowers from the ancient times did not have much interest. Even if someone showed a little interest, they just walked around casually. In a blink of an eye, Qin Wentian had been in the ancient Qin world destruction battlefield for decades. During this period, he studied some ancient books in the Gods collection and mastered the carving of space arrays. He went out for a trip and took King Chang over. When he came back later, he directly carved an intercommunication array at the entrance to directly cross the space distance and return to the Sky City. He destroyed the array here, so that other people could not borrow the array he carved to come here. Although King Chang's cultivation was lower, with Qin Wentian's face, there were gods willing to help guide the cultivation. Qin Wentian did not bring in the Lihoro Palace strongmen who came with him from the ancient upper world, even Suli. This matter involved too much. Suli only met him because of Yukianayu. Although he was very loyal to him, this matter involved too much. Qin Wentian did not dare to take risks, because he had no idea who Suli would be involved with in the ancient fairyland, and the people on King Xuan's side could not be involved with the people in the ancient fairyland. This is their home, and they must be on the same line. During these years, Yukianayu also looked for him and asked him why he didn't return to Tegu, whether he planned to abandon her. This was naturally a joke, as always in line with Yukianayu's character. Qin Wentian told her that he finally got the opportunity in Gu King Xuan, and he would go back and tell her in detail while practicing hard, so Yukianayu didn't ask again, obviously knowing the severity. She naturally knew what happened in King Xuan, and the Changsheng realm had sent the 4 palace masters to the lower world. On this day, in the west of the Sky City, there was an extremely dilapidated ancient palace, but according to the gods, this palace was once a place of faith for countless people and was worshipped by countless powerful people. It was a super strong Buddhist force with countless branch ancient temples throughout the Gu King Xuan area, and was worshipped as a god by countless people. Even Chen Xianchen told Qin Wentian that the Buddhist sect of this Buddhist force even had a good relationship with the immortal Lord of Heaven. They were good friends and often chatted and played chess together. It can be imagined what kind of existence is qualified to sit and play chess with the immortal Lord of Heaven. There are 90,000 volumes of the Great Tao hidden in Buddhism, but after the War of Extinction, there are not many that can be found, but the remaining ancient volumes are still profound, so Qin Wentian was deliberately brought here to observe and comprehend. In the process of comprehending the world mind, one can add one's own understanding of cultivation, not just the pure fusion of the source of law. In this way, the heavenly heart consciousness achieved by the fusion of the same 2 sources of law will not have such a big gap. The big reason for the gap lies in the difference in personal understanding. Everyone adds his own understanding to the heavenly heart consciousness. This understanding includes magical secrets and the understanding of the heavenly Tao. Powerful magical spells can also help to achieve a powerful heavenly heart consciousness, and even directly comprehend the world mind. All of this is the path that predecessors have walked and the experience summarized. At this time, Qin Wentian sat quietly in front of a broken Buddha statue, quietly flipping through some ancient books. The handwriting in these ancient books was directly imprinted in his mind. The Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, the knowledge of cultivation is extremely profound. Qin Wentian is completely immersed in it, very dedicated, and engraved everything he sees into his mind. I didn't expect that the questioning heart temple was just a branch of this Buddhist power. Qin Wentian murmured. He looked through the remaining Buddhist files and found that the questioning heart temple actually belonged to one of these branches. The questioning heart temple did not care about right and wrong and did not come here this time. It seems that if there is a chance, I will bring Master Xiangxun to see it. In the ancient book placed in front of Qin Wentian, there is a handwriting on it, Da Nirvana Immortal Method, Volume 2. After a long time, Qin Wentian put down all the ancient books in his hand and then put them back to the original place. The divine treasures left here should all belong to the original place. He didn't want to take them away for himself. If there is a chance, he hopes to restore the prosperity of the place where these divine treasures are located and let them be known again. Senior, I want to go to the One For Realm again. Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Chen consciousness. Okay. Chen naturally agreed. The One For Realm is the place Qin Wentian goes to the most. Not only can he feel it there, but it also has an important role, trying to fight and confront different Xiangxun consciousness forces, but the prerequisite is to have a certain strength. Qin Wentian walked out of the ancient hall and prepared to go to the One For Realm. At this moment, a majestic voice came from his mind. Qin Wentian, are you here? This voice was majestic without anger, and it was obvious that someone was sending him a message. His eyes flashed, and there was a strange color in his eyes. This should be the first time that the Lord of the Changsheng realm sent him a message. The Lord of the Changsheng realm asked him to leave his immortal thoughts in the other party's communication crystal, but he never used it. The relationship between them was originally quite delicate. However, since the lord of the Changsheng realm made him the lord of the Lihao Palace and did not do anything to him, he did not want to care about other things. What does the lord of the realm want? Qin Wentian responded. Why haven't you returned to the Lihao Palace for so many years? The Changsheng realm feast, which is held once every 100 years, will be held soon. Are you not going to come back to see me? The lord of the Changsheng realm was majestic and seemed to be a little cold. I have important matters to attend to. I hope the lord of the realm will forgive me. Qin Wentian maintained a polite attitude and replied. Important? Bringing all the strong men of Lihao Palace into Qingxun? What's the matter with beaming Yao Huang? I asked her to go down to the world with Xianxing Palace Master. Why was she taken away by you? Changsheng Realm Master asked coldly, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. This matter was actually known by Changsheng Realm Master. So, those palace masters who stepped into the ancient Qingxun did not die in this ancient Qingxun. Replying to the Realm Master, Yao Huang is my senior sister, and her father is also with me, so naturally she also trained with me. Qin Wentian understood that since Changsheng Realm Master had received the news, he must also know that he and Yao Huang were in the ancient Qingxun. Really? I heard that you also fought with Xianxing Palace Master and almost killed him. You, the Lihao Palace Master, are really glorious. You also questioned and disobeyed my orders. Changsheng Realm Master snorted coldly, as if he was here to ask for punishment. The reason has just been explained by my subordinates, and I hope the Realm Master will forgive me. Qin Wentian still said politely. Do you have any chance in Gu Qingxun? The Lord of the Immortal Realm suddenly asked again. No, Gu Qingxun is too big, it is difficult to gain anything, but I have experienced crises several times, but I am looking for it. Qin Wentian responded. No need, come out immediately, return to Lihao Palace, the feast of the Immortal Realm, bring beaming Yao Huang to report. The Lord of the Immortal Realm ordered. Lord, this Gu Qingxun hides secrets and many opportunities. I want to stay for a while. Qin Wentian said. Insolent. The Lord of the Immortal Realm suddenly shouted coldly, which directly shook in Qin Wentian's mind, making Qin Wentian's expression convinced and a little unhappy. You just need to obey. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said directly, no need to reply. Qin Wentian stood there. Sure enough, the Lord of the Immortal Realm did not speak again, but Qin Wentian's face was not very good. The Lord of the Immortal Realm actually gave a death order and asked him to go back. Now, he could have completely ignored the orders of the Lord of the Longevity Realm, but Ye Qianai and others were still with the Lord of the Lihao Palace. If he did not go back, the Lord of the Longevity Realm could not do anything to him, but might vent his anger on the Lihao Palace. What happened? Asked Si Chen Bianshen. I am a subordinate of a realm master in the ancient fairyland, and he ordered me to go back. Qin Wentian said. What do you think? Don't you wait until you have completely entered the realm of Realm Master before returning? Asked Si Chen Bianshen. I'm thinking about it. Qin Wentian said, and Si Chen Bianshen didn't say anything more. In the outside world, in the Qingxun land, in the beaming immortal dynasty, the Palace Master of Xianxing Palace, the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace, and the Palace Master of Longqi Palace were all there, with a group of subordinates, but the number of their subordinates has decreased a lot, and even the Palace Master of Kanshu Palace has disappeared. Those people have stayed in the ancient Qingxun land forever and can't come out. It's lucky that they can come out. Now they plan to return, but beaming Yao Huang has not come out yet. The Palace Master of Xianxing Palace cannot report back, so he has to report to the Master in advance. At this moment, the figure of the Palace Master of Xianxing Palace flashed, descended into the city, and appeared in front of a person, releasing a powerful majesty. The person in front of him looked at the Palace Master of Xianxing Palace, trembling, and said, Senior, I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly. The Palace Master of Xianxing Palace said. Yes, Senior. The Immortal Emperor nodded. Although he was an Immortal Emperor, the person in front of him was definitely at the level of the ancient Emperor. He couldn't afford to offend. The current Qingxun was really terrible. Do you know Qin Wentian and beaming Yao Huang? Of course, Qin Wentian is the Qingxun Emperor, and now he is regarded as the Lord of Qingxun. Beaming Yao Huang is the former princess of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty and the daughter of the Beaming Emperor. How is their relationship as a senior sister and a junior brother? The Palace Master of Xianxing Palace asked. Senior sisters and brothers. The Immortal Emperor was stunned and said, Are you referring to the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Beaming? Huh? The palace master of Shiangsing Palace frowned. The immortal emperor hurriedly said, Senior, but as far as I know, they have never been senior sisters and brothers. The eyes of the palace master of Shiangsing Palace froze there in an instant, and a terrifying edge flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1734 Knowing the Truth. The palace master of Shiangsing Palace said with a cold face, there really is something illicit. The reason why he asked about the relationship between Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang after he came out was because he was worried that they had an unclear relationship. After all, they could be closer, so Qin Wentian would forcefully take Beaming Yao Huang away. However, it seemed to be worse than he imagined. Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang were not actually siblings. Then the palace master of Shiangsing Palace could only think of that relationship, and he deliberately concealed it from his master. If his master announced the news in the near future that he was going to marry a slut who had an illicit relationship with his subordinate, he would lose face. Bitch, you dare to deceive my master, and you want to use yourself to exchange for the future of a wild man. The palace master of Shiangsing Palace said in his heart, with murderous intent in his eyes. He immediately guessed a most filthy direction, because he hoped so in his heart. In this way, the master would be furious and would definitely not forgive this pair of dogs and bitches. Are they in a relationship of man and woman? The palace master of Shiangsing Palace looked at the immortal emperor in front of him and asked coldly. The palace masters of Jiutian Palace and Lonqi Palace were both here, so it was better for Yao to ask clearly about the matter, so that Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang would not make excuses. I don't know about this, but the rumors about the heavenly emperor circulating in Qingxun, in fact, it was because Beaming Yao Huang's sister Beaming Nuangyu knew the heavenly emperor that Qin Wentian got to know Beaming Yao Huang and Beaming Emperor. It is said that he once attended a banquet in the imperial palace and had a confrontation with Pei Qing, a genius of the Beaming Immortal dynasty. According to the rumors in Qingxun, Pei Qing at that time could crush the heavenly emperor and was arrogant and did not take the heavenly emperor seriously at all. The reason was because Beaming Yao Huang and the heavenly emperor were too close. But now Pei Qing is dead, and this genius of the time has become a joke. He is just a part of the legend of the heavenly emperor. I don't know if you can get anything from this. As for more things, it is not something that I, the younger generation, can know, the immortal emperor responded honestly. These were indeed the legends about the heavenly emperor Qin Wentian that were later circulated in Qingxun. The grudge between Pei Qing and the heavenly emperor, such a classic plot of not bullying the poor young, was naturally talked about with relish. Of course, in addition to this, there are more gossips about the Emperor of Heaven. It is said that in addition to having a very good relationship with his two wives, the Emperor of Heaven actually has many women. Those women are willing to follow the Emperor of Heaven without seeking status, just because the Emperor of Heaven is too outstanding. There are even some gossips that involve the Southern Phoenix Empress. However, these are all random speculations of some people, which satisfy those people's curiosity. Most people don't believe it. The Emperor of Heaven is a peerless figure, and the Southern Phoenix Empress is indeed peerless. But after all, the Emperor of Heaven can only be regarded as a junior of the Southern Phoenix Empress. He has a very good relationship with the saint of the Southern Phoenix clan, the Southern Phoenix Yangtze. You go. The palace master of Shiangsing Palace waved his hand. He had heard what he wanted to hear. Yes. After the immortal emperor left, the palace master of Shiangsing Palace turned cold and said to the two palace masters of Jiutian Palace and Lonqi Palace, did you hear that? It turns out that Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang are pretending to be senior brothers and sisters, but in fact they are a pair of dogs and bitches. They dare to deceive their superiors and lie to their subordinates. They should be killed. The two palace masters showed a strange look in their eyes. They were indeed a little surprised about the relationship between Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang. However, even if there was a man-woman affair, it had nothing to do with the palace master of Shiangsing Palace. Why did he come to ask about it deliberately, and was so angry? Could it be that there was something hidden behind this? Let's go back. I will report this to Master right away. The palace master of Shiangsing Palace spoke coldly, and the group of people left here one after another like a flash of their figures. Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang of Qingxun Sky City knew nothing about this matter, and they didn't know that the palace master of Shiangsing Palace had imagined them to be dirty. However, Qin Wentian was indeed considering the order from the Lord of the Longevity Realm. His original intention was to continue practicing for a while longer. Opportunities were rare. In the ancient fairyland, It was difficult to have such conditions for practice. There were more secret realms for practice. 1 year of enlightenment was better than many years outside. It would be of great help to his future practice on the road to becoming a realm master. But he had to consider the consequences of not going back. On this day, Beiming Yuang, who was practicing, was interrupted by the voice in his mind. Yuang. The voice of the Lord of the Longevity Realm came, causing Beiming Yuang's beautiful eyes to flash with a strange color, and her brows slightly frowned. Obviously, she disliked the Lord of the Longevity Realm very much. This person was in a high position, but in fact he was very scheming and a rather insidious person. Back then, he promised to pardon Yuqian on the surface, but he kept her under house arrest in the Changsheng Palace, and often asked Yuqian to dance for his appreciation. This was not an insult to Yuqian, but it was just to satisfy some dark thoughts in his heart. Now she already knew why the Lord of the Changsheng Realm kept to her. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm suspected that they were all disciples of Emperor Yi. It seemed that if the Lord of the Changsheng Realm had not been concerned about Emperor Yi and did not want to embarrass Qin Wentian, he would have attacked Yuqian. Lord. But Beiming Yaohuang still took out the communication crystal and responded calmly. After so many years, I heard that you are now with Qin Wentian. Have you forgot me? The Lord of the Changsheng Realm asked indifferently, and his tone seemed a little unhappy. Your Majesty dare not. Beiming Yaohuang said. Humph. I asked my disciples to take care of you, but you left with Qin Wentian. It's really a waste of my good intentions. What if you encounter danger? Don't forget, the day of the Changsheng Realm feast will be held soon. At that time, I will announce our relationship. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm said that he had actually received a report from his disciple, the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace, but he did not break it, but did so on purpose. Hearing the Lord of the Immortal Realm announce our relationship, for some reason, she, who had silently accepted and looked down upon this matter, developed a strong resistance to it during these years of cultivation here. She didn't know why, but she hated it from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, she rarely responded to the Lord of the Immortal Realm's words. She couldn't see the Lord of the Immortal Realm's expression at this moment, and didn't know that her silence made the Lord of the Immortal Realm's face become completely gloomy. Sure enough, everything was true. It seemed that she was happy with her lover in the lower world, and who knew what she was doing. Perhaps, Qin Wentian was by her side. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Immortal Realm's face was even a little gloomy, and the air around him was extremely depressing. Emperor Yu, come back soon, everything has been arranged, you and Qin Wentian come back together, and I will also have someone prepare for this matter in the Lihuro Palace. I will prepare to bring Yuqian to the Changsheng Palace to take charge of this matter for me. I won't notify Qin Wentian, just tell him. The Lord of the Lihuro Palace said lightly, and then there was no sound. At this moment, Beiming Yuang's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. What did he mean by this? Although Yuqian and Qin Wentian had not married, everyone in the Changsheng Realm now knew that she was Qin Wentian's woman. The Changsheng Realm Lord took her to the Changsheng Palace to prepare for their wedding? Was he taking her over, or was he using Yuqian as a hostage to threaten her and Qin Wentian? Thinking of this, Beiming Yuang felt that the Changsheng Realm Lord was extremely sinister. Was she really going to marry such a person? The resistance in her heart became stronger and stronger. In addition, there was uneasiness. What should she do now? Should she tell Qin Wentian about this? She had kept the promise to the Changsheng Realm Lord a secret from Qin Wentian, but now that the Changsheng Realm Lord was holding Yuqian hostage, she had to tell Qin Wentian about Yuqian situation. Otherwise, what was the difference between her and the Changsheng Realm Lord? At this moment, Beiming Yuang felt a little powerless. She did not put away the communication crystal. A fairy thought entered it and asked, "Where are you?" "Yuang, what's wrong?" Qin Wentian's voice came, which made Beiming Yuang understand that it seemed that Qin Wentian must not know about Yuqian's matter. "Come to me, I will tell you when I meet you. It's very important." Beiming Yuang said that this matter must not be concealed anymore. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and asked Beiming Yuang's location. After a long time, Qin Wentian found Beiming Yuang. After seeing Qin Wentian, Beiming Yuang's red lips moved slightly, but she didn't know how to talk. What happened? Qin Wentian saw Beiming Yuang hesitated to speak, and couldn't help asking. Beiming Yuang had a cold personality and was a typical iceberg beauty. If it wasn't a very important matter, she would not take the initiative to find him. The lord of the Changsheng realm just found me. Bei Mingyu Wang whispered. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he said, is it about returning to the immortal realm? He also sent me a message before, asking me to go back before the immortal realm feast. Hearing his words, Bei Mingyu Wang looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, anything else? Anything else? Qin Wentian was stunned and said, he didn't say much, but his attitude was rather tough and he ordered me to go back. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at him, sighed in his heart, and said softly, I have been hiding something from you. What is it? Qin Wentian felt that Bei Mingyu Wang seemed to be struggling. I have promised the Lord of the Longevity Realm that I would become his woman. The news will be announced at this Longevity Realm feast. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at Qin Wentian with his beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian's heart trembled and he was stunned for a moment. He stared at Bei Mingyu Wang and said, You Wang, what is the secret behind this? Bei Mingyu Wang saw Qin Wentian's surprised expression and immediately guessed the secret. She felt a little comforted in her heart. She lowered her head and whispered, when you killed the Lord of Lihero Palace, the Lord of the Longevity Realm considered how to place him. He promised you to inherit the position of Lord of Lihero Palace and asked me if I was willing to be his woman. Qin Wentian's heart trembled again, and a very cold look flashed in his eyes. He was very uneasy at the moment. He was the Lord of Lihero Palace, but there was such a thing behind the scenes? So, the position of Lord of Lihero Palace was obtained by the sacrifice of Yu Wang? Yi Qianyu's freedom is also the same? He once felt a little grateful to the Lord of the Changsheng realm, and was at ease to take his position as palace master, but he never expected that there was such a shameless side behind him. After calming down his emotions, Qin Wentian saw Bei Mingyu Wang bowing his head, and a warm feeling arose in his heart. He whispered, silly girl. At the beginning, even if he was not the Lord of Lihero Palace, this position would have been very likely to be Jiutian. Chapter 1735 Departure. Bei Mingyu Wang was stunned when she heard Qin Wentian address her. She raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, which was a little strange. When she saw Qin Wentian's clear eyes, she lowered her head again, and she didn't know what she was thinking. What else are you hiding from me? Qin Wentian asked Bei Mingyu Wang, with a hint of anger in his tone. There is another thing I don't know if Yi Qianyu has told you. When she was in Changsheng Palace, the Lord of Changsheng Realm was very unfriendly to her. He often asked Yi Qianyu to dance for him to appreciate. Although Yi Qianyu felt humiliated, she endured it for you, and finally returned to reunite with you later. Bei Mingyu Wang said softly, and the more Qin Wentian listened, the colder his expression became. The Lord of Changsheng Realm, it turned out to be such a despicable person. Because he guessed that he was a disciple of Emperor Yi, he didn't dare to do anything to him, so he humiliated Yi Qianyu and Yu Wang. Asking Yi Qianyu to dance and asking Yu Wang to marry him was simply unbearable. Not long ago, the Lord of the Immortal Realm sent me a message. He asked me to hurry back and prepare for the wedding, which will be announced at the Immortal Realm feast. Moreover, he said that Yi Qianyu was transferred to the Immortal Palace and asked her to take charge of this matter. I think this is not what he said about taking charge of the wedding, but he is worried that we will never go back. He threatened you with Yi Qianyu as a hostage and deliberately asked me to tell you about this. Bei Mingyu Wang felt a little guilty and said, this matter started because of me and implicated Yi Qianyu. How can you be blamed for this? Qin Wentian sighed. All of this was what the Lord of the Immortal Realm said. He would pay the price. It seems that the Lord of the Immortal Realm does not give us any choice. We have to go back even if we don't want to. Qin Wentian said. Yes. Bei Mingyu Wang naturally knew that with Qin Wentian's personality, he would definitely choose to return to the Taku Immortal Realm. He has always been like this. Now that the Lord of the Immortal Realm has taken Yi Qianyu as a hostage, no matter what situation he faces, he will definitely go to the Immortal Realm. If it doesn't work, I'll just marry him. Bei Mingyu Wang said in a low voice, but her tone seemed a little low. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Wentian scolded, causing Bei Mingyu Wang to look up at him in a daze, but she saw Qin Wentian's serious face, looking at her and said, since I know that he is such a despicable person, how could I let you marry such a person? If you really like him, I won't stop you, but Qin Wentian didn't continue here, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What he did, everything is doomed. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at Qin Wentian. She knew that Qin Wentian had murderous intentions, and anyone who encountered such a thing and knew all this would have murderous intentions. Qin Wentian was a person, of course he couldn't tolerate all this happening to him, But she knew that the previous generation of the Hero Palace Master was killed by Qin Wentian because of these grievances, and now, Changsheng Realm Master seemed to have embarked on the same path as the previous generation of the Hero Palace Master. However, this time, the enemy Qin Wentian faced was even more powerful. He was the Lord of a realm, ruling the endless territory, and also ruling the Nine Realms Palace. There were still many powerful people in Changsheng City, and many of them were in the extraordinary realm. If Qin Wentian really stood on the opposite side of the Lord of Changsheng Realm and chose to go to war, the pressure he would face could be imagined. But what should we do now? Bimeng Yaohuang was a woman after all. Women were born to be weaker than men. This was due to their nature. Although some women were also very tough, they restrained their nature with strong will. Bimeng Yaohuang was usually a very opinionated person, but for some reason, he seemed a little confused today. What else can I do? Arrange everything and prepare to return to the ancient times. Qin Wentian said bluntly. He had no choice but to go back. There were only a few years left before the Changsheng Realm Feast was held. It was already very short. The journey was long, and things here had to be settled. Now we had to start dealing with everything. Oh. Bei Mingyuang responded, as if Qin Wentian's words were true. Although she was a little worried, she was relieved in her heart. She made up her mind not to marry the Lord of the Longevity Realm. It was like she had freed a shackle from her heart and felt very relaxed. We should be ready to gather everyone. Now, most people have entered the extraordinary realm. I don't know if they want to continue to practice here or follow me to the ancient fairyland. Qin Wentian whispered, Yuang, I'm leaving first. You wait for my news. Yes. Yuang nodded and didn't say much. Since he had made a decision, he was ready to face it all. Now, even if he really faced the Lord of the Longevity Realm, what would happen? As Qin Wentian said, after decades of practice, most of them have entered the extraordinary realm. Moreover, there are powerful magic weapons in the divine treasure. If everything falls on the ancient times, even if they face the power of the Lord of the Longevity Realm, they will have the strength to fight. Of course, the final outcome still depends on whether there is anyone who can deal with the Lord of the Longevity Realm. This courage can only be put on Qin Wentian. The plan of cultivation was interrupted. After Qin Wentian left Bei Mingyuang, he first sent a message to Yiqian and asked, Where are you? Why, do you miss me? Yiqian's sweet laughter came into his mind. Tell me where you are now. If you don't tell me, I'll ask others. Qin Wentian said seriously, which seemed a bit harsh. It was not that he wanted to treat Yiqian like this, but this woman was not serious. She didn't tell you the truth. She had suffered so much grievance at the beginning, but she still didn't say a word. She faced life with a smile. She was such a woman, beautiful as fire, charming and unparalleled. You know, I'm in Changsheng Hall. The Lord of the Realm asked me to come here to do something. Yiqian said softly. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to imagine her expression at this moment. It must be the kind of expression that made a mistake and was extremely charming, making people unable to blame her. Did the Lord of Changsheng treat you? Qin Wentian asked. Now the whole world of immortals knows that I am yours. What else can he do to me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't you have a chance in the lower world? You don't have to worry about me. Yiqian said again, wanting to reassure Qin Wentian. How could Qin Wentian believe what this woman said? He just replied, Wait for me. One sentence is better than 1,000 words, making Yiqian in the immortal world of the ancient fairyland show a charming smile, still so domineering and tender, really fascinating. Qin Wentian found King and King Chang here and told them the whole story. The two women naturally knew about Yiqian's existence a long time ago. Qin Wentian had already told them about his experience in the ancient fairyland. They were the closest people in Qin Wentian's life, and there was no secret. Besides, Yiqian's affairs must be told. After knowing that Yiqian had paid a lot for Qin Wentian, they also wanted to see how charming this charming woman Qin Wentian mentioned was. Now, hearing that the Northern Dark Emperor had also sacrificed so much for him, Mo King Chang couldn't help but reveal a strange look, and smiled at Qin Wentian and said, I have long advised you to open a harem, so that those outstanding women can come if they want. Anyway, Sister Kinger and I don't object. Qin Wentian's face was dark, and he hugged Mo King Chang in his arms, and said softly, What if someone bullies you after opening a harem? Don't be afraid, Sister Kinger and I are on the same side, and we are the queens. Mo Qingchang smiled and looked at Qin Wentian with bright eyes. Although she felt a little jealous, it was not very strong. She had already understood that around Qin Wentian, with his charm, how could there be a lack of outstanding women who like him? In this Qingxun land, there are many beauties around him. Can she and King see their thoughts? Moreover, they have also told Qin Wentian that as long as Qin Wentian likes them, they will not say anything. As for the jealousy, it was also because in the ancient fairyland, the people who accompanied Qin Wentian and paid for Qin Wentian were Yukai Ayu and Beaming Yaohong, not her, which made her feel a little disappointed. Fool! Qin Wentian kissed Mo Qingchang's forehead gently, which made Mo Qingchang's face turn red instantly. She stared at him, and then secretly glanced at Kinger beside her and said, "Sister Kinger is still here. Haha, it's not like I haven't hugged you left and right before." Qin Wentian laughed and said, taking Kinger into his arms. Poor Mo Qingchang and Kinger were completely speechless about this shameless guy, and could only silently endure Qin Wentian's bullying. "Wentian, I support you no matter what you do, but this time when you go back, you are not allowed to leave us." Mo Qingchang stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said seriously that everything else could be left to Qin Wentian, including the woman he liked, but she had to stay by his side, which was the only thing that could not be compromised. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. He really had such an idea. After all, he was going to the ancient fairyland to face the Lord of the Longevity Realm this time. However, seeing Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes and Kinger beside him looking at him coldly, Qin Wentian knew that there was no room for negotiation this time, so he could only nod and say, "Okay, I'll take you with me." Hearing Qin Wentian's promise, Mo Qingchang immediately flashed a sweet smile and gently nestled in his arms. Qin Wentian was filled with emotion. What virtue and ability did he have to make so many outstanding women pay so much for him? A few days later, everyone arrived in front of the statue of the immortal Lord of the Heavens, where the gods used to preach. Naturally, they were summoned by Qin Wentian, and no one was left behind. Now, Qin Wentian's appeal among them is naturally unquestionable. Whether it is the elders or relatives and friends, they all regard Qin Wentian as the absolute center. The people of the Fighting Saint clan and the people of the 10,000 Demons Island are all considered Qin Wentian's subordinates. Have you all made your decision? I repeat, if anyone is willing to stay here to practice, I still respect your choice. Qin Wentian said. He had communicated with everyone before. They came here and expressed their willingness to go to the ancient fairyland with him. No one spoke. Everyone was willing to go to the ancient times. After practicing for many years, they actually wanted to see the ancient fairyland. Now they have a blind trust in Qin Wentian. This is a young man who creates miracles. Chapter 1736 Return to Lihuro Palace. In the Qingxun land, in the Xiandi city, the strong men from various forces summoned their subordinates one after another. The great Emperor Beiming summoned his descendants, the Empress Nanhurong summoned the Guardian Saint and the saints of the future generations, and the Balian Saint sect and the Yaote Immortal Palace did the same, explaining what to do after they left. Before, when the great Emperor Beiming and others stepped into the ancient Qingxun, they brought some core immortal emperor figures in, and the Nanhurong clan did the same. Although everyone was willing to follow Qin Wentian to the ancient immortal domain, Qingxun could not be without people, so they decided to temporarily leave those strong men who were still in the realm of immortal emperors to control the situation in Qingxun, and at the same time summoned their subordinates to pass on their positions to them. All this came too suddenly, and those who were summoned from various forces were shocked. They didn't expect that after disappearing for decades, the masters of various forces would collectively pass on their positions to their descendants. If this were to be spread out, it would be enough to cause a major earthquake in the Qingxun immortal domain. This was the inheritance and handover of the power of the entire immortal domain, a collective handover. Qingxun, when has such a major event ever happened? Qingxun has not yet completely calmed down. The inheritance handover must be done, and there must be people left behind. Otherwise, the order re-established in Xiandi City may be directly broken, causing Qingxun to fall into chaos again. Moreover, Qin Wentian chose to let Jiutian stay in Qingxun temporarily to protect Qingxun. If there is a chance, Jiutian can also represent him to enter the Sky City of ancient Qingxun again. Not only the people from various forces were shocked, but even the strong men of Lihuro Palace such as Su Li who were brought to the lower world by Qin Wentian were also shocked. They found that after decades of absence, those who followed Qin Wentian to leave had undergone a transformation after returning. Many people's temperaments were completely different. They could not perceive the specific realm and may have crossed the threshold of the immortal emperor. This made them very envious. The emperors and commanders of the Hero Palace looked at Qin Wentian with even different eyes. Is this the ability and charm of the new palace master? It's a pity that they have not become confidants yet. Otherwise, this opportunity may also have their share and missed it. Of course, they would not have bad thoughts. After all, they also understood that they were the people of the previous generation of the Hero Palace master. It was good that Qin Wentian did not move them after taking over. It was impossible to trust them as confidants all at once. What's more, even Su Li, Yu Qianyu's subordinate, was not brought to his side. What opinions could they have? However, some people secretly swore in their hearts that they must follow the new Hero Palace master well in the future. The future depends on him. After all things were arranged, Qin Wentian decided to set off. On this day, many relatives and friends gathered in Xiandi City to see him off. Father Qin Zhuan, Yi Qingyan, Sister Qin Yao, Yi Lingyan, friend Zhu Yang, Fanel, Ruahan, Lin Shui, and other familiar faces were all there. Now they don't need to go back to the particle world anymore. The whole world belongs to Xiandi Qin Wentian. Everything here, they can have, no longer have the feeling of being dependent on others, and no need to look at anyone's face. If you want to practice, you can practice. If you want resources, you have resources. If you want to live a leisurely life, you can be at ease. Qin Wentian asked them to live in the Xiandi city and settle down here. Whenever they are bored, they can go out to practice. Whenever they miss their hometown, they can directly ask the immortal emperor to send them to the particle world to walk around and live for a while. I believe that no immortal emperor will refuse such a request. Now everyone is eager to get some relationship with the Xiandi. As long as they open their mouths, many people will respond. There is no need to ask anyone for help. In recent years, everyone has also felt the majesty of Qin Wentian. It can be said that one person's enlightenment will bring success to all the chickens and dogs. There is nothing to worry about in such a happy life. If you want to go further, you can only practice well with the resources here. Kinger. Fairy King Mei looked at her proud disciple and felt a little reluctant. The ancient fairyland? That place is too far away for her. The people of the Mo mansion gathered around Mo Qingcheng, especially his parents. Her brothers and sisters said to Qin Wentian, "Brother-in-law, aren't you going to guide us in our cultivation? Brother-in-law has something important to do. There are many immortal emperors in the Xiandi Palace. It is enough to guide you in your cultivation. You can ask more questions. Brother-in-law can't guide you personally." Qin Wentian said softly. "Stinky boy, you are always apart from each other. Be careful outside." Ruahun stared at Qin Wentian in address. "I know, senior sister." Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. "Take good care of King Chang and Kinger. If you dare to bully them, be careful that senior sister will punish you." "How dare I? Just don't bully me." Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly, and bowed to Qin Zhuan, Yi Qingyan and other elders, saying, "My child is unfilial and has to travel far away. When I stand firm in the ancient fairyland in the future, I will bring my father to the ancient times and stay together. Go, we have lived for so many years, there is no need for you to worry about us, be careful outside." Qin Zhuan smiled and instructed. Qin Wentian nodded. This scene seemed familiar. He had experienced such a scene when he left the particle world. However, this time, he was accompanied by many people, including his two beloved wives, King Chang and Kinger, as well as many elders, such as the great Emperor Changqing, Bai Wuya, and many friends, such as Zhen Mengzhen, Nanhuang Yangxi, Purgatory, Little Bastard, and Queen Girl, and even many subordinates. This time, he was with powerful forces and was not as lonely as last time. "Let's go," Qin Wentian said, and then the group set off in a mighty manner. Now, the Teku Immortal Realm has established a passage with a Kingson land, which can cross the Immortal Realm space at any time. It was built by several very powerful forces, but it is not free. Instead, every time you cross the Immortal Realm, you have to pay a valuable price. But even so, there are still people coming and going, and you can make huge profits from it. Some forces directly seize this opportunity. In the short term, this may not be a big deal, but this is definitely not a short-term profit. As long as they occupy this passage, how terrible will the profit be in the future? Thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years? For those transcended top forces, there is never a lack of foresight and vision. The relaxation of the ban on Qin land is an opportunity for them, so of course they will seize it first. This also makes it convenient for Qin Wentian. He is now unable to arrange a passage across the fairyland, so he can only let the superpowers in the fairyland do this without interfering. With the help of the passage, they paid a considerable price and the group directly crossed the fairyland and returned to the ancient fairyland, but it was extremely far away from the land of the immortal world. After running around for a long time on the road, Qin Wentian returned to the Lihuro Palace with all the strong men. In the Lihuro Palace, Jiutian was no longer there, and the evil emperor also followed him to the Changsheng Palace. After Qin Wentian returned, he directly notified the leaders, emperors, and guardians of all parties to come to discuss matters. Everyone came to the Lihuro Palace as quickly as possible. In the Lihuro Palace, Qin Wentian sat high on the throne, surrounded by powerful men, all of whom were imposing. In addition to him, there were two stunning beauties, sitting on the left and right, whose beauty was extremely outstanding, like goddesses. Subordinates pay homage to the palace master. Everyone bowed down together. On the way, Qin Wentian had already informed his relatives and friends about his situation in the ancient immortal realm, so no one was surprised, but they were a little shocked by Qin Wentian's ability. He came to the ancient immortal realm alone and actually served as the palace master of a place. The immortal emperors bowed their heads. If it wasn't for Qin typing, Qin Wentian actually looked down on their power. These two are my wives, Mo Qingchang and Chang Qingqinger. Qin Wentian introduced solemnly. From now on, the two will follow him and his subordinates will naturally know them. Greetings, madam. Everyone bowed again, very politely, not daring to show any disrespect in their eyes. They had all heard something. Jiutian was taken to the Changsheng Palace. It seemed that the realm master was somewhat dissatisfied with the palace master. It was unknown what would happen at this Changsheng realm feast. Now, the palace master might be angry in her heart. It was better not to provoke the palace master at this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The grand feast of the Changsheng realm will be held soon, right? Qin Wentian asked the masters. Reporting to the palace master, it will be held in a few months. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Everyone should handle the tribute issue well. There is one more thing I want to inform everyone in advance. I believe everyone knows that Jiutian was invited to the Changsheng Palace by the realm master. Everyone immediately shut up when they heard this. This matter involved the Changsheng realm master, which was really a bit sensitive. At this time, it was best to shut up. Talking too much would easily lead to mistakes, and no one could afford to offend. The realm master is probably a little dissatisfied with me. I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to continue to sit in the position of the Lihuro Palace Master this time. If I am really dismissed by the Realm Master, I may leave. You must do your best to serve the Realm Master in the future. Of course, if someone is willing to follow me, I will not let you down. Qin Wentian said. Hearing Qin Wentian's straightforward words, the eyes of the leaders of the various emperors flickered constantly. These words were meaningful. But at this time, should we express our loyalty and follow? If we express our attitude, it will definitely be heard by the Realm Master, and then we really want to follow Qin Wentian and leave. In such an occasion, we can't say anything casually. Maybe the Realm Master has no such intention, but the Palace Master is overthinking it. An emperor said. That's right, the Palace Master is deeply loved by the Realm Master's new appointment. How can the Realm Master move the Palace Master's position? Several people spoke one after another, seemingly talking nonsense. But nonsense is also an attitude. They all said that Qin Wentian would not get into trouble, but if something really happened, obviously, they would not follow. Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded at everyone. That look made many people shudder. This offended Qin Wentian. Chapter 1737, Inquiries from all parties. Qin Wentian looked at the crowd and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, go ahead. When you are ready, come to Lihuro Palace to report. And then follow me to Changsheng City. Yes, Palace Master. Everyone bowed and said goodbye, and then left one after another. Of course, Su Li and the others who followed Qin Wentian's lower realm stayed here, and Mo Fei was also there. Mo Fei now served as a guardian in Lihuro Palace. Palace Master, Changsheng Realm Master, do you really want to take your position? Mo Fei walked up and asked. What if I tell you that it is more serious than this? Qin Wentian smiled at Mo Fei, which made Mo Fei's eyes condense, and then he smiled bitterly. Palace Master, isn't Deputy Palace Master Jiutian back? Mo Fei didn't know that Qin Wentian and Jiutian were the same person. They bet on Jiutian back then, and they had a very good relationship with Jiutian. Mo Guardian, please leave first. Qin Wentian nodded gently, and Mo Fei should contact Jiutian. After everyone left, Qin Wentian pondered in his heart. He could consider replacing those who left today with his own people in the future. Jiutian had trained a group of people. As for the many extraordinary strongmen he brought with him, they would naturally follow him in the future. The news should be received soon from the Changsheng Palace. Su Li whispered to Qin Wentian. Since I'm back, the Realm Master shouldn't be suspicious anymore. Qianyu is naturally safe. Everything is waiting for the Changsheng feast. Qin Wentian murmured. Then, the Changsheng Realm Master really sent a message to Beiming Yaohuang, asking why Beiming Yaohuang didn't go back directly. Beiming Yaohuang replied that her father was in Lihuro Palace, and asked the Realm Master to allow her to stay in Lihuro Palace for a few more days. In the Changsheng Palace, the Changsheng Realm Master looked very unhappy after receiving the answer from Beiming Yaohuang. There was no one else in front of him, only his personal disciple, the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace. Master, she refused to come. The Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace asked when he saw the face of the Changsheng Realm Master. Bitch, it seems that you are right. The two of them really had an affair. If you hadn't discovered it this time, my reputation in this life would have been tarnished. The Lord of the Longevity Realm spoke coldly. Beiming Yaohuang stayed in Lihuro Palace, so he naturally thought of some dirty things. But I heard that Qin Wentian brought his wife back and even summoned the major emperors and leaders to tell them that the master was dissatisfied with him and might remove his position as the palace master and ask them how to choose. The palace master of Shiangxing Palace laughed. Qin Wentian, he is still in the dark and doesn't know anything now. Is it just to remove his position as the palace master of Lihuro? It's a bit too simple to think that he dared to bring his wife and relatives to Lihuro Palace. He is simply not knowing his own life. He wants people to follow him. The Lord of the Longevity Realm sneered, thinking that those emperors and leaders are all fools. If he is dissatisfied with this Lihuro Palace Master, who dares to express his intention to follow him? Is he tired of living? He is the master of this longevity world. It's really ridiculous, without any self-awareness. The Lord of Shiangxing Palace said sarcastically, but I also heard that Qin Wentian knows how to enjoy himself. Not only is Qianyu so beautiful, his two wives are also stunning women. And Beiming Yaohuang is also outstanding in appearance, and he really knows how to enjoy himself. When the Lord of Changsheng heard this, a cold light shot out of his eyes. He was extremely unhappy when he mentioned Beiming Yaohuang. This was simply a humiliation to him. The woman who agreed to be his woman actually had an unclear relationship with Qin Wentian. What did he think of him, the Lord of Changsheng? This Changsheng world, his subordinates, dared to humiliate him like this. Why? Do you have any ideas? The Lord of Changsheng looked at his disciple and smiled. If you like it, should I give it to you? The disciple does not have such a hobby, but Beiming Yaohuang, with his broken body, dared to deceive the master. Such behavior must be severely punished. These women will be properly arranged in the future. The Lord of Shiangxing Palace said coldly. The master and disciple were both big figures, but at this moment they were talking about some extremely unbearable topics. It was because the Lord of the Changsheng realm felt that he was humiliated by his subordinates, and the Lord of the Shiangxing Palace naturally wanted to take revenge on Qin Wentian. In the battlefield of the destruction of the world, he still couldn't forget the humiliating sword. Let them enjoy it for a few more days. The Lord of the Changsheng realm was not in a hurry. He could go directly to the Lihuro Palace to take Qin Wentian down, but doing so would be a loss of status. If this matter spread, it would not be good for his reputation. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, everything would wait until the Changsheng realm feast was held, and Qin Wentian would come to the door himself. As for the North Ming Yaohuang, did you think he would announce their marriage? It was ridiculous. Qin Wentian didn't know what the Lord of the Changsheng realm was thinking. He just asked about Qianyu's situation. Now the Lord of the Changsheng realm just imprisoned her in the Changsheng Palace and didn't let her leave, but he didn't do anything to her. On this day, Helen Yunshan of the Helen family found Qin Wentian. Now, many people of the Helen family work in the Lihuro Palace. Helen Qiu also seriously reminded the Helen family that they must maintain a good relationship with Qin Wentian. Therefore, this time, after Helen Yunshan knew that something might happen in the Changsheng realm, he personally brought Helen Qiu to visit. At this time, Qin Wentian was wearing a simple white robe. Helen Kui looked at the handsome figure with a very complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She would never forget how shocked she was when Jiutian took off the mask. "What's the matter with the head of the Helen family?" Qin Wentian asked. "I heard that the Sun Palace Master summoned the leaders of the various emperors and said that the Realm Master was dissatisfied with the Palace Master and might remove the Palace Master from his position." Helen Yunqian asked. "That's true." Qin Wentian nodded. Logically speaking, if Qin Wentian was removed, the person who would most likely take over the position of the Hero Palace Master would be Jiutian. However, Helen Kui knew that it was not that simple, at least not as simple as Qin Wentian said, so she urged Helen Yunqian to come to see Qin Wentian. "Palace Master, do you have a plan to deal with it?" Helen Yunqian asked. "How can I deal with it?" Qin Wentian smiled. Helen Yunqian stared into his eyes. He didn't believe it. Back then, Qin Wentian and Jiutian joined forces to bring down or even kill the previous Hero Palace Master before ascending to this position. Would he admit defeat so frankly and be removed from the position of Hero Palace Master by the Lord of the Changsheng realm? Both his intuition and Helen Kui reminded him that Qin Wentian was definitely not such a simple person. "Palace Master, is there anything I, the Helen family, can do for you?" Helen Yunqian said directly after a moment of silence, causing Qin Wentian to stare at him. This time, his opponent is the Hero Palace Master. Helen family dares to take sides? Although the Helen clan wanted to seize the position of the Lord of the Nine Realms Palace, which was within their capabilities, the Lord of the Realm was the true supreme ruler of the endless territory, the supreme being. This was why Qin Wentian had no intention of pulling in reinforcements, and he could not do so at all. It was because the enemy was the Lord of the Realm, the Master of the Immortal Realm. "If I ordered, would the Helen clan dare?" Qin Wentian laughed casually, causing Helen Yunqian to tremble inwardly. This sentence contained a mystery. As he had guessed, this matter would definitely not be that simple. It was very likely that the Immortal Realm would stage a scene similar to what happened in the Hero Palace, a huge storm, but the ending was unclear, and it seemed to be destined. However, didn't everyone predict the ending at the beginning? However, who guessed it? The person sitting in the position of the Lord of the Hero Palace now is Qin Wentian. "I can't make the decision. I need to ask my father," Helen Yunqian said. "In that case, what else does the Helen family master have to say?" Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Helen Kui. "Is Miss Kui okay?" Helen Kui looked at Qin Wentian deeply and replied, "I can't say for sure. If you have time, you can come to the Hero Palace for a walk." Qin Wentian didn't answer directly. Helen Kui liked Jiutian, but he couldn't accept this feeling. He actually knew in his heart that there were already many women who were emotionally entangled with him. Some things should be cut off when necessary, although they were a bit cruel and indifferent. "Palace Master," Helen Yunqian suddenly said again, "the Helen family is a clan. If the Helen family is asked to die, it is absolutely impossible. But if the Palace Master can really change his fate against the will of heaven, the Helen family will be willing to follow." Qin Wentian glanced at Helen Yunqian. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that if the Lord of the Changsheng realm could absolutely crush him, who would dare to stand by his side? He had already hinted that a war might start. Helen Yunqian was willing to follow, but the premise was that he had to be able to deal with the Lord of the Immortal Realm, because, although this statement could be said to be a willingness to follow him, it was actually meaningless and was just icing on the cake. This was originally a matter of having no two sides. If he could really overthrow the Lord of the Immortal Realm, who would dare not follow him? "I see, you go," Qin Wentian said lightly. Helen Yunqian smiled bitterly at Qin Wentian's attitude, stood up and said, "I'm leaving." After saying that, he took Helen Kui away. Qin Wentian still sat there, revealing a contemplative expression, but at this time, a voice sounded in his mind, "Qin Wentian, I heard that you offended the Lord of the Immortal Realm." "Yes." Qin Wentian immediately took out the communication crystal and responded. "Is it troublesome?" the other party asked. "There may be a direct conflict," Qin Wentian responded. The other party was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "It seems that you have a chance in the lower world. Do you have some confidence? Do you want me to inform the master? Can Senior Yi come?" Qin Wentian was surprised. The person who communicated with him was the master of the Gemini Palace. "I can't guarantee it," the other party responded. "If Senior Yi can come, I will be grateful." Qin Wentian replied, "If he can't, it doesn't matter. I will do my best. By the way, I have brought many people from the Fighting Saint clan to the Lihuro Palace. This time I will go to Changsheng City. I will let you meet them." Hearing this, the other party was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I could meet the younger generation of the clan." Wentian, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1738 Undercurrent. The once-in-a-century feast of the Changsheng realm is, as always, the grandest event of the Changsheng realm every 100 years. In Changsheng City, there are many strong men, and the strong men from the vast areas of the Changsheng realm, big and small forces, all gathered here. This will be another once-in-a-century grand event. Some people from some forces want to come and see it. It is rumored that at the last century-long feast, Qin Wentian and Jiutian were famous in the Changsheng realm, became famous in one battle, defeated all the immortal emperors from the Nine Realms Palace, and were appreciated by the Realm Master. Later, the two joined forces in Lihuro City and killed and overthrew the Lihuro Palace Master. In his place, Qin Wentian became the Lihuro Palace Master, and Jiutian became the Deputy Palace Master. Now, Qin Wentian and Jiutian have entered the extraordinary realm, so naturally there is no need to compete with the immortal emperors. They will send their men to participate in the Nine Realms Palace's competition and battle. I wonder who will be famous this time. At the once-a-century banquet, they will have the opportunity to meet famous figures from all sides, including the legendary Changsheng Realm Lord, the Nine Realm Palace Lord, the #1 Palace Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace, the Palace Lord of the Lihuro Palace, and many others. Many people are looking forward to it, and the top forces in Changsheng City and the Nine Realm Palace will also come to participate. Changsheng City is prosperous, and many people are looking forward to it. However, they do not realize that the storm brewing in the dark may be a thunderclap, but at least at this moment, it is still calm, and only a few forces that are really at the core feel it. For example, the Jiutian clan, the Helen clan and other forces, the Palace Lord of the Xianxing Palace and the Palace Lord of the Gemini Palace are of course aware of it. Qin Wentian, leading the people of Lihuro Palace, has also arrived in Changsheng City. Changsheng Palace naturally got the news. Changsheng Realm Lord sneered in his heart. Sure enough, Qin Wentian didn't know what was going on. After all, he took the initiative to come to the door. He simply didn't know whether to live or die. Qin Wentian and Beaming Yaohuan colluded with each other and actually calculated him. It was simply a humiliation to him. He wanted to make Qin Wentian lose face at this Changsheng Realm banquet. Qin Wentian and his people were temporarily living in Helen's family. Their arrival attracted many visitors, because everyone didn't know the relationship between him and Changsheng Realm Lord. For this new Lihuro Palace Lord, everyone thought he had a promising future, so they naturally had to maintain a relationship with him and make friends with him. Of course, some people got the news that Changsheng Palace had ordered people to bring Yi Qian to Changsheng Palace a long time ago. This seemed to be an insignificant matter, but if you think about Yi Qian's identity, it seems a little unusual. Don't forget that Yi Qian was once placed under house arrest in the Changsheng Palace. Therefore, some forces smelled a hint of something unusual and did not visit Qin Wentian, the Lord of Lihuro Palace, and kept some distance. Otherwise, if the Realm Lord was really dissatisfied with Qin Wentian and knew that they were close to Qin Wentian, it would be very bad. But at this time, the Helen family, who had clearly discovered the truth, actually let Qin Wentian live in their family, which was very meaningful. Qin Wentian, of course, also understood this meaning. At this time, the most core figures of the Helen family, such as Helen Jiangshan and Qin Wentian were there. Helen Jiangshan tried to get involved in the position of the Lord of a Palace twice, but both failed. In fact, he was very frustrated in his heart, but when he saw Qin Wentian and Jiutian, he could only sigh that a new generation replaced the old, and he sighed that he was not as good as them. After receiving the news reported by Helen Yunshan, he understood that the Helen family would have another opportunity, but this opportunity might require a big bet, and if he was not careful, it would affect the entire Helen family. Palace Master Qin, let me get straight to the point. I have forbidden outsiders to set foot in the surrounding areas. Palace Master Qin, knowing that the Realm Master might target you this time, still came here. Are you ready to fight against the Realm Master? Helen Jiutian asked bluntly. You should know why I wanted to kill Palace Master Li Hao. Now that the Realm Master has brought your Qian to the Changsheng Palace, I have to come. Qin Wentian said lightly, which shocked Helen Jiutian. Yes, this is very similar to the situation of Palace Master Li Hao back then, but last time, Qin Wentian's enemy was Palace Master Li Hao. This time, he is even more powerful and cannot even be compared. Just because the opponent is the Changsheng Realm Master. Palace Master Qin, are you 50% sure? Helen Jiutian stared at Qin Wentian and asked again. What if I have it, what if I don't? Qin Wentian said. If Palace Master Qin is 50% sure, Helen is willing to bet his life and property and follow Palace Master Qin. If he is not even 50% sure, Helen will stay out of it and not participate in it. At that time, we will not attend the Feast of the Immortal World. Helen Jiutian said. If they participate in it, if the World Master gives an order at that time, the entire immortal world must obey the order. Who dares not to obey, and wanting to stay out of it will not be possible. 50% sure is the bottom line of Helen. If there is, he is willing to bet once. Helen is not afraid that I will use you again. Qin Wentian said, which is equivalent to admitting that he used Helen in the past. Of course, this has already passed, and Helen actually knows it. This time is different from the past. Palace Master Qin had a grudge with me Helen in the past. Now that Helen Emperor is dead, the grudge has disappeared. Just like Helen Qiu's attitude towards the new Palace Master Qin, I am still willing to trust Palace Master Qin again. Helen Jiutian said. Even if I say yes, what can the Helen family do for me? You must understand that if I really have the power to compete with any Realm Master, I will not lack a Helen family. Qin Wentian said bluntly. Since I dared to compete for the position of Li Hao Palace Master, it proves that I still have some connections in Changsheng Palace. In Changsheng City, I am also familiar with many forces. Maybe I can influence some forces to stand in line. Of course, the premise is that you have to show enough strength to let people know that you can compete with Changsheng Realm Master. Moreover, you must not know that the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace, the strongest palace in the Nine Realms Palace of my Changsheng Realm, actually has a very bad relationship with the Realm Master. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Is there such a thing? In this case, can the Realm Master still allow him to exist? Qin Wentian said. Based on his current understanding of Changsheng Realm Master, he is definitely not a broad-minded person. This matter involves a secret that people outside don't know about. If it gets out, it will also be a scandal for the Realm Master. Helen Jiutian said. There are rumors in the outside world that the Realm Master wants to accept the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace as his disciple. Does Palace Master Qin know about it? I've heard about it. Qin Wentian nodded. Haha, but I guess Palace Master Qin only knows one side of the story, but doesn't know the inside story. Once, the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace served under the Realm Master. He met a woman with extraordinary beauty and outstanding talent, named Fairy Bu. It was rumored that she had a face that could shame the moon and flowers. The two admired and loved each other. However, the Realm Master of Changsheng intervened and snatched Fairy Bu away from him. He took Fairy Bu into the harem of Changsheng Palace and she gave birth to a son for him. He knew that the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace was jealous of him, so he wanted to take her as a disciple. Under such circumstances, how could the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace agree? But it was precisely because he disagreed that the Realm Master wanted to get rid of him. However, Fairy Bu and the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace really had feelings for each other. What was the reason for her to compromise? Naturally, she would never see the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace get killed. Helen Jiutian said slowly, this is roughly what happened, but I don't know the specific inside story very well. In short, although the Desolate Heaven Palace is the first palace, the Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace is very low-key and rarely takes action. No one can shake his position, but if he has the strength to threaten the Realm Master, the Changsheng Realm Master will definitely not tolerate him. But I guess, with the character of the Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace, a real man will definitely take revenge, but he has no ability and has been forbearing. After hearing this, Qin Wentian was even more angry. This matter was very similar to the conditions that the Changsheng Realm Master put forward to Beiming Yaohuang. Unexpectedly, the Changsheng Realm Master actually had a criminal record. It was extremely despicable. Relying on his status as the lord of the Changsheng realm, he did whatever he wanted and regarded the world as his own. He even robbed the women under his command. It was too shameless. What is your intention in saying this? Qin Wentian said. I can try to convince the Lord of Desolate Heaven Palace. If you can really show the power to compete with the Realm Lord, he will respond to you at that time, which will surely cause a sensation at the Longevity Realm banquet. Even the people under the Lord of Longevity Realm will not dare to act rashly. At that time, your pressure will be much less. Helen Jiangshan said, and Qin Wentian nodded. This made sense. Of course, the premise is that he still has the power to compete with the Realm Lord and must show it at the Longevity Realm banquet. At this time, someone suddenly came in from outside. Helen Jiangshan frowned and said, didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me? The man bowed and said, the Xuanyuan clan claimed to come to visit with the words of the Lord of Xuanyuan Palace, saying that he had something important to report, so I. Xuanyuan clan, what are they doing here? Helen Jiangshan asked in confusion. Looking for me. Qin Wentian smiled. It seemed that the communication between Emperor Yuan and Xuanyuan clan was quite effective. It was difficult for the Xuanyuan Palace Master to come in person, so he brought people to deliver the news. He didn't know what the news was. Helen Jiangshan's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Wentian deeply. It seemed that Qin Wentian was also secretly planning. Then let's meet. Helen Jiangshan stood up, and everyone went to the front king together. Soon they saw Xuanyuan Hao there. When Emperor Yuan came here for the first time, the person he saw was Xuanyuan Hao, who came to the Helen clan on behalf of the Xuanyuan clan to form a marriage alliance. Palace Master Qin. Xuanyuan Hao bowed his hands. After we parted with Gu Qingxuan, I wonder what the Palace Master of Xuanyuan Palace has to say to Qin. Qin Wentian asked with a smile. The Palace Master asked me to tell him that he will take it seriously at the feast of the Changsheng realm. Xuanyuan Hao said, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Take it seriously, what does this mean? Just this one sentence. Qin Wentian said. The Palace Master asked me to say this. Xuanyuan Hao smiled bitterly. In fact, he didn't know what was going on. I know. Qin Wentian replied indifferently. It seemed that the Palace Master of Xuanyuan Palace told him that he would wait and see the situation and would not directly target him. Although he did not promise anything, it was also a gesture of goodwill and he did not want to offend him. Helen Jiangshan's eyes flickered. It seemed that undercurrents were surging. This time, the Feast of the Immortal World was going to have a big event. Chapter 1739 lends you a woman to dance. Outside the Hall of Eternal Life, there is a staircase that is thousands of feet high. On the staircase, the statue of the Lord of the Eternal Life realm stands, being worshipped by people for thousands of years, as if he is the Eternal Lord. The feast begins, and the 10 Directions platform is built again. The Palace Master of the 9 Realms Palace occupies 9 seats on the platform, and in the middle is a giant martial arts arena where competitions will be held. At this time, countless people have gathered under the 10 Directions platform to watch the feast. This time, in the 9 Realms Palace, I wonder who will be the most dazzling. Someone looked at the throne on the 9 Realms Palace platform and thought to himself. I heard that the Palace Master of Kanshu Palace went to the lower realm and died in a mission assigned by the Realm Master. Now, no one has taken over the position of Palace Master of Kanshu Palace. It is very likely that the Realm Master will appoint a new Palace Master of Kanshu Palace at this banquet. It seems that this is an opportunity for many forces. In secret, many people must be vying for the position of Palace Master. In the last session, 2 peerless geniuses appeared in Lihoro Palace, Qin Wentian and Jiutian, which made Lihoro Palace the center of attention and almost snatched the prestige from Huangshan Palace. It's a pity that the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace of that generation had just enjoyed this treatment before he was wiped out by his 2 peerless geniuses. This time, Qin Wentian and Jiutian will come as the Chief and Deputy Palace Master of Lihoro Palace. I wonder if Lihoro Palace can snatch the prestige from other realm palaces again. Many people were discussing this. The day of the banquet has finally arrived. Outside the Changsheng realm, there is an unprecedented grand occasion and prosperity. I don't know how many powerful people have gathered. The Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace has arrived. This time, the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace is the first to arrive after the Palace Master of 9 Realms Palace. Someone showed a surprised look, looking at a group of powerful people in the distance. Those powerful people came from Desolate Heaven Palace. The leader was the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace. There were many top forces in the Desolate Heaven Palace area beside him. After the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace arrived, he landed directly on a high platform and sat on the throne. The other powerful people sat down according to the order of importance. The Jiutian Palace has arrived. Many people looked in a certain direction again. When the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace arrived, he glanced at the majestic Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace, but did not say hello and sat down directly. Afterwards, the powerful people from the 4 major palaces of Longqi Palace, Qin Palace, Zhengjin Palace, and Gemini Palace arrived one after another. The arrival of each party would cause a commotion and discussion. We have arrived at the Lihuro Palace. At this moment, many figures appeared in the crowd. Countless people looked towards the huge crowd of Lihuro Palace, and their eyes were fixed on the figure of the young man in white at the head. He was unparalleled in elegance and grace. He wore a simple white gown, but it could not hide his unparalleled brilliance. His temperament was extremely outstanding. Someone who had come here and seen Qin Wentian 100 years ago sighed that he had become different again. His aura was even more transcendent. As the master of Lihuro Palace, he was already a big shot. Is this the master of Lihuro Palace? Someone who had not come in the previous session thought to himself, looking at Qin Wentian with curiosity. Qin Wentian was definitely a legendary figure. When he participated in the previous banquet, he only showed his edge with the cultivation of a mid-level immortal emperor. However, decades later, he took the position of the master of Lihuro Palace and killed the previous master. It was simply a legend. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Although there is no high time requirement for the comprehension of the source of law from the immortal emperor to the extraordinary, the main test is the comprehension. However, this is more difficult for countless people. He can comprehend it in a short time, but it is also possible that you will not be able to comprehend it no matter how long you spend. Qin Wentian, however, did it in a few decades, which countless people could not do. The Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace has not arrived yet, and the Palace Master of Kanshu Palace will not be here. Many people secretly said. At this time, on the 10,000 feet of stairs, at the location of the Changsheng Palace, 2 extremely beautiful and stunning fairies appeared. They were still the 2 women of the previous session, with unparalleled beauty and super strong cultivation. The major palace masters stood up and said, "Meet the fairies." Helen Qiu'ai was on the side of Lihuro Palace, not far from Qin Wentian. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Qin Wentian. 100 years ago, Jiutian was by her side. When Jiutian saw this scene, he once said something that she could not forget. Jiutian said that he wanted his woman to be like that, high above and worshipped by people. At this time, Qin Wentian did not bow. He looked at the 2 fairies calmly. There was no awe in his eyes. His woman, Yuqian, was still in the Changsheng Palace. It was impossible for him to pay respect to the woman of the Changsheng Realm Master. The 2 fairies' beautiful eyes shone with brilliant light. They looked in the direction of the 9 Realm Palace Master. When their beautiful eyes swept over Qin Wentian, their eyes stopped there. They saw that Qin Wentian did not have the same respect as other palace masters, but there was a hint of aggression in his eyes. That look seemed to be examining them, which made them very uncomfortable. Not to mention their cultivation realm, just relying on them as the women of the realm masters, even if they were the masters of a palace, dared to look at them with such eyes? But Qin Wentian seemed to be unaware of it. He still did so. Even if he felt the gazes of the 2 women, his eyes were still fixed on the 2 women, which made a flash of coldness in the depths of the 2 women's beautiful eyes. In their hearts, they secretly remembered the Lihuro Palace Master. Although he was talented, now that he was the Palace Master, did he dare to be so presumptuous? 2 women stood on both sides, and then in the distance, the figure of the Lord of the Immortal Realm came over. The Palace Master of the Xiangxing Palace was his direct disciple, and this time he served beside him and came with the Lord of the Realm. People secretly thought that, as expected, the Palace Master of the Xiangxing Palace, as his direct disciple, was the confidant of the Lord of the Realm. The arrival of the Lord of the Immortal Realm attracted everyone's attention. Countless people held their breath and looked at the lofty figure with reverence. This person was the Master of the Immortal Realm of the vast and endless region, the ruler of the Immortal Realm, the King of the Immortal Realm. He was supreme and had unparalleled power. The whole world belonged to him. For countless people, they could only worship and respect the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Countless people bowed to see him, and their respect and worship came from the heart. Qin Wentian was shocked when he saw all this. People admire the strong. Supreme strength represents the supreme status. The world is watching and everyone admires him. However, who knows what kind of person the Lord of the Immortal Realm is? People cannot contact him, and he has no direct relationship with them. To the world, he is just a legendary figure, an untouchable existence, a belief, and a god. But today, what he has to do is to knock the belief and gods of the Immortal Realm off the altar. The Lord of the Immortal Realm waved his hand, and everyone was silent. Looking at the fanatical eyes of countless people below, he was very satisfied. This is the feeling of power and the charm of supreme strength. What is the purpose of people pursuing strength? Only by being strong can you have the supreme status, be worshipped and admired by people all over the world, control the power of the world, and own all the beauties in the world. The whole world belongs to him, and any beauty he wants can be collected in the harem. The Lord of the Immortal Realm is a pragmatic person. He enjoys power and status, likes to be worshipped, and enjoys the pleasure that power brings. However, when he looked towards the Lihao Palace and saw Qin Wentian and Bei Ming Yao Huang beside Qin Wentian, that pleasure seemed to be torn apart in an instant, causing the humiliation in his heart to resurface. This was his stain. He was supreme, but he was humiliated by his subordinates. He couldn't stand it. In this immortal realm, he was the king. Only he had the right to humiliate others. No one had the right to treat him like this. Sit down. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said lightly without looking at Qin Wentian. Thank you, Lord. Everyone bowed again and then sat down. The Lord of the Xiangxing Palace also left the Lord and went to the high throne of the Lord of the Nine Realms Palace. Another 100 years have passed. I still want to thank you for guarding the 9 directions for me. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm said with a smile, give me a banquet. As soon as the words fell, countless beautiful women flashed out of the Changsheng Hall and served the banquet as usual. The scene was peaceful and lively, as prosperous as usual, and there was almost no difference. Naturally, no one noticed that the Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace was calmer than before, and the Lord of the Zuinian Palace was not as talkative as before. Since he came here, he has not even greeted other palace masters. We are grateful to the Lord of the realm, so why should we work hard? We will never refuse. The Lord of the Xiangxing Palace still spoke first, and everyone echoed in response. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm nodded with a smile and said, 800 years ago, the Red Dust Fairy Palace danced to the city. Do you still remember the stunning dancer in the Red Dust Fairy Palace back then? When these words came out, some people who knew about it trembled in their hearts, while those who didn't know about it were confused, looking around them. The stunning dancer in the Red Dust Fairy Palace 100 years ago. Some people started to talk among themselves, and then people gradually remembered that the most outstanding person in the dance of Hongqian Immortal Palace should not be forgotten, because it was rumored that it was because of her that the previous generation of Lihao Palace Master fell. Yi Qianayu, she was the woman of the new Lihao Palace Master. When Qin Wentian was the Palace Master, the Realm Master gave Yi Qianayu to Qin Wentian. Now, Yi Qianayu can be called the Palace Master's wife. However, on such an occasion, the Changsheng Realm Master called Yi Qianayu a dancer? What did such words mean? Many people's hearts trembled slightly, and some powerful people from major forces had their eyes shining with dazzling light. It seems that the rumor that the Realm Master was dissatisfied with Qin Wentian is true. You are right. That stunning dancer is the beloved girl of Lihao Palace Master. I gave her to Lihao Palace Master because he liked her. The Lord of the Longevity Realm still smiled and said, to be honest, I am a little reluctant. The dance of this stunning dancer is so beautiful and memorable. She often danced in the Longevity Palace to relieve my fatigue. If it weren't for the fact that Palace Master Qin liked her, I would never give her to him. This is the favor of Master Qin. Palace Master Qin will naturally remember it. The Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace said with a smile. Many people looked at him with strange colors. If you say it, this is indeed a favor. However, such a thing, saying it at this moment, seems to be a bit disrespectful to Lihao Palace Master, and it can even be said to be trampling on Lihao Palace Master's dignity. Palace Master Qin, today I am going to borrow Yi Qianayu to dance again. In this grand occasion, let everyone appreciate the stunning dance, okay? The Lord of the Longevity Realm asked with a smile. Chapter 1740. Do you still have any shame? The Lord of the Changsheng Realm smiled and glanced at Qin Wentian. He didn't really want to ask Qin Wentian's opinion. He did it on purpose, of course, in order to humiliate and anger Qin Wentian. He looked at everyone again and asked with a smile, "This kind of treatment can only be had in this prosperous era. What do you think? The Lord of the Realm is very kind. It is indeed a rare opportunity to enjoy the dance of the dancer that the Palace Master Qin likes." The Palace Master of the Dragon Rider Palace smiled and agreed on the spot. "I also miss it a little." The dancer's dance back then made people reminisce. The Palace Master of the Xianxing Palace spoke immediately. He naturally wanted to agree with the master. He had been waiting until today to attack Qin Wentian just to humiliate him in public. The master's tone was hard to swallow. Afterwards, many people from powerful forces laughed and talked, as if the person who was talking about it was really just an ordinary dancer, not Qin Wentian's woman. Many people also looked at the Lord of Lihoro Palace, wondering how he would react, but many people were disappointed. Qin Wentian's face did not react at all. He just watched everything calmly. But they didn't know that at this time, Qin Wentian's murderous intention towards the Lord of Changsheng Realm and the Lord of Xianxing Palace had reached the extreme. He didn't speak. Now, Ye Qianai was still in the Changsheng Palace, and he had to see him first. The Lord of Changsheng Realm gave an order to the people around him, and someone immediately went to invite people. Everyone enjoyed the banquet, which was particularly lively. Palace Master Qin, that stunning dancer is indeed enchanting. In Lihoro Palace, Palace Master Qin must have admired her often. It's really enviable. Someone from the Sword Soul sect smiled at the Lihoro Palace and said to Qin Wentian. 100 years ago, Qin Wentian and the Sword Soul sect had a conflict. At that time, he became famous for challenging the Xianjiao commander of the Sword Soul sect. Later, because of the incident with Xiao Miran, he offended the Sword Soul sect again. It's no wonder that the Sword Soul sect didn't forget to humiliate him at this time. Qin Wentian glanced indifferently at the Sword Soul sect's strong man who spoke. His indifferent eyes made people feel a little cold. The Sword Soul sect's strong man smiled even more happily when he saw Qin Wentian's eyes, and said, "If there is a chance, I would also like to appreciate it often." Angry? Furious? So what? The rumors that the Realm Master was dissatisfied with Qin Wentian have been confirmed at this moment. Qin Wentian, his ending is not going to be good. At this time, it's time to beat the dog who is down and let him be arrogant and domineering in the past, and not even give his Sword Soul sect any face. Not long after, Ye Qianai was brought in. She was still sexy and charming and unparalleled, with a long skirt fluttering, and a glance at her made people's hearts burn, not to mention dancing. Many people were looking forward to it. Ye Qianai, go ahead. The Lord of the Longevity Realm said lightly. Ye Qianai walked forward with a graceful figure. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Qin Wentian, and she came to the center of the crowd. The Lord of Xianxing Palace laughed and said, "No wonder Palace Master Qin is fascinated by this dancer. I knew her charm when I saw her back then, and it is even more so when I see her again now. She is a beauty in the world. Palace Master Qin must be enjoying it. However, Palace Master Qin must not forget the great kindness of Master. This dancer is a gift from Master to you. Remember to let her come to the Longevity Palace often to relieve Master's fatigue. Before she starts dancing, I will ask her a few words first." Qin Wentian suddenly spoke at this moment, and said to Ye Qianai, "Qianai, come here." "Yes." Ye Qianai smiled lightly, her graceful figure flashed, and she came to Qin Wentian, causing the Lord of the Longevity Realm, the Lord of Xianxing Palace and others to frown, but they did not stop them. They were just waiting for Qin Wentian to disobey the Lord's orders, and then settle the score with him. "Qianai, wait aside first." Qin Wentian nodded to Ye Qianai. Ye Qianai smiled again and walked behind Qin Wentian, as if nothing had happened. She had received Qin Wentian's message in advance. Today, her man was going to have a falling out with the Lord of the Changsheng Realm. Although she didn't know what Qin Wentian relied on, since he said he wanted to do it, he naturally had his confidence. "Qin Wentian, what do you mean by this?" The Palace Master of Xianxing Palace shouted coldly. "Master is still waiting for the dancer's dance. Are you ignoring Master's order? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this?" Qin Wentian glanced at the Palace Master of Xianxing Palace. In an instant, all the people who picked up their glasses to drink had their glasses suspended in the air, just because of this sudden and powerful word. Qin Wentian, he actually shouted in public at the Palace Master of Xianxing Palace. Who is he? Although he is now the Lord of Lihoro Palace, the Lord of Xianxing Palace is one of the top 3 lords of Jiji Palace. Moreover, He is the direct disciple of the Lord of the Realm, and his status is comparable to that of the Lord of Huangshan Palace. Qin Wentian, dare to be so arrogant? In an instant, countless eyes gathered on Qin Wentian at the same time. This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in this feast, as if to open the prelude to a storm. The Lord of Shiangxing Palace was stunned at first, and then his face turned ashen, and his heart was extremely cold. Qin Wentian humiliated him in public. Very good, it seems that today, there is no need to worry about finding an excuse to deal with Qin Wentian. He took the initiative to jump out and seek death. Although he knew it was a matter of time, and the master would definitely force him today, he did not expect it to be so soon. He really couldn't bear it for a moment. Lord Qin, do you know what you are doing? The Lord of Shiangxing Palace asked coldly. Back in the lower world, you were so arrogant and ignorant in front of me. You wanted to kill me on the spot, but you couldn't even catch a sword. If you weren't a disciple of the World Master, I would have killed you with that sword. How could you be such a waste to speak so arrogantly here? You are so shameless. You dare to bark like a dog in front of me. As the master of a palace, do you still have any shame? Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and directly exposed the old things on the spot, humiliating and mocking the master of Shiangxing Palace mercilessly. For Qin Wentian, such old things were not something worth boasting about. He was too lazy to mention them. However, the master of Shiangxing Palace was indeed a little shameless. He dared to humiliate him continuously and wanted to laugh at him. Since that was the case, he would let him know what humiliation was. Sure enough, when these words came out, countless people were shocked. When they whispered and kept talking, their eyes turned from Qin Wentian to the master of Shiangxing Palace. Such a fight had actually broken out between the two. As the direct disciple of the Lord of the Changsheng Realm, the palace master of Shiangxing Palace could not even take Qin Wentian's sword. Even the Lord of the Changsheng Realm frowned and looked at the palace master of Shiangxing Palace. At that time, the palace master of Shiangxing Palace did not explain it to him in this way. Feeling the gazes of the Lord of the Changsheng Realm and countless people, the palace master of Shiangxing Palace's face instantly turned ashen, revealing a bit of ferociousness, staring at Qin Wentian and said, "You are so presumptuous, talking nonsense like this, ruining my reputation." Deny? Qin Wentian stared at him and smiled coldly. It seems that you really didn't mention it to the Realm Master. Since you said that I was talking nonsense, then, in front of the Realm Master, I will challenge you again. If you can take my move, I will admit defeat and apologize on the spot. If not, I will not show mercy like I did in the past. I will directly kill you, the shameless one, with my sword, so as not to continue to smear the reputation of the Realm Master. The face of the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace was distorted, but he did not dare to fight. Obviously, he was still frightened. Seeing this scene, how could everyone not understand that what Qin Wentian said was actually true? What a terrible Palace Master Li Hou. Many people were shocked. 100 years ago, he was just an immortal emperor, standing on the battlefield to fight. At that time, he was just a small figure to the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace. But now, only 100 years have passed, and he actually scolded the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace on the spot, and defeated him with a sword. What kind of strength is this? The Sword Soul Sect's people also twitched. Qin Wentian was so powerful. If he was not removed, he would be a trouble. Fortunately, the Realm Master might move him today. Sure enough, the Changsheng Realm Master was extremely unhappy at this time. The Shiangxing Palace Master was humiliated by Qin Wentian on the spot and was defeated in one blow. This was also a loss of face for him. Qin Wentian, is this a counterattack against him? Qin Wentian, let's talk about this later. I've already said that, let's let everyone enjoy the dancers dance first. The Lord of the Immortal Realm pulled the topic back and changed the subject. The accounts behind will be settled slowly. Reporting to the Lord of the Realm, we can't talk about it later. I have something to report to the Lord of the Realm. Qin Wentian said, it's about me and Bei Mingyu Wang. The Lord of the Immortal Realm's eyes flashed, and he said, you say. He wanted to hear what Qin Wentian wanted to say. In fact, Bei Mingyu Wang and I are not real senior brothers and sisters, but we have both received guidance from a senior, so we can be considered half-senior brothers and sisters. When we came to the Tegu Immortal Realm, we encountered some troubles. At that time, my cultivation was still low. In order to get around better, Bei Mingyu Wang pretended to be my senior sister. Later, the two of us have always claimed this identity to the outside world. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. The lord of the Changsheng realm naturally knew about it. The corners of his mouth slightly raised a sharp meaning. Qin Wentian, are you going to confess and plead guilty? Qin Wentian was also observing the lord of the Changsheng realm. Seeing his expression, Qin Wentian understood that the lord of the Changsheng realm really knew about it. No wonder he took your Kai and I as a hostage. Then what? The lord of the Changsheng realm asked coldly. Although Bei Mingyu Wang and I are not senior sisters and brothers, we have experienced life and death together in the Tegu immortal realm. Our feelings are better than senior sisters and brothers. When I killed the previous Lihero Palace Master, when the lord of the realm was considering how to deal with it, he told Yu Wang that he could consider letting me take over the position of Lihero Palace Master, and at the same time proposed to take her as a concubine. Because of me, Bei Mingyu Wang actually preferred to sacrifice herself and agreed to the lord of the realm with humiliation. Today, the lord of the realm will announce this news. Therefore, I said all this to tell the lord of the realm that this matter is absolutely impossible. I will not let Bei Mingyu Wang do this. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. How dare you? The face of the lord of the Changsheng realm had completely turned cold. Qin Wentian spoke for him, and the tone of his voice was that he was threatening Bei Mingyu Huang to be his concubine. He even used words that Bei Mingyu Huang sacrificed himself and compromised. How unreasonable. The palace master of Shiangxing Palace shouted angrily, a pair of dogs and bitches, how dare you insult my master like this? It is her honor that my master took her as a concubine. It is also a favor to her that I grant you the position of palace master. I didn't expect that you two dogs and bitches would collude with each other, repay kindness with enmity, and dare to slander my master like this. You deserve to be killed. Honor? Favor. Qin Wentian sneered, the lord of the realm is so old, but he is still so lustful and despicable. You two, master and disciple, are really alike. Do you still have any shame? Qin Wentian's voice was like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 1741, The First Bird. Qin Wentian's voice was not loud, but every word struck hard at everyone's heart. Today was the once-in-a-century feast of the Changsheng realm. Today, many people could see their faith figure, the Changsheng realm master. Today was the greatest grand event of the Changsheng realm. However, on such a day, Qin Wentian, the palace master under the Changsheng realm master, publicly insulted the Changsheng realm master for being old and lustful, mean, and shameless. They dared not even think about insulting the realm master, but at this moment, someone did it, and many people did not even react. They came to attend the feast and to see what kind of geniuses would appear in this grand event, but they did not expect that they would see a huge uproar. In the history of the Changsheng realm, such a thing had obviously never happened. Never before, let alone such public insults, even accusations, no one dared, because it was the high and mighty realm master, the master of the Changsheng realm, who dared to be disrespectful? Many people were trembling. Even the masters of the major palaces did not expect it to be so fierce. Qin Wentian's counterattack was so sharp and direct. Lend me a woman's dance, then I will insult you in public, a lecherous and shameless person. The people of the top forces such as the Sword Soul sect were also stunned. Is this guy looking for death? Countless eyes looked at the Lord of the Longevity Realm. They were wondering what the Lord of the Longevity Realm was thinking at this moment. I'm afraid that the killing intent was overwhelming. The Lord of the Longevity Realm was still sitting there. He didn't say anything. Even he was shocked by Qin Wentian's words. Who is he? The master of the Longevity Realm? He could never have imagined that Qin Wentian dared to insult him in public. Even if Qin Wentian was cut into pieces, what would happen? Today, his reputation has been damaged. At this moment, he was thinking about how to deal with Qin Wentian, his woman, and his family. Many of the most vicious punishment methods suddenly came to his mind. He wanted to make Qin Wentian regret living in this world. The palace master of Shiangxing Palace was angry at first, and then he had a strong killing intent in his heart. Qin Wentian was doomed to die this time. No one could save him. Even if he was really the disciple of the realm master Yi, so what? Yi's disciple insulted a realm master of the same level like this. If he was killed, what could Yi say? Qin Wentian was doomed to die. What he had to do now was to restore the reputation of the Changsheng realm master. The people of the world were watching. Today's events would spread throughout the Changsheng realm in a very short time. If Qin Wentian's words were confirmed, the Changsheng realm master, the supreme figure of faith, would bear an indelible stain. Realm master, I request that the palace master of Lihero be captured and killed on the spot. The palace master of Lonqi Palace said. I, the Sword Soul sect, am willing to serve the realm master at the service of the dog and horse. The sect master of the Sword Soul sect stood up and spoke in person. I also request that Qin Wentian be killed and everyone around him be captured. The Lord of Jiutian Palace expressed his opinion. Then, many forces stood up one after another, filled with righteous indignation, as if the person Qin Wentian insulted was not the Lord of Changsheng realm, but them. At this time, of course, they had to stand up and speak for the Lord of Realm and show their loyalty. The vast space was in uproar. In this noise, some people noticed that the two heavyweights, the Lord of Huangshan Palace and the Lord of Zuinian Palace, did not say anything. Of course, it is also possible that they do not need to say much, and they are definitely on the side of the Lord of Realm, just waiting for the Lord of Realm's order. At this time, the Lord of Changsheng Realm raised his hand, and everyone was silent and quiet. His power was obvious. Northern Dark Emperor. The Lord of the Longevity Realm suddenly spoke, looking at the Northern Dark Emperor, and said, "You know best what happened back then. I did hesitate whether to let Qin Wentian take over the position of the Lord of the Lihuro Palace. In my opinion, there are other people who can be considered. And I want to take you as my woman because I admire you. I asked for your opinion, and you didn't object. Otherwise, would I, the Lord of the Longevity Realm, force you, a woman? And Qin Wentian, you killed the previous Lord of the Lihuro Palace, and I didn't care. I even let you take the position of the Lord of the Lihuro Palace and gave you Yikai. However, I didn't know you had such a relationship with the Northern Dark Emperor. You could have told me directly. Why would I care about you? Why do you slander me? Master, this pair of dogs not only had an affair, but they also dared to fulfill Master's promise and agreed to Master's request. I'm afraid what they were plotting was the position of the Palace Master of Lihuro Palace. Now, seeing that the day when Bei Mingyu Wang agreed to marry Master is approaching, they have regretted it and are repaying kindness with enmity and slandering Master. Master must never forgive such despicable villains." The Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace cooperated and spoke, and the two of them sang the same tune, as if Qin Wentian and Bei Mingyu Wang were the real villains who were repaying kindness with enmity. Excellent. Qin Wentian praised, "There is nothing wrong between Yao Huang and me. I, Qin Wentian, am upright. How could I not even recognize my own woman? Yikai is my woman. I entered Lihuro Palace for her. The Realm Master knows this very well. Moreover, I also announced it in Lihuro Palace on the day I succeeded to the position of Palace Master. The Realm Master must know this. However, what is the intention of the Realm Master to put my woman under house arrest in Changsheng Palace? Is this also a favor to me?" The Realm Master called my woman a dancer and asked her to dance in public. Everyone responded with frivolous words. "Is this also a favor to me?" Changsheng Realm Master, just one thing is enough to let the world know what kind of person you are. Otherwise, the two fairies around you are outstandingly beautiful. How about you let them come out to dance for the world to appreciate? Qin Wentian said indifferently. "You dare to disrespect the fairies?" The Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace shouted angrily. "I heard that the harem of the Lord of the Immortal Realm is full of beauties. What can a dance between the two fairies do? Of course, maybe the two fairies were threatened by the Lord of the Immortal Realm and had to enter the harem. If so, Qin apologizes to the two fairies." Qin Wentian said, "Still want to clear his name? Is it possible?" The Lord of the Immortal Realm suddenly laughed and said, "I have lived for countless years. As a Lord of a realm, I have met many beauties in these countless years. There are so many beauties in the harem, why not? There are countless beauties in the world who want to be my woman. Do I need to threaten them? Today's feast in the Immortal Realm is supposed to be a happy thing, but I didn't expect someone to disturb my elegance. Who'll help me take down this traitor?" The Lord of the Immortal Realm said lightly. "I am willing to serve the Realm Master." In an instant, many powerful people from large forces stood up and expressed their willingness to take action. The Realm Master of Longevity still sat there. There were some things that he didn't need to do personally, which was beneath his status. With his status, one order was enough. He wanted to see who gave Qin Wentian the courage to do this. In an instant, countless powerful people stepped out and surrounded the high platform where the Lihuro Palace was located. At this moment, countless people on the high platform of the Lihuro Palace changed color, including many emperors and leaders of the Lihuro Palace, and many powerful people from large forces who came. Although they came with Qin Wentian, They were unwilling to follow Qin Wentian to face the wrath of the Realm Master of Longevity. Qin Wentian was probably crazy and looking for death. They didn't want to bury themselves. Someone immediately said, although I am the Emperor of Lihuro Palace, I am also a subordinate of the Realm Master. I have never dared to commit such a treasonous thing. Please forgive me, the Realm Master. People who have nothing to do with you, come out. I won't pursue you. The Changsheng Realm Master said lightly. He was not stingy to show his magnanimity at this time. In an instant, many emperors left one after another. Those who had followed Qin Wentian to the lower realm hesitated. They also felt that Qin Wentian's behavior today was too crazy. Did they really have to follow Qin Wentian? Although they had secretly vowed to follow Qin Wentian, at this moment, life and death were at stake. The person opposite was the Changsheng Realm Master, so they had to be cautious. Soon, someone left, and Qin Wentian did not stop them. The number of people on the high platform of Lihuro Palace continued to decrease. It would be strange if they didn't escape at this time, so as not to suffer the disaster. They didn't want to die with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, surrender. The leader of the Sword Soul sect personally took action, and the sword intent on his body was extremely sharp. Qin Wentian looked at the strong men from all sides who were surrounding him, and just glanced at the sky. The desolate Heaven Palace, Jiutian Palace, and Helen Clan still did not act rashly at this time. Before Qin Wentian showed his strength to compete with the Realm Master, they would not stand up. Even if they wanted to support Qin Wentian, they had to make Qin Wentian have enough strength, otherwise, they would die with him. You are so stupid. Qin Wentian stared at the leader of the Sword Soul sect and said, which made the leader's eyes sharper and his sword intent stronger, as if the sword spirit of the sages appeared and descended from nothingness, and the sword intent was cold and murderous. Today, since I came here, I want to compete with the Lord of the Longevity Realm. You are so eager to make achievements and flatter the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Have you ever thought about what will happen to your Sword Soul sect if I have the ability to compete with the Lord of the Longevity Realm? Qin Wentian's words made the Sword Soul sect's master's face change again and again, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that Qin Wentian came here today with preparations and backing people to compete with the Lord of the Realm? He still didn't dare to think that Qin Wentian himself could have such an ability. Just because your Sword Soul sect echoed the frivolous words of the Lord of the Longevity Realm to my woman before, from now on, there will be no Sword Soul sect in the world. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his white clothes fluttered, and light shone out. These straight rays of light instantly shone on the body of the Sword Soul sect's master. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and the crowd was shocked to see that the Sword Soul sect's leader's body was riddled with holes in an instant, and then it was constantly becoming empty, as if it was about to turn into countless fragments. At this moment, the Sword Soul sect's leader showed endless panic on his face. He looked at Qin Wentian in horror, with endless regret in his heart. From now on, there will be no more Sword Soul sect in the world. No. Sword Soul sect roared in fear, and then his body became more and more empty. With a light sound, it turned directly into fragments and dust, and disappeared. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. I heard that you have another holiday. I'm so envious. Wuhan also wants to have a good holiday, but thinking that he is so handsome and so dedicated, how can he be lazy just because of the holidays? Humph. Chapter 1742, Rebellion of the Four Palaces. Qin Wentian took a small step forward. In an instant, all the strong men who came to encircle and suppress him retreated in fear. Their faces showed horror, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. The leader of the Sword Soul sect was such a powerful figure, an extraordinary existence. A beam of light shot out from Qin Wentian's body, and he was annihilated, without any ability to resist. At this moment, many people suddenly realized that this time Qin Wentian insulted the Lord of the Longevity Realm in public, not to seek death, but that he might have entered the legendary realm. The masters of the Nine Realms Palace and the extraordinary people of many top forces trembled in their hearts. How could this be possible? In just 100 years, could this really be done? Unheard of. Below, the endless strong men were all stunned and shocked. Was this new Lord of the Fire Palace going to go against the will of heaven? The elegant white-clothed man was peerless. He had risen in the feast of the immortal realm before. Now, it was another feast of the immortal realm. This time, he was going to compete. With what Qin Wentian had said just now, how could everyone not understand that the person he was going to compete with would be the Lord of the immortal realm? Heavenly heart consciousness. At this time, The Lord of the Immortal Realm, who was sitting on the throne, uttered a voice, his eyes fixed on Qin Wentian. He had not expected that Qin Wentian was not coming here to die, but was well prepared and came for him. When Qin Wentian insulted him, he thought that Qin Wentian might be relying on the people behind him. As a figure at the level of a realm lord, the Lord of the Immortal Realm knew how difficult it was to step into this realm. The more he knew, the less he dared to imagine. In just 100 years, he had leapt from an intermediate immortal emperor to a realm lord. What kind of concept was this? Hearing the words heavenly heart consciousness, all the extraordinary figures trembled in their hearts. Of course, they understood the meaning of these 4 words. Heavenly heart consciousness was the symbol of the power of the realm lord. Qin Wentian, was he already a realm lord? The face of the palace master of Xiangxing Palace could no longer be described as ugly. Of course, he had never expected it, not even in his dreams. He only then understood what Qin Wentian meant when he said he was not qualified. Now, he was indeed not qualified to have an equal dialogue with Qin Wentian. The people of the Helen clan were extremely uneasy. Helen Jiangshan was trembling with fear. The young were to be feared. There were many outstanding young men in the world. He suddenly felt that he was really old. Once, he saw Qin Wentian and Jiutian step into the extraordinary Zhulihuo Palace Master at the same time. Today, he saw Qin Wentian comprehend the Xiangxin consciousness and kill the Sword Soul Sect Master with one blow. Helen Yunshan, Helen Yunhei, Helen Qiuai and others were speechless and just stared at the young man in a daze. Is this his confidence? The eyes of the Zhulihuo Palace Master were sharp. He had experienced Qin Wentian's sharpness in the ancient Qingxuan world destruction battlefield. But even so, he could not hide his shock at this moment. It seemed that he had an adventure in the world destruction battlefield. He came back prepared this time. But even so, if Qin Wentian did not die, his future achievements would definitely far exceed the Changsheng Realm Master. If he had to choose who to follow, of course, it would be more promising to follow Qin Wentian. Even so, he was still hesitating and struggling in his heart. He wanted to stand up. This was naturally the best time. Otherwise, once the situation became clear, it would be meaningless. This might be a gamble. Jiutian sent a message to the Zhulihuo people. He decided to take it seriously today and would not act rashly, but now, it might be time to stand in line. Countless people had their own thoughts in their hearts. No one noticed a fear and regret in the hearts of many powerful people in the Sword Soul sect at this moment. They witnessed the sect master being killed in one blow. Now, they can only pray that the realm master can kill Qin Wentian. Otherwise, his Sword Soul sect will be the first to be destroyed by Qin Wentian and will really cease to exist. No wonder you dare to be so presumptuous. It turns out that you have some confidence to slander me just for rebellion. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said indifferently. At this time, he still did not forget to wash his reputation. Lord of the Immortal Realm, since you are despicable by nature, why do you refuse to admit it again and again? With your despicable character, you have been sitting in this position for so many years, and I don't know how many people have been wronged. Today, you should abdicate. Qin Wentian said calmly, but this calm voice was like a thunder. Today, you should abdicate. Zhulihuo Palace Master Qin Wentian asked the Lord of the Immortal Realm to abdicate and wanted to replace him. What a big tone! Just because you have comprehended the Xiangxin consciousness and stepped into this realm, you think you can defeat me, and you want the entire immortal realm with your people. Qin Wentian, your ambition is too big, and it is exposed too early, and it is destined to fail. The Lord of the Immortal Realm is worthy of being a master of the realm. Even at this moment, there are still not too many emotional fluctuations, giving people the feeling that he is as calm as a mountain. You should indeed abdicate. At this moment, a cold voice was heard, and the eyes of the Lord of the Longevity Realm flashed, and a cold light burst out, looking in a certain direction. When everyone saw who was speaking, they were all shocked. The Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace. The hearts of those who came to watch the feast were trembling wildly. Today, they came to watch the feast, but they saw a real uproar. Is it going to break out now? The Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace has always been the first Lord of the Nine Realms Palace. Now, he has stood up and spoken for Qin Wentian, accusing the Lord of the Longevity Realm of abdicating. The two Lords of the Nine Realms Palace rebelled. One is the legendary figure Qin Wentian, who rose like a comet and was arrogant. The other is the Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace, the First Lord. Wang Zan, you are so insolent. The Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace said coldly, Master promised you the position of Palace Master and even wanted to accept you as a disciple and treat you as a disciple, but you also developed a rebellious heart. Treat me as a disciple. The Palace Master of Huangshan Palace, Wang Zan, sneered, I can live to this day, all thanks to the protection of women. The world thinks that I am the #1 Palace Master of Wangzan Jiuji Palace. Who knows that I am just a coward who dares not even compete for my own woman. Lord of Changsheng Realm, you took away my beloved back then, and you have been on guard against me. When the day comes that I threaten you, I am afraid it will be the end of your life. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so despicable and shameless, and use this method to deal with others. Today, I would rather be laughed at by the world, even if I may perish here, to expose your despicable and shameless character. The Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace, Wang Zan, had endured for too long. Now, someone finally stood up to fight against the Lord of the Immortal Realm. He didn't want to endure it anymore. He knew that if he told this story, he would be tarnished and even ridiculed, but he didn't care. Even if the Lord of the Immortal Realm won today and killed Qin Wentian, the stigma of the Lord of the Immortal Realm would spread throughout the Immortal Realm. Unless he killed all the people who came today, but this was obviously impossible. How many people came to participate in the grand event today? If he did so, his end would be miserable. The crowd was in an uproar again. The Lord of the Immortal Realm actually snatched the beloved woman of the Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace. This was simply so. Everything Qin Wentian said was true. The Lord of the Immortal Realm was such a despicable person. At this time, many people felt that their faith collapsed and their worldviews were overturned. Yes, those supreme beings, they live in legends, unattainable, but they are actually human beings. As long as they are human beings, they have greed and desire. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm, he is lustful, and for this, he does not hesitate to use despicable means to get it. He believes that the entire Changsheng Realm belongs to him, and as long as he likes a woman, he must get it, even if it is a woman under his command. In this way, Qin Wentian was indeed forced to rebel by him. Just as Qin Wentian said, the Lord of the Changsheng Realm imprisoned Yi Qianyu in the Changsheng Palace, and he had to rebel because of Yi Qianyu's dance. It seems that you have been planning for a long time, and have already secretly joined forces to destroy my reputation at all costs. If you want my position, come and grab it. Why do you have to do this? Changsheng Realm said lightly, with a calm tone, as if what Qin Wentian and the Lord of the Desolate Palace said were all slander, and he certainly would not admit it. Master, you don't have to deny it. The old people knew about this. Although you are high and mighty, it is also true that you are a mean person. You should abdicate. At this time, Helen Jiangshan, who was at the Lihoro Palace, also spoke up. Everyone noticed that this time Helen Jiangshan and his men were not sitting on a high platform in Changsheng City, but at the Lihoro Palace. Who else has teamed up with Qin Wentian? Come out. I don't mind a few more clowns. At this moment, the master of Changsheng Realm still suppressed his anger, which shows how terrible his endurance is. Speaking of this, I also remember some things from the past. The Gemini Palace Master spoke at this time, looked at the Longevity Realm Master and said, Longevity Realm Master, you should remember that you and my master used to have a very good relationship. At that time, you were humble and polite, and extremely friendly to the master. You invited the master to go to a secret realm to snatch treasures together. After going through dangerous situations and succeeding, you kept it all for yourself. After the master saw through your character, he began to distance himself from you. You felt guilty and proposed that the two of us take the position of the Gemini Palace Master. But the position of Palace Master is nothing compared to what you covet. That is a divine weapon in the realm. Another Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace stood up, and the uninformed people realized that the Master of the Gemini Palace Master was also an extraordinary person, at the same level as the Longevity Realm Master. I wonder if you has heard of his reputation. Seeing that both Desolate Heaven Palace and Gemini Palace stood up, the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace made a decision in his heart. Desolate Zan was the strongest person in Nine Realms Palace, and the Master of Gemini Palace was Yi. It was time for him to stand on the side. He knew that he could not be alone. If he did not stand on Qin Wentian's side, if Qin Wentian finally had the last laugh, their Zuanilan clan would be miserable. He had to make a choice now. My ancestors once followed a Realm Master to conquer the Changsheng Realm, and have been serving the Realm Master for all these years. However, today I have to stand up and say that what the Palace Masters said is true. It is true that you, the Realm Master, have the highest cultivation level, and it is also true that you have a low character. It is better to step down from this 100-year feast today. You are no longer suitable to sit in that position. The Palace Master of Jiutian Palace chose to stand on Qin Wentian's side. The Palace Master of Qanshu Palace in 9 Realms Palace has fallen. In fact, there are only 8 Palace Masters left now. Among the remaining 8 Palace Masters, 4 Realm Palaces rebelled and forced the Changsheng Realm Master to abdicate, namely, Desolate Heaven Palace, Jiutian Palace, Gemini Palace, and Lihuro Palace. The strength of these 4 palaces is stronger than the remaining 4 palaces. This century-long feast of the immortal world is truly earth-shattering. Chapter 1743 Yi. Desolate Heaven Palace, the first palace of the 9 Realms Palace. Jiutian Palace, the original existence that followed the Lord of the Changsheng Realm, is ranked as the 3 strongest palaces along with Desolate Heaven Palace and Shiangxing Palace. Gemini Palace is also very powerful, with 2 palace masters, both of whom are not simple. As for Lihuro Palace, in fact, it has surpassed Desolate Heaven Palace. Just because Qin Wentian is there, he alone is enough. Therefore, in fact, the weight of these 4 palaces has far exceeded the 4 palaces of Shiangxing Palace, Qian Palace, Longqi Palace and Zhengjin Palace. This means that the people under the Lord of the Changsheng Realm rebelled and made him abdicate, and there were more people who supported him. Such a scene happened before their eyes. How could it not be earth-shattering? And it completely stunned everyone, staring at the sky. At this moment, those who were waiting to see Qin Wentian laugh and thought that Qin Wentian was looking for death were also completely confused. Some of them could not see the situation clearly. How could this happen? They had all thought that Qin Wentian was looking for death, but in the blink of an eye, there were so many powerful people supporting Qin Wentian. Those who had followed the Realm Master to tease Yikai were already dumbfounded and regretted it in their hearts. If the Changsheng Realm Master abdicated today, the consequences for them could be imagined. They secretly cursed themselves for being stupid. What was the point of following the crowd? The Changsheng Realm Master would not look up to them. Now, they had offended Qin Wentian to death. Those emperors who had fled from the Lihuro Palace because of the Changsheng Realm Master's words were also completely dumbfounded. What was going on? There were actually 3 palace masters supporting Qin Wentian. This scene made them feel a little similar to the Lihuro Palace back then. If what happened in the Lihuro Palace back then happened again and also happened in the Changsheng Realm, what would their ending be? Thinking of this, they all felt panic. Now, they only hoped that the Changsheng Realm Master could wipe out Qin Wentian, otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Very good. The face of the Lord of the Immortal Realm darkened. The 4 palaces rebelled, and there was also the top power of the Helen clan. Since the Lord of the Jiutian Palace rebelled, the Jiutian clan naturally followed suit, which meant that there were 2 top powers. This weight was already very heavy, and the masters of the major palaces accused him of being despicable, which made him understand that his reputation in the immortal realm was completely ruined and could not be washed clean. This seat has treated you well. What conditions did he promise to make you betray this seat? In this case, I will fulfill your wish. All those who participated in the rebellion today will be killed, and their family forces will be sanctioned. Even if you betray this seat, be prepared to pay the price. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said coldly. He stood up from the throne. In an instant, an extremely terrifying force enveloped a vast space. It was the power of the heart of the world, the realm of the heart. Everyone felt that they were in a wonderful territory. They seemed to be able to feel the anger of the Lord of the Immortal Realm and the terrible flame burning in his heart. After so many years, Changshen, you are still the same. Once you get angry, you can't hide the expression on your face. Just at this moment, a voice came, and the Lord of the Changsheng Realm looked condensed and looked into the void. At this moment, his eyes were extremely sharp, and he said, "It turns out that old friends have arrived. I was wondering where they got the courage to betray. It turns out that you are the one who controls everything behind the scenes. Now, do you want to seize the entire Changsheng Realm? I am not as obsessed with power as you are. You should understand this. I have never intervened in today's affairs. I am just an insider. My disciple reported it to me, so I came back to take a look." The voice in the void remained. Countless people looked up at the void. Who on earth had arrived and actually had an equal dialogue with the Lord of the Changsheng Realm? In the void, a figure slowly condensed. This person was wearing a simple robe, and there was nothing strange about his outfit. He looked middle-aged, heroic, and his whole body was full of heroic spirit. "Meet the master." The Lord of the Gemini Palace bowed and shouted. At this moment, many people knew the identity of the visitor. Yi, a powerful person at the Realm Master level, was a friend of the former Changsheng Realm Master. Emperor Yi. Qin Wentian looked at the slender figure in the void. Although Yi looked middle-aged, he could vaguely see his handsome outline. When he was young, he must have been an extremely handsome man. Junior Qin Wentian, I pay my respects to Senior Yi. Qin Wentian bowed to Emperor Yi. He and Yi had a long-standing relationship. Now, he finally got to see this legendary figure, the ancient emperor-level powerhouse of the Qingxun land, a legendary figure praised by people. Yi glanced at Qin Wentian, and a flash of undisguised admiration flashed in his eyes as deep as the starry sky. Qin Wentian. Senior, do you know me? Qin Wentian said. Well, I already know about you. The young are formidable. You are much better than me. Yi said with a smile. In a sense, the young man in front of him was half of his successor, taking over his mantle, inheriting the position of the next generation of the Holy Lord, and inheriting the power of the God's hand. Senior, you are too kind. Perhaps you don't know me very well, but since the day I learned the secret technique in the ancient Emperor City, I feel as if I have an indissoluble bond with you. I often hear rumors about you, and now, I finally see you in person. Qin Wentian said with a smile. This feeling was very wonderful. The person who had always lived in legends appeared before his eyes. He didn't know that many people in Qingxun also felt the same way when they saw him. Are you disappointed? Yi said with a smile. Of course not. It is my honor to witness your demeanor with my own eyes. Qin Wentian said from the bottom of his heart. Haha, you have already comprehended the heavenly heart consciousness and are about to reach the same realm as me. There is no need to be so humble. Yi smiled and said to Qin Wentian. After hearing the conversation between the two, the Lord of the Changsheng realm realized that Qin Wentian was not Yi's disciple at all. They even met for the first time. So, everything was just his imagination. Yi, since you don't know what's going on here, what are your plans for coming back today? At this time, the Lord of the Immortal Realm spoke up, interrupting his conversation with Qin Wentian. If you wanted to deal with him, it would be a bit troublesome. Qin Wentian, however, also comprehended the heavenly heart consciousness. As long as Yi could restrain him, no one else could stop Qin Wentian. Countless people were stunned. The situation seemed to have changed in an instant. A being of the same level as the Lord of the Immortal Realm appeared, and he had a very good relationship with Qin Wentian. He was also the master of the Gemini Palace Master. If he intervened, who said that the Lord of the Immortal Realm could not be brought down today? Yi glanced at the Lord of the Longevity Realm, and then said to Qin Wentian, what are you going to do? Since you are here, please bear witness for me. Qin Wentian said, I was originally the Lord of the Lihuro Palace under the Lord of the Longevity Realm, but he bullied me too much. Back then, this position of Palace Master was actually obtained by threatening my good friend, the Nether Emperor, to be his concubine. Now, he has even humiliated my woman Yuqian in public. Today's matter is easy to resolve. The Lord of the Longevity Realm apologizes to the Northming Nether Emperor in public, and asks the two fairies around him to dance, and resigns from the position of Lord of the Longevity Realm and leaves the Longevity Realm, and I will not pursue it anymore. Qin Wentian's words stunned everyone. How could the Lord of the Longevity Realm agree to such a condition? The Lord of the Longevity Realm had a bit of sarcasm on his lips, and said coldly, you instigated my subordinates to rebel. Even if Yi protects you today, it still won't work. So, this conflict cannot be mediated. Yi said. In this case, I have no choice but to ask the Lord of the Longevity Realm for advice. Senior, please help me control this situation, so that the Lord of the Longevity Realm will not become desperate and kill the younger generations. I will not participate in the killing of the strong men of the Longevity Palace. Let them solve the following battle on their own. It's you and me. Qin Wentian formally challenged the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Just when many people thought that Qin Wentian's backer was Yi, and that he would join forces with Yi to target the Lord of the Longevity Realm, he alone issued a declaration of war to the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Indeed, for a person of his level, if he attacked other people below, it would be a massacre. However, Qin Wentian was not afraid. Even if Yi did not come, this was the Hall of Longevity. In the Hall of Longevity, There were the family members of the Lord of the Longevity Realm, the harem was still there, and there were many descendants. Did he have any scruples? Unless he killed Qin Wentian first, otherwise, as long as he showed a power that threatened him, the Lord of the Longevity Realm should not mess around. Of course, it would be best if you appeared and witnessed all this. You challenge me. The Lord of the Longevity Realm stared at Qin Wentian. You should have had an adventure in Qingsun in the lower realm. After entering this level, you are so anxious to prove your strength? In this case, I will fulfill your wish and let you know the price of arrogance. Once, the Lord of the Lihuro Palace was just like you, with a high opinion of himself. Now, he has been dead for many years. Qin Wentian said proudly. Haha, you actually compare me with the Lord of Lihuro Palace. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm laughed. His figure flashed and he went straight to the sky. In an instant, the sky above the crowd was bright, and endless light spread throughout the void. An extremely huge ancient tree covered the sky, blocking the sun, the moon, and the stars. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm, the title of Changshen, his realm heart is the Changsheng Realm heart. Be careful, the Lord of the Changsheng Realm has comprehended two kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. Yi said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and his figure was like a flash of lightning, rushing straight into the sky. Everyone below, listen to my order. For those who rebel, kill them on the spot. After this battle, we will reward them. Those who participated in the war from various major forces, if they have made meritorious contributions, will consider filing the vacancies of the 5 positions in the 9 Realms Palace. The voice of the Lord of the Changsheng Realm was transmitted to the land below. The 4 palace masters rebelled, 1 palace master fell, and the Changsheng Realm was missing the masters of the 5 palaces. Only one sentence from the Lord of the Longevity Realm made many top forces excited. An extraordinary strong man from the Sword Soul Sect said coldly, "We, the Sword Soul Sect, are willing to fight for the Lord of the Realm. Who is willing to join my Sword Soul Sect in exterminating the rebels?" For the Sword Soul Sect, they had no choice but to stand up. Chapter 1744 Extraordinary Legion. Although there are 4 palaces in the 9 Realms Palace that are in rebellion, there are still 4 Realms Palaces that are supporters of the Realm Lord. Moreover, there are many top forces in Changsheng City, plus many extraordinary figures who came to this feast. If they are all willing to stand on the side of Changsheng Realm Lord, this battle will still be bloodless, and Qin Wentian's subordinates will be defeated and the rebellion will be quelled. But the problem is that the outcome between Qin Wentian and Changsheng Realm Lord is still undecided, and Yi, a being of the same level as Changsheng Realm Lord, is still there. Who dares to say that Changsheng Realm Lord will definitely win? If someone stands up to punish Qin Wentian's subordinates, once the final victory belongs to Qin Wentian, the consequences will be unimaginable, and it will be a catastrophe. Of course, if Changsheng Realm Lord wins, they will also be able to get a lot. If they can choose, many forces would rather give up what they get from winning and are unwilling to participate in this huge storm, but in fact many forces have no choice, such as the other 4 realm palaces. If they do not participate in the war, Changsheng Realm Lord will just let them go if they win, and Qin Wentian will win. Even if Qin Wentian does not kill them, he will let others take their place. Those forces that are not under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Immortal Realm are relatively fine. If Qin Wentian wins, he should not cause them trouble, but if the Lord of the Immortal Realm wins, he will definitely suppress them. Therefore, for many forces now, it is a dilemma. In the Hall of Immortals, many people with extraordinary temperaments appeared, both men and women. They are the family members of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. With such a big thing happening, they naturally have to come out. Seeing these people appear, several major forces came out one after another, with a mighty force, strong people like clouds, and many extraordinary people. These forces have an unbreakable relationship with the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Among them, several major forces sent extremely outstanding women in their clans to the Hall of Immortals. They are one of the beauties in the harem of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. There are also many beauties who married the descendants of the Lord of the Immortal Realm and some big figures in the Hall of Immortals. Therefore, there are still a lot of people participating in the war. Rebels will be killed without mercy. You have all received favors from the Realm Lord and are powerful people in your area. Now, do you want to protect yourself? A beautiful woman with a transcendent temperament and extraordinary power bloomed. Many people did not know her, But those in the top forces knew that this woman was a favorite concubine of the Changsheng realm lord. She was powerful and beautiful. She had a very high status in the harem of the Changsheng palace and could influence the affairs of the Changsheng palace. As soon as she finished speaking, many forces came out. Someone said, "That's right. The Lihuro Palace has launched a rebellion. At this time, we should fight for the realm lord, quell the rebellion, and kill the rebels." At this time, another extremely beautiful woman flashed over. She looked in the direction of the palace lord of the desolate heaven palace with her beautiful eyes, and her face turned pale. Bu. Wang Zan saw his beloved woman appear, and his heart ached slightly. She was already the concubine of the Changsheng realm lord. He was extremely conflicted. "Bitch, get out of here!" the beautiful woman yelled at Fairy Bu, who turned pale. Seeing this, Wang Zan released a violent aura and said coldly, "Lu Ji, you are so insolent." "Why, Wang Zan, you can't stand it. Could it be that you two have a private affair? Bu is really not a good woman. After this battle, I will definitely discipline her." Lu Ji said coldly. "I will kill you." Wang Zan's mighty aura swept out. He stepped into the air and rushed straight to the other party. However, the palace master of Xiangxing Palace shot out like lightning and blocked the other party. The sword was born and cut through the void. "Follow me to kill, to repay the kindness of the lord of the realm, and kill the traitors," the strong man of Jianhan sect shouted, boosting morale and wanting more people to join the battle. "Fight!" the palace master of Jiutian Palace shouted. Now, he had to fight. Helen Jiangshan saw the mighty strong man of the other side and sighed in his heart. He didn't know whether the choice today was a blessing or a curse. He hoped that the Helen family would not be destroyed in his hands. With one step, Helen Jiangshan rushed towards the crowd. His heart was extremely firm. The two strong men joined the battle at the same time. For a moment, above the void, a mighty aura swept across the world, and all the strong men below changed color. They never thought that the century-old feast of the Changsheng realm would turn into what it is now, and a shocking war would break out. Qin Wentian is not doing well. Although Yi appeared, he should not participate in this battle. The foundation of the Changsheng realm for countless years is still not something that the Lihuro Palace can contend with, even if Qin Wentian launched the 4 palaces. The crowd said inwardly. Although the outcome of this battle was determined by the victory or defeat between the Changsheng realm lord and Qin Wentian, it would be too cruel if all of Qin Wentian's subordinates were killed. At this time, suddenly, among the crowd below, a series of figures shot out through the air, like lightning, at a speed so fast that it was unbelievable. One of them seemed to have a world behind him, embracing everything and ruling the world. He headed straight for the Sword Soul sect, shooting out like an arrow from a bow. In that world, endless sources of power suddenly erupted, transforming into the power of the primitive world, like the beginning of chaos and the advent of doomsday. The expression of the extraordinary figure who had just encouraged the morale of the Sword Soul sect changed drastically. He saw many sources of power coming at the same time, covering the sky and the sun. A pair of fists, like a world, smashed at him. The sage sword souls burst out crazily, turning into sword intents that destroyed the world. However, when the phantoms of the sages collided with that fist, they were all shattered and dissipated. The world-destroying fist light directly hit his head. The last thought came to his mind, the Sword Soul sect is over. Who is that? Many people were horrified. Looking at the figure that appeared, it turned out to be a handsome young man who looked very young, but at this moment he was like a king, ruling the world. In another direction, a giant golden beast appeared. He was made of gold and looked very majestic, like the king of all beasts. He opened his mouth and roared, turning into a force that swallowed the sky. Many of the other strong men felt that their bodies were out of control and rushed towards the big mouth of the other party. No. Someone was horrified and was about to be swallowed by the big mouth of the beast. In another direction, a group of demons appeared. They had great demonic power. Some demons emitted a bloody judgment light and used the power of judgment on the strong men of the Sword Soul sect. There were dark demons who appeared directly behind the other party and dragged the other party into the darkness to kill. There were also demons who summoned the devil to come and kill everything. Not only that, at this moment, there were figures that kept rising into the air and shooting into the void to join the battle. They seemed to appear out of thin air, hiding in the crowd, and had been forbearing until this moment, when they burst out with amazing power. They appeared directly in various battlefields, with the most people in the Sword Soul sect battlefield, Only because Qin Wentian personally said that the Sword Soul sect would cease to exist, so the Sword Soul sect endured the strongest attack. They had also been the most clamorous before, but in just a blink of an eye, the Sword Soul sect encountered a real catastrophe. The people of the Sword Soul sect had only endless fear and despair. What kind of existence had they angered? The Sword Soul sect's leader's previous ridicule of Jiutian had brought about a catastrophe for the entire Sword Soul sect. Many people in the Sword Soul sect had a strong hatred for the leader before they died, hating him for involving the entire Sword Soul sect in this storm. Even if the Lord of the Changsheng realm finally won, it would not matter. They could no longer see it. Who are they? The countless people below were horrified. Where did this extraordinary army come from? Although the extraordinary strong men are above the Emperor realm and half a step away from being realm masters, they are actually invisible. They have comprehended the source of the law, but have not truly transcended the level of the immortal Emperor. If they deliberately hide, even the realm masters cannot sense it. Therefore, no one knows that there is an extraordinary army hidden among the audience at this feast. Lu Ji's beautiful eyes froze there, and her face became extremely ugly. Those forces who stood out suddenly regretted it at this moment. The backup plan arranged by Qin Wentian was much more terrible than they imagined. Although they didn't know where these people came from, it was obvious that they were related to Qin Wentian. Those who had not yet come out to participate in the battle breathed a sigh of relief and decided not to participate in this storm. No matter what would happen in the future, they would not participate. The cost was too high. Not to mention the people of the Lord of the Changsheng realm, even the lords of the Desolate Heaven Palace, Zuanian Palace, Gemini Palace, and Helen were all stunned by such a change. Then they were excited. It seemed that Qin Wentian had already arranged everything, which made them more confident in Qin Wentian. This guy was simply a miracle. The Lord of the Zuanian Palace suddenly found that these people who were not noticeable in the crowd before seemed familiar. He had seen them before, and they were brought to the world destruction battlefield by Qin Wentian. He didn't care at all at that time, and he didn't care today. Until this moment, he really discovered that there were many extraordinary people among these people. But, isn't there almost no extraordinary people in the Qingxuan land? Could it be the battlefield of annihilation? Thinking of this, the heart of the Zuanian Palace Master trembled. What kind of opportunity did Qin Wentian have? Yi was standing in the void and watching quietly at this moment. His eyes looked at a figure in the void. The man held a divine bow and arrow and kept shooting terrible arrows, killing one person with one arrow. That person was Yu, his follower in the past. There were many people on the battlefield beside Yu who he felt a familiar breath. Obviously, they were all from the Fighting Saint clan. Qin Wentian did not treat the Fighting Saint clan badly. The achievements of these people were higher than those of the Fighting Saint clan around him. The Gemini Palace Masters also saw it naturally. They smiled in their eyes. The strong men of the same clan were also powerful. At this moment, they were full of gratitude to Qin Wentian in their hearts. Before, everyone thought that in the duel between the Realm Master and Qin Wentian, the forces of the Changsheng Realm Master would have an absolute advantage. However, they did not expect that the situation would change suddenly. Qin Wentian actually had an extraordinary army and crushed his opponent with absolute power. Today is the centennial feast of the Immortal Realm. Is the Immortal Realm really going to change? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1745, Battle of Changsheng. At the Feast of the Immortal Realm, people came to watch the ceremony. They did see many big figures, but they did not see the crowds worshipping the Immortal Realm Master, nor did they see the martial arts geniuses competing for the top spot, nor did they see the battle between the 9 Realm Palace Emperors. When they came here, they saw a shocking rebellion. Qin Wentian started the 4 Palaces Rebellion and commanded an extraordinary army. He himself had also comprehended the Heavenly Heart consciousness. I don't know if he has completed the leap to the realm of the Realm Master. The energy Qin Wentian exploded this time was even more fierce than the last time he was in the Lihuro Palace. He was unstoppable and wanted to take down the Immortal Realm in one fell swoop and replace it. Qin Wentian himself was the Lihuro Palace Master, and the martial arts world spoke with strength. If Qin Wentian defeated or even killed the Immortal Realm Master, There was no doubt that he would directly become the new realm master, and he would no longer need anyone's consent. He would be the master of this realm, ascend the throne, and become the supreme existence. He will even be able to change the name of the Changsheng realm. If he takes the throne, it will be a change of dynasty. Obviously, he will name this realm after his own title. The battle in the void is still going on. The extraordinary army that appeared is unstoppable. However, the Changsheng realm lord also has many extraordinary people. Although he was a little distracted and caught off guard before, if he reacted, he would still have the strength to fight. Although it was very reluctant, he still began to resist the opponent's crazy attack. The attack of Wang Zan, the master of Huangshan Palace, was extremely domineering. He fought against the master of Shiangxing Palace, the disciple of the Changsheng realm lord, and his moves were domineering and deadly. Fairy Bu didn't know what she felt when she saw this scene. Even if Wang Zan won in the end and she got free, so what? Could everything go back to the past? It was impossible. She already had the heir of the Changsheng realm lord. In that case, Wang Zan and her son would become enemies. Love, hate, and grudges are the most difficult things in the world to break. Wang Zan has been forbearing for many years, and it also takes great courage to break out today. High in the sky, the lord of the longevity realm was surrounded by ancient trees, blocking out the sky and the sun, like an ancient tree god. Now there was no longer the calmness in his eyes, and the cold murderous intent was no longer concealed. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, "I didn't expect that these people were brought out from the world destruction battlefield by you. No wonder you have comprehended the heavenly heart consciousness. What did you get from the world destruction battlefield? The world destruction battlefield is full of divine treasures. I have already told you that I have important matters and it is not convenient for me to come back, but you insisted on forcing me to return. Back then, the lord of the Lihao Palace died in my hands because he threatened me with Yi Qianayu. Why do you want to repeat the same mistake?" Qin Wentian said coldly. Ha, I know very well that if I hadn't thought you were Yi's disciple, I might have used you back then. Moreover, it was precisely because I knew the grudge between you and the Lord of Lihao Palace. After you killed the Lord of Lihao Palace, I wanted to get rid of you directly or expel you from the Changsheng realm. However, it's ridiculous that I actually thought that Bei Ming Yaohuang was your senior sister. I wanted to show you a favor and when you and Bei Ming Yaohuang over to my side. I didn't expect that you two were actually a pair of dogs and bitches, and in the end I still made you hate me. If I had known this would happen, why would I have raised a tiger to cause trouble?" the lord of the Changsheng realm said coldly. "Lord of the longevity realm, you are in a high position and you are used to it. You don't care about other people's feelings at all. I reiterate that there is nothing wrong between me and Bei Ming Yuang. Now we are standing on the opposite side of you. I, Qin Wentian, am upright and there is no need to lie. But even so, do you think that making her your concubine is a favor? Who do you think you are?" Qin Wentian said sarcastically. A despicable person will naturally not admit his despicableness. Today you see that you are deserted by your friends and relatives, and many of your subordinates have betrayed you. Is my appeal so strong? Do you all think that I will defeat you? It's just because you are against humanity and unpopular, but you are still complacent. Shut up. The lord of the longevity realm scolded coldly. Since you launched a rebellion, you should know the outcome of failure. Not only will you perish, but I will also make Bei Ming Yuang and Yi Qianayu pay the price. I heard that you also brought 2 beautiful wives to the Lihao Palace. This seat just wants to appreciate them. After you die, this seat will take care of them for you." The lord of the immortal realm was obviously enraged and no longer paid attention to his words. Despicable words came out of his mouth, revealing his true nature. "Ugly face," Qin Wentian said, his body bathed in endless glory. "Now, there is no point in saying more. There is only one battle, and the winner will be the king and the loser will be the bandit. I will do what I say," the lord of the immortal realm said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, ancient trees towered between heaven and earth. The whole world was the shadow of ancient trees. I saw that the sky above Qin Wentian, huge ancient trees fell from the sky, turned into endless ancient tree vines, covering the sky and the sun, inserted in the void, and blocked this world, leaving Qin Wentian nowhere to escape. "Kill!" the lord of the immortal realm shouted coldly, and those huge vines grew wildly, their tips comparable to the sharpest swords, and shot out madly at Qin Wentian, growing and killing Qin Wentian at an incredible speed. The heart of the world, the realm of the heart, within this realm, is all covered by the power of the consciousness of the heart of the immortal heaven, and there is nowhere to escape. Around Qin Wentian's body and under his feet, ancient vines also grew wildly, wrapping around his body and burying the void. In the understanding of the heart, there was no place to stop Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body suddenly bloomed with endless brilliance. This level of battle is a battle of the strength and use of the Jiutian consciousness. Endless light enveloped Qin Wentian's body, and everything in the place where it was illuminated turned into nothingness. The Jiutian consciousness that Qin Wentian comprehended was somewhat similar to Yang Yan, who had seen it in the One realm, but it was a fusion of light and the power of the sword source of law, plus the Jiutian consciousness born from his own understanding, and he named it Guangyan. This Jiutian consciousness has an extremely terrifying penetrating power. Although it did not integrate the power of space, it also added his understanding of space. When Guangyan's Jiutian consciousness was released, everything around it was directly shattered into nothingness, and those extremely solid vines that were wrapped around his body were burned. Moreover, Guangyan's Jiutian consciousness continued to penetrate everything and shine towards the Lord of the Changsheng realm. This was the first time that he used his heavenly heart consciousness to fight against a person at the level of a realm lord. He also wanted to see how strong his heavenly heart consciousness was compared to the power of other realm lords. The blocked space seemed to be broken by the power of Guangyan's heavenly heart consciousness. However, the next moment, the vines that covered the sky and the sun regenerated, dying and reborn and dying again. This heavenly heart consciousness was the heavenly heart consciousness of Changsheng. The realm lord of Changsheng even used this heavenly heart consciousness to deduce the realm heart, hoping that he would be immortal. It not only had a strong attack power, but also had a very strong recovery power. It was related to the power of the wood source of law and had a strong vitality. However, the realm lord of Changsheng did not look complacent at this moment. After a confrontation, he could feel that Qin Wentian's heavenly heart consciousness was very strong, and could even directly destroy his heavenly heart consciousness power. Moreover, he felt that Qin Wentian did not seem to have comprehended the realm heart. This was just the pure heavenly heart consciousness power attacking. You haven't entered the realm of realm lord yet. The realm lord of Changsheng stared at Qin Wentian and said, I want to break through the realm, and I could have done it before this battle with you. It's just that I'm not like you, with mediocre talent, who only comprehends an ordinary heavenly heart consciousness and then uses it to deduce the realm heart and enter the realm lord realm. Qin Wentian said proudly, mocking the Changsheng realm lord's talent. His words made the Changsheng realm lord look ugly, arrogant. Do you want to comprehend the transcendent heavenly heart consciousness and thus regenerate the realm heart? You are so arrogant, you probably don't have a chance. Since I knew I had to go to war with you but still didn't enter the realm lord realm, don't you understand what this means? I don't regard you, the Changsheng realm lord, as an opponent at all. You are not worthy. You are just an ordinary realm lord I killed before I entered the realm lord realm. Qin Wentian was still sarcastic. He did not comprehend the realm heart, but he could actually do it, but he didn't do it. There are many kinds of heavenly heart consciousness, but there is only one realm heart. Although it can be changed in the future, he wants to consolidate the foundation first and then seek development. When Jiutian knew about this, he also knew that he had misunderstood Qin Wentian, and the disappointment disappeared. This guy is very ambitious. Although he first comprehended the heavenly heart consciousness, it was just an attempt. He did not intend to deduce the realm heart after comprehending it and completely enter the realm lord realm. After Qin Wentian experienced various secret realms, he had a strong opinion on his own practice. Jiutian even knew that Qin Wentian did not need to intervene in the process of stepping into the realm lord. He let Qin Wentian comprehend it on his own, and he only needed to give him some advice occasionally. This world has never lacked geniuses, but most of them died because of arrogance. The Lord of the Immortal Realm spoke again. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Qin Wentian with endless ancient tree vines. Qin Wentian was still shining. Guangyan's heart consciousness was madly released in the opponent's heart field, constantly destroying the attacks that came to kill him, and hitting the Lord of the Immortal Realm, but the vines in front of the Lord of the Immortal Realm were madly dying and reborn, arranging a super strong defense for him. Go to hell. The Lord of the Immortal Realm stretched out his palm towards Qin Wentian and suddenly clenched it. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and Guangyan's heart consciousness penetrated and destroyed everything, but he saw that the shattered ancient vines did not completely disappear. With the Lord of the Immortal Realm's clenching, They turned into a dark green sticky substance, and it was like the air of nothingness, madly pouring into Qin Wentian's body. Corrosion. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said coldly. Every wisp of air that entered Qin Wentian's body turned into destructive corrosive force, corroding Qin Wentian's body. His flesh rotted directly and his wounds expanded rapidly. Guangyan's heavenly heart consciousness was released frantically, trying to expel and purify this power. The Lord of the Immortal Realm sneered, and he stretched out his palm. Endless dark green sticky substances gathered around Qin Wentian frantically, burying him in it. The reason why he comprehended the heart of the immortal realm was that he could allow other forces to die and be reborn in this heart of the realm, immortal and indestructible. For example, his second heavenly heart consciousness, corrosion, could turn Qin Wentian's body into blood and water, leaving no bones. P.S. You guys are shouting about the holidays every day, and today is finally Wuhan's holiday. Everyone, please wish me a happy holiday and subscribe for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1746 Dual Heavenly Heart Consciousness. The Lord of the Immortal Realm rules over a realm, and has his own advantages. The heart of the immortal realm cooperates with a corrosion heavenly heart consciousness, which can make the power of corrosion endless and indestructible until the opponent is completely corroded and destroyed. He used the heart of the immortal heavenly heart consciousness to deduce the heart of the realm, because he valued the powerful auxiliary ability of the heart of the immortal heavenly heart consciousness. The infinite corrosive power corroded Qin Wentian's body, causing Qin Wentian's body to be destroyed bit by bit. The Lord of the Immortal Realm had a ferocious sneer on his face. Genius? Stepping from the intermediate immortal emperor to the threshold of the realm master in 100 years? So what? No matter how strong the talent is, no matter how powerful the Xianjiao character is, they can't resist the word death. Once they die, everything will turn into nothingness and cease to exist. He watched Qin Wentian's body disappear bit by bit, and his expression was extremely cold. He dared to fight him before he became the Lord of the Realm, and he was looking for death. Above the sky, the overwhelming power dissipated, the endless vines retracted, and disappeared in an instant. The Realm Master possessed the Realm Heart, comprehended the consciousness of the Heaven Heart, and the use of power was so powerful that it was just a matter of a thought. Is the battle over? Countless people looked up and stared into the void, watching Qin Wentian's disappearing figure, but the Lord of the Immortal Realm was still standing there. At this moment, the forces under the Lord of the Immortal Realm fell into ecstasy, and the strong men on Qin Wentian's side turned pale. If the Lord of the Immortal Realm killed Qin Wentian on the spot, then their ending would be only one: destruction. Master is mighty. The palace master of Xiangxing Palace roared and howled to the sky. He was extremely depressed by Wang Zan's suppression. Now, he looked at Wang Zan as if he was looking at a dead person. Since the master killed Qin Wentian, everything was over. The Lord of the Immortal Realm showed a smug smile on his face, but at this moment, he seemed to suddenly sense something, his eyebrows slightly raised, and in an instant, infinite power bloomed again. In just a moment, vines bloomed all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and endless power blocked in front of him. This sudden change puzzled many people. The next moment, they saw a ray of extremely strong light. Qin Wentian's body seemed to turn into a ray of light, blasting out a fist of light, carrying unparalleled power, the power of Guangyan's heart consciousness, and instantly descended in front of the Lord of the Immortal Realm and blasted out. Seeing Qin Wentian's figure reappear, the arrogant smile on the face of the palace master of Xiangxing Palace instantly froze there, and Wang Zan shouted, "Prepare for death." The stagnant battle below suddenly broke out more fiercely, and above the void, when Qin Wentian's fist hit the vine light curtain, the extremely terrifying Guangyan Xiangxing consciousness power burst out together with a magical power, directly penetrated a defensive light curtain power, and tore towards the body of the Lord of Longevity. The light flames were extremely domineering and directly penetrated the body of the Lord of Longevity. With a bang, the body of the Lord of Longevity exploded and shattered, turning into nothingness. But Qin Wentian saw a shadow flash by, and at the moment when the body of the Lord of Longevity was destroyed, another figure appeared next to him, which was also the figure of the Lord of Longevity. He has a divine weapon with a very special power. It allows him to split into another body in an instant when in danger, and use that body to replace death. It is difficult for you to destroy him with such an attack. Below, Yi reminded him. He did not intervene before because he wanted to see Qin Wentian's own ability. Qin Wentian did not take him into consideration when he started the war with the Lord of the Changsheng realm. Naturally, he had his own confidence. At this time, He certainly would not intervene and let Qin Wentian feel it himself. It was only now that Qin Wentian had come into contact with the core ability of the Lord of the Changsheng realm that he reminded him. That divine weapon was what he and the Lord of the Changsheng realm had obtained in the trial that year. It was taken by the Lord of the Changsheng realm alone. It was a very powerful life-saving magic weapon that had a miraculous effect in battle. The face of the Lord of the Changsheng realm was extremely ugly. He was almost wiped out by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had just entered this level and comprehended the power of the heavenly heart consciousness. His heavenly heart consciousness was so overbearing that it could directly threaten him, a real Lord-level strong man. Moreover, how did Qin Wentian disappear in front of him and reappear out of thin air? What kind of ability is it to be able to hide from his world heart? There seems to be only one possibility. Qin Wentian, he also comprehended more than one kind of heavenly heart consciousness. The young man in front of him, in such a short time, in addition to Guangai and heavenly heart consciousness, he also comprehended other heavenly heart consciousness powers. This is definitely not something that can be summarized by the word adventure. It is impossible to do it without super strong understanding. What kind of heavenly heart consciousness is that? The Lord of the Changsheng realm stared at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party coldly. He did not only comprehend one kind of heavenly heart consciousness. The heavenly heart consciousness he used just now was illusionary void. What the Lord of the Changsheng realm saw was an illusory illusion. He used the power of heavenly heart consciousness to hide. The powerful illusionary void heavenly heart consciousness confused the Lord of the Changsheng realm and even couldn't find his true self. This battle test made Qin Wentian more confident in his heavenly heart consciousness. It was indeed much stronger than the average world master. Otherwise, he would be discovered. Moreover, his attack could also break the opponent's defense. I thought I would underestimate you, so I was as careful as possible, but I didn't expect that the Lord of the Changsheng realm, you, would be so weak. It seems that I overestimated you. Qin Wentian did not respond to the other party's words, but said coldly, just this level of attack requires the help of divine weapons to save your life. The position of the Lord of a realm, you really should roll down. I will return your words to you. Don't worry about you after you die. I will take care of the Changsheng realm. I will arrange your family for you. The face of the Lord of the Changsheng realm became more and more ugly. He no longer had the indifference he had when he sat on the throne before. Qin Wentian's words were a strong response to his words that he would take care of Qin Wentian's beautiful wife. He was the Lord of a realm, he was confident and powerful, because he dared to say so. He didn't think about what a terrible ending it would be if he lost. Thinking about it now, he just felt a chill all over his body. In fact, after a short confrontation, he himself no longer had the strong self-confidence he had before. The Lord of the Changsheng realm took out an ancient mirror. This mirror was full of magical power. It was a divine weapon. The Lord of the Changsheng realm waved his hand, and the divine weapon flew into the void. He pinched the seal with his hand, and the ancient mirror immediately illuminated the vast void. When the Lord of the Changsheng realm launched an attack again, the ancient mirror projected a real shadow, which turned into an equal attack and killed Qin Wentian. This was not only a defensive divine weapon, but also an offensive one. Qin Wentian waved his hand and directly shot out a beam of light. This light was a treasure ring, releasing a wonderful brilliance, and instantly enveloped the ancient mirror. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was thinking about how to deal with the divine weapon of the Lord of the Changsheng realm, whether he should use the powerful divine weapon to fight, but at this moment, he didn't need to think about it anymore. The Lord of the Changsheng realm was giving him a treasure. This treasure ring had collected the magic weapons of the world in the world-destroying battlefield. Today, it was no exception. When the light shone, the dazzling ancient mirror suspended in the air disappeared directly, and the treasure ring in the void lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The Lord of the Changsheng realm turned pale when he saw this scene. His magic weapons were actually taken away directly? What level of treasure is this treasure ring? It can actually absorb other magic weapons directly in mid-air. You can die now. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared like a flash of lightning, and he attacked the Lord of the Immortal Realm. The power of the Lord of the Immortal Realm's heart consciousness blossomed, and in an instant, the infinite corrosive power between heaven and earth eroded Qin Wentian's body, rushing towards him madly, burying his body in an instant, and killing him instantly. But this time the Lord of the Immortal Realm would not take it lightly and was on high alert. This time, There was no stopping. Qin Wentian's body really appeared out of thin air again, and he killed him again. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. The Lord of the Immortal Realm had an ugly face. He shouted angrily, and an endless dark green light that corroded everything appeared between heaven and earth, wanting to bury and corrode this vast void, no matter where Qin Wentian was hiding. The same scene appeared again. Qin Wentian seemed to have comprehended the Changsheng Xiangxin consciousness just like him. He was resurrected from the dead, like an immortal existence. After repeating this, the Changsheng Realm Lord's face was as ugly as it could be, but at this moment, a trace of extreme coldness appeared in his heart, and murderous intent was overwhelming. He discovered a rule that Qin Wentian's Xiangxin consciousness power was also limited. When Qin Wentian's body was corroded again and his body rotted and disappeared bit by bit, the Changsheng Realm Lord did not retreat this time, nor did he deliberately distance himself from Qin Wentian. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. His attack was extremely fierce. At the moment when Qin Wentian's body was corroded, he stepped across the space and descended behind the corroded Qin Wentian's body. He slapped the empty space fiercely with one palm. This palm contained the domineering attack of the Realm Lord. Under one blow, the void would be shattered, and anyone hiding in the empty space would be injured or even destroyed. This is the law discovered by the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Every time Qin Wentian's real body appears, it is in the place where the false body is destroyed. Even if he has the power of illusion, he is still limited. It is impossible for him to move in the void without any breath fluctuations. The Lord of the Immortal Realm did not shake Qin Wentian out, just because Qin Wentian was right next to him. A dazzling light burst out, and the body that was about to be corroded suddenly solidified. A flash of lightning directly struck down and slashed on the body of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. There was no obstacle, and it was slashed alive. All the strength was slashed at the same time. After this blow, blood marks appeared on the body of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Chapter 1747 A New Era. The Lord of the Immortal Realm roared, and the heart of the Immortal Realm frantically repaired a damaged body. However, how could Qin Wentian give him a chance? He directly punched down and hit the body of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. This punch burst out with the power of the heavenly heart consciousness. In an instant, endless light spread all over the world, stinging people's eyes. Countless people looked up at the sky. The light illuminated the sky, and the Lord of the Immortal Realm and Qin Wentian were at the center of the light. The difference was that Qin Wentian was bathed in the sacred light, while the body of the Lord of the Immortal Realm continued to have light blooming in all directions. His body gradually became empty and was about to decompose in this light. How did you do it? The face of the Lord of the Immortal Realm was distorted, revealing endless panic. He looked at Qin Wentian. He was puzzled. He was absolutely right before. He grasped the law of Qin Wentian's heavenly heart consciousness and delivered a fatal blow. However, why was Qin Wentian no longer in the void space this time? The body that seemed to be about to corrode became his original body instead? You have the heart of the world of immortality, and I have an immortal body. The heart of the world can be broken, but how can immortality be destroyed? From now on, I will rule the world of immortality. The world is at peace. Go ahead. The endless light of the Xiangxin consciousness was still bursting out crazily, released from the body of the Lord of the world of immortality, illuminating the world. I am not willing to accept this. The Lord of the world of immortality roared. With supreme power and a harem full of beauties, even if he stopped here in the future, as long as he was more cautious and didn't offend too powerful people, he would still be the king in this world of immortality and enjoy endless glory. The world was his, and all the beauties were his. However, will all this become a passing cloud now? He actually fell in the hands of one of his subordinates, who was a mid-level immortal emperor 100 years ago and was appointed as the lord of the Liharo Palace by himself. He took his life and would occupy his harem. He remembered his previous threats to Qin Wentian and felt extremely scared. After his death, how would Qin Wentian treat his harem and his offspring? He felt even more pain when he thought about those beauties being controlled by Qin Wentian. He felt heartbroken when he thought about Bu fighting with the traitor Wang Yuan Palace Lord Wang. He felt an endless regret and resentment, which gradually dissipated. No matter how much resentment he felt, he could not escape death. No matter how powerful you were and how you ruled the world, everything would be in vain in front of death. The bright light was blinding, and the battle in the void finally subsided. Countless people looked up at the light and the disappearing figure of the Lord of the Longevity Realm, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Many people, because of fear, could not stop shaking all over, such as the lord of the Xianxing Palace, the people of the Changsheng Palace, and those who had just said that the lord of the longevity realm would use the dance of Qin Wentian's woman to agree with him. They seemed to be able to predict how tragic their ending would be. They never dreamed that the young man who was thought to be punished by the realm master would launch a shocking rebellion, and they never thought that he would directly challenge the lord of the immortal realm, and win the battle with the lord of the immortal realm, and even directly kill the lord of the immortal realm. What kind of consequences would this bring? They simply didn't dare to think about it. Today, those who came to watch the ceremony for the centennial banquet of the immortal realm were also stunned. The high and mighty god figure, the existence they looked up to in awe, the lord of the immortal realm who was worshipped by thousands of people, actually died on the day of the centennial banquet of the immortal realm, and was killed by the legendary palace master Qin Wentian, just like he had been killed by the Lihoro palace master when he took office. How powerful he was. At this moment, they suddenly realized that a legend was born before their eyes. Many people suddenly looked forward to Qin Wentian. They witnessed the birth of such a legendary figure with their own eyes. Isn't this enough to look forward to? Although the realm lord was dead, the words of the four realm palace masters had already made them question the character of the realm lord of longevity. Moreover, who would be the realm lord? What did it have to do with them? They just wanted to see a stronger existence, a more outstanding legendary figure. Boom! A burst of sound came out, awakening everyone. They turned their eyes and saw that the statue of the realm lord of longevity, which had stood on the steps of the Hall of Longevity for countless years, was destroyed and collapsed. What was funny was that the person who made the move was actually the palace master of the Jiutian Palace of the Realm Palace, who stood on the side of the realm lord of longevity. After he smashed the statue, he bowed to Qin Wentian in the void and said, "Before, I obeyed the orders of the realm lord of longevity and had to fight for the realm lord. Now that the realm lord of longevity has died, Palace Master Qin should take his place. I greet the new realm lord." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, cursing in their hearts. Shameless, this guy reacted so quickly, his thick skin was simply jaw-dropping. Especially the two palace masters of Lonqi Palace and Zhengjin Palace, they looked at each other with contempt, but after the contempt, they bowed at the same time and said, "The subordinates are guilty, and we pay homage to the new palace master. From now on, we dare not disobey the orders of Qin Lai Lord." Zuanaun Palace, Gemini Palace and Helen Clan were speechless after seeing these shameless words. In order to save their lives, they really did not compromise. The crowd in the vast space also stared at them in a daze. This is really shameless. The speed of surrender is not ordinary. The several palace masters can naturally feel the contemptuous eyes of the others, but so what? The Changsheng Lai Lord was beheaded in public by Qin Wentian. The situation was clear in an instant. Qin Wentian's replacement was the general trend. Would they continue to resist and seek death? Compared with their lives, what is face? What is the arrogance of being a palace master? Nothing can be more important than life. Although everyone despised this, they understood it in their hearts. They looked up at the peerless figure in the void, and saw Zuanaun Palace, Helen Clan and many other forces bowing and saying, "Greetings to the Realm Master. Greetings to the Realm Master." Countless people spoke up, even those who were fighting with Qin Wentian's forces just now shouted loudly. The general trend was unstoppable. If they didn't surrender at this time, they would be risking their lives. The crowd watching the ceremony below looked up at the void, and their eyes could not help but have a bit of admiration. The way they looked at Qin Wentian began to change. They really began to realize that a legendary figure was born at this moment. The face of the palace master of Xianxing Palace was as pale as paper. He did not pay homage because he understood that Qin Wentian could let everyone go, but he would never let him go. At the moment when Qin Wentian killed the lord of the Changsheng realm, his fate was already determined, and he was bound to die. However, he still couldn't accept it. Today, they were going to humiliate Qin Wentian and Bei Mingyu Wang. The master would deal with Qin Wentian today, but why did the situation change suddenly? Everything that happened was completely beyond his imagination. Until now, looking at the young man in white, he still couldn't accept that he would replace the master and control his fate. Lu Ji's face was also extremely pale. Once the lord of the immortal realm died, she knew it was over. Everything was over. The people on Qin Wentian's side had completely opposite emotions. The lord of Zuanaun Palace secretly said that he was lucky. He struggled for a long time when he was on the team. Fortunately, he made the right bet. and the Helen family understood that the light that belonged to them was finally coming. They were the most staunch supporters of Qin Wentian. Although they supported Qin Wentian before, they still thought that Qin Wentian had a backup plan, rather than he alone killed the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Thinking about it now, they all felt a little incredible, as if in a dream. Helen Jiutian felt a little chill in his heart. This time, the bet was too big. He felt that he was too bold. The opponent was the Lord of the Immortal Realm. So, he won. Helen Qiyu stared at the peerless figure in the void, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. Some people's brilliance cannot be blocked by anyone. When the brilliance is released, everyone will pay attention to it and the world will surrender. Qin Wentian is undoubtedly such a person. The young are formidable. Yi sighed in his heart. A descendant of King Sun, who was countless years later than him, actually killed the Lord of the Changsheng realm. The two masters of the Gemini Palace clenched their fists, their eyes showing excitement. The Saint Lord of this generation is more powerful and more terrifying than their Saint Lord. Will the Fighting Saint clan usher in glory in his hands? They saw hope. Yi Qianai was still charming. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and endless pride surged in her heart. This was her man. After knowing her experience, he only said 2 words, wait for him. All the humiliation she had suffered before was washed away at this moment. From now on, no one in the world dared to criticize her. Those who had spoken frivolously to her were probably in endless fear at this moment. Bei Mingyuan lowered his head, and there was a flash of tenderness in his beautiful eyes. This battle was for Yi Qianai, but not for her. The young man in white was unparalleled in elegance. His body slowly floated down to the sky below. One after another, figures flashed. Jun Mengchen and other extraordinary legions came behind him. For a moment, it was even more brilliant. Such a lineup directly surpassed the former lord of the Changsheng realm. The Changsheng realm ushered in a stronger lord and a more powerful lineup. How do you want to die? Qin Wentian looked at the lord of Xiangxing Palace. This person was as despicable as the lord of the Changsheng realm. His previous words were extremely vicious, frivolous to Yi Qianai, and insulted his relationship with Bei Mingyuan. The lord of the Changsheng realm fell, and the first person he wanted to kill was naturally him. Qin Wentian, even if you win, you can't wash away the stain on your body, your woman. The face of the Xiangxing Palace master showed endless malice. Even before he died, he still wanted to say some vicious words to disgust Qin Wentian, but at this time, the light fell, and the power of Xiangxing's consciousness directly pierced into his throat, and he could no longer make a sound. Even if you still don't repent before you die, I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you like to insult others so much, then, you live. Qin Wentian's body was shining, and it continued to ravage the other party's body. The Xiangxing Palace master screamed, and everything in his body was being destroyed. Qin Wentian waved his palm and swept him out directly, like dealing with an ant. For the arrogant Xiangxing Palace master who was used to being high and mighty, living was sometimes more painful than dying. As long as he didn't die, he would endure all kinds of insults. Chapter 1748 Title: The Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace was deposed and swept away by Qin Wentian. Everyone could predict what his fate would be. What kind of humiliation would a Palace Master of Jiuji Palace, who was extremely arrogant, endure after being deposed? How would the people he once looked down upon and offended, take revenge on him? As Qin Wentian said, sometimes, living is more painful than death. It depends on whether the Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace is willing to commit suicide. Qin Wentian looked at the Palace Master of Longqi Palace again, with a cold look in his eyes. Begging for mercy and surrendering? This Palace Master of Longqi Palace is probably the most shameless person besides the Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace. Before, he was the one who agreed with the Lord of Changsheng realm the most, spoke frivolously to Yi Qianai, and even asked for a fight to kill him. Now he surrendered the fastest, which shows his character. It's right to serve each master, but do you want to live if you insult my woman? Qin Wentian said coldly, and in an instant, the Palace Master of Longqi Palace looked ashen. I'll give you to a quick death. Qin Wentian opened his mouth, and the power of Guangai and Xiangxing's consciousness was released, covering the two Palace Masters of Longqi Palace and Jiutian Palace. These two people had tried their best to agree with the Lord of Changsheng realm. Now they begged for mercy? If he lost, these two people would not show him the slightest mercy. Guangai and Xiangxing's consciousness bloomed, and the two Palace Masters fell and dissipated directly, making everyone tremble with fear. In just a short moment, 3 palace masters had been punished. Palace Master of Jiutian Palace, I allow you to take your family away from Jiutian Palace. Remember, deal with everything cleanly, Qin Wentian said indifferently, sparing the life of the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace. With the deaths of the previous 2 Palace Masters, the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace was already very lucky. Fortunately, he had been low-key and taciturn before, so he did not suffer any misfortune. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Qin." After that, he turned and left. From then on, the 4 Palace Masters who followed the Lord of Changsheng realm were all dealt with. In addition, Qin Wentian was originally the Lord of Lihoro Palace, and the Palace Master of Kanshu Palace had died before. The position of the Lord of the 6 Palaces in Jiuji Palace would be vacant. Many people looked at Helen with different eyes. They thought Helen was stupid before, but now they realized how wise Helen's choice was. Their dream, to become the Lord of one of the 9 realms palaces, was now within reach and infinitely close. Palace Masters of Huangshan Palace and Zuinian Palace, listen up. You should have remembered all the people who insulted Yi Qian before. Deal with them all. Qin Wentian said coldly, and gave orders directly. Today he killed the Lord of the Changsheng realm and naturally replaced him. Living in the era of the strong in the ancient times, a real man must have power, otherwise, his family and friends will be bullied. The Lord of the Changsheng realm bullied Yi Qian before. Therefore, today he should clean up and make the Changsheng realm his rear force, so that he can pursue a higher realm with peace of mind. Only iron-blooded means can shock people the most. Who can take him, the new Lord of the realm, seriously if he treats those who insult his woman kindly? Yes, sir. The 2 Palace Masters of Huangshan Palace and Zuinian Palace responded to the order. They waved their hands and led people to attack some forces and strong men. They suppressed them with iron and blood. Some people's faces changed and they wanted to escape. Even ants wanted to survive, so they also wanted to live. But how could they escape? They were loyal to the Lord of the Longevity Realm. For example, Qin Wentian, the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace, let him go. Qin Wentian would not care about the major forces that did not directly obey the Lord of the Longevity Realm. However, insulting Yi Qian would be the biggest mistake of these people. They should not try to please the Lord of the Longevity Realm in this way. Countless people trembled, and a massacre broke out in front of everyone. Many people were killed on the spot. After the cleanup was completed, the Palace Master of Huangshan Palace came to Qin Wentian and bowed, saying, "I have a request, and I hope that Lord Qin will agree." "You say?" Qin Wentian nodded. "Lu Ji insulted my beloved, and I want her to die." Wang Zan said. "Go ahead, and leave Fairy Bu to you." Qin Wentian said. Since Wang Zan was willing to follow him, wasn't it for this matter? He didn't ask, and Wang Zan would handle everything himself. "Lu Ji, prepare to die." Wang Zan took a step forward and went to Lu Ji, who had already lost her beauty. She was so majestic when she came before. She was the favorite concubine of the Lord of the Longevity Realm and had great power in the harem. But now that the Lord of the Longevity Realm has fallen, the worst sufferer is the Lord of the Longevity Realm's woman. Although Lu Ji was also an extraordinary strong man, how could she be the opponent of Wang Zan, the first Palace Master of the 9 Realms Palace, and was killed on the spot? After killing him, Wang Zan walked to Fairy Bu. Looking at Wang Zan, Fairy Bu was crying, and her heart was extremely complicated. The person in front of her was her beloved man, but everything had changed. Now, she was only in pain. "Bu, will you follow me from now on?" Wang Zan said. He was an extraordinary person, and there was no woman he could not get. But even though Bu was already the woman of the Lord of the Changsheng realm and had given birth to a child, Wang Zan still did not despise her, which showed that she was indeed sincere. Otherwise, why would she follow Qin Wentian to participate in this rebellion? Wang Zan could accept it, but Fairy Bu could not. She kept shaking her head. She could not face all this, so she had to turn around and go to the Changsheng Palace. Wang Zan looked at her back, and his heart was very complicated. "Lord Qin, now that the Lord of the Changsheng realm is dead, this Changsheng realm will be ruled by Lord Qin from now on. I request Lord Qin to take the throne and change the name of Changsheng realm." At this time, the Lord of Zuinian Palace bowed to Qin Wentian and said that the Lord of the Changsheng realm had ruled Changsheng realm for many years, but now that the dynasty has changed, it is natural to use a new name. Now this world belongs to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he really wanted to change his name. He was silent for a moment and asked, "What suggestions does Jiutian Palace Master have? I wonder if the Realm Master has a title." Jiutian Palace Master asked. Title. Qin Wentian did have a title in Qin land, the Heavenly Emperor, but it was obviously not suitable here. The Changsheng Realm Master used his own cultivation to be the Changsheng Realm Master, and what about him, the Guangyan Realm Master? It doesn't seem good, not to mention that he hasn't realized his own realm heart, and the current title is just a name. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at the little bastard Jian Mengtian and others, and then his eyes fell on Qinger. Qinger, who had entered the extraordinary realm, also asked to come here to fight with him today. She was unparalleled in her elegance, but she stood silently aside. Today, he angrily killed the Changsheng Realm Master for Yuqian Yu and beaming Yaohuang, but what did he give Qinger and King Cheng? Moreover, not long ago, he had been claiming that Yuqian Yu was his woman, and Qinger heard it. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian instantly made a decision in his heart. Since he was the lord of the Changsheng realm for Yuqian Yu and beaming Yaohuang, then the name of the Changsheng realm would be named after Qinger and King Cheng. He looked at the vast crowd and said, "From now on, the Changsheng realm will be renamed the Qingcheng realm, and my title will be the lord of the Qingcheng realm." The word Qingcheng was taken from Qinger and King Cheng, one person and one word, and it was homophonic with King Cheng. He also named himself the lord of the Qingcheng realm to prove that he, Qinger and King Cheng were an inseparable whole. Lord of the Qingcheng realm. Everyone murmured. For most people, they did not know the meaning of the word Qingcheng. This name was not domineering, but those who knew it could understand Qin Wentian's intention. The name was not domineering, but it was full of warmth. Especially the people of Qingxuan all knew that Qin Wentian gave up the domineering title of Emperor of Heaven and chose the Lord of the Qingcheng realm as his title in the Teiku Immortal Realm. From now on, this name will probably follow Qin Wentian for a long time, and even become famous in the Endless region and known to everyone. If that day comes, this title will also be a good story. When Qinger heard this title, her beautiful eyes flashed, her eyelashes moved, and a touch of warmth flashed through her heart. Greetings to the Lord of Qingcheng realm. The Lord of Jiutian Palace reacted quickly and immediately bowed and shouted, "Greetings to the Lord of the Qingcheng realm." Everyone bowed, and then, the clear voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Everyone below bowed down. From today on, the Lord of the Qingcheng realm will replace the Lord of the Changsheng realm and become the Lord of the vast area. Qin Wentian looked at the people below and said in a loud voice, "The Changsheng realm will no longer exist, and will be renamed the Qingcheng realm. This matter will be passed on by the Jiuji Palace. Now, I will reappoint the Lord of the Jiuji Palace and change the name of the Jiuji Palace." The name of the Changsheng realm was changed, and the Jiuji Palace naturally had to be changed as well, such as the Xianxing Palace. Qin Wentian could not allow these words to continue to exist, which was offensive. Qin Wentian's words made many people look forward to it. Will the new Lord of the Jiuji Palace be born? This will be the pattern of the Qingcheng realm in the future. The desolate Heaven Palace, Jiutian Palace, and Gemini Palace remain the same, and the three palace masters remain unchanged. The Xianxing Palace is renamed the War Saint Palace, and Qi Yu is the Palace Master of the War Saint Palace. Qin Wentian issued the first appointment after the title of Realm Master. The Fighting Saint clan is taboo, so it is naturally not easy to directly name it the Fighting Palace. The War Saint Palace is more suitable. This palace is naturally ruled by the people of the Fighting Saint clan. The Dragon Rider Palace is renamed the Southern Phoenix Palace, the Qian Palace is renamed the Northern Ming Palace, the Zhengjin Palace is renamed the Ji Emperor Palace, the Kanchu Palace is renamed the 10,000 Demons Palace, and the Lihuro Palace is renamed the Hulan Palace. Qin Wentian continued. These names are too familiar to the people of Qingxuan. Even if Qin Wentian didn't say it, they knew who would be the palace master. There was no suspense in the previous palaces. The 10,000 Demons Palace should be by Qing, who has the closest relationship with Qin Wentian, and the Hulan Palace, of course, is the Hulan family. Of course, in fact, there are still many people who follow Qin Wentian to the ancient times who have not been appointed, but there are only so many positions, so he had to make such arrangements temporarily. The Beaming Immortal Dynasty is in alliance with Yaote and Balian Saint sect in Qingxuan, so let them take charge of the Beaming Palace together. As for the name, it is naturally to take care of Beaming Yaohuang's father. For this, other people who have not been taken care of will not say much. The relationship between Beaming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian is there, and he went through life and death with Qin Wentian in the ancient times, and almost sacrificed himself. Qin Wentian planned to keep Changqing Emperor, Jun Mengtian, Little Bastard, Purgatory, Bai Wuai and others in Changsheng Palace, and of course it will be renamed Qingcheng Palace. Changsheng City will be renamed Qingcheng, which just happens to complement his title Qingcheng Realm Master. This Qingcheng is just handed over to Changqing Emperor. The Changsheng Realm was renamed Qingcheng Realm, and the 6 realm palaces of the 9 realms palace were renamed Hansheng Palace, Nanhuang Palace, Beiming Palace, Jidi Palace, Wanmo Palace, and Zuanilan Palace. From then on, the Changsheng Realm no longer existed, and Qingcheng Realm stood in the ancient times. In the ancient fairyland, there was also a new realm master, Qingcheng Realm Master. P.S. Thanks to the suggestions of friends on WeChat public account, Wu Hun saw a lot of them and chose the title of Qingcheng Realm Master. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. Chapter 1749 Epilogue. Changsheng was destroyed, Qingcheng stood tall, Jiuji Palace was reorganized, and the world changed. However, there were still many things that had not been dealt with, such as the family forces that were questioned, the loyal followers of Changsheng Realm Lord, and the forces in Changsheng Palace, which had not been dealt with. Realm Lord, how to deal with these 2 people? And the Qingcheng Palace. Zuanilan Palace Lord said, his eyes looked at Changsheng Realm Lord's 2 concubines. Before, they were high above, and they were worshipped by thousands of people with Changsheng Realm Lord. What an honor! Now like the Falun Lu Ji, their status is extremely embarrassing. What do you think, Zuanilan Palace Lord? Qin Wentian asked. Before, Changsheng was disrespectful to Madame Yi, and the Realm Lord said that he would let them dance together. Zuanilan Palace Lord suggested, and the 2 fairies' faces changed, very ugly. They used to have a transcendent status, and Zuanilan Palace Lord would bow to them when he saw them, but now, he dared to humiliate them like this. But they also understood that the situation was different. Before, their men insulted Qin Wentian's women, but now, Qin Wentian killed their men. What would be their fate? Before, the Lord of the Immortal Realm said that if he killed Qin Wentian, he would take care of Qin Wentian's women. Qin Wentian glanced at the palace master of Zuanilan Palace, but did not answer. Instead, he looked at the 2 women and asked, "What do you think I should do with you?" The 2 beautiful women's faces changed, biting their lips lightly, very aggrieved, giving people a sense of being very charming. One of them bowed and said, "I am willing to serve the Lord of Qingcheng Realm as a slave." Now, they just want to survive first. At this time, they must give up their dignity. In order to survive, serving Qin Wentian is nothing. This person is better than the Lord of the Immortal Realm. I am not as despicable as the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Qin Wentian said coldly. He couldn't really take these women of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. He knew very well what the so-called slaves and maids were. Wang Zan, I'll give you a task. Find out which women in the harem of the Lord of the Immortal Realm were forced to marry by her. Set them free, and let those women who volunteered and the descendants of the Lord of the Immortal Realm become ordinary people. Qin Wentian said calmly, and the people below nodded secretly after hearing Qin Wentian's words. The Lord of the Immortal Realm had said cruel things to Qin Wentian before, but Qin Wentian did not retaliate viciously after killing him. He let the persecuted women go, and abolished the cultivation of others. Although it was a bit cruel, it was already a mercy. He did not kill a lot of people, and even did not kill a single person. In the world of martial arts, who doesn't know that if you cut the grass and root it out, you will be the one who kills the enemy? Qin Wentian doesn't care about revenge, but what about his family, relatives and friends? The Lord of the Immortal Realm must have many women and children. If one of them grows up and hides in the dark to avenge his relatives and friends, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Letting them live as ordinary people is already letting them go. If the Lord of the Immortal Realm kills him, it will definitely be more vicious than him. But Qin Wentian does not intend to deliberately take revenge because of this, otherwise there will be no difference between him and the Lord of the Immortal Realm. I obey your command. Wang Zan bowed and accepted the order. Qin Wentian nodded, he looked at the huge crowd below, and said, everyone should leave for now. This feast has been ruined, but I will announce to the world that in 3 months, the Qingcheng realm will hold its first feast. There will be more competitions and the rewards will be more generous than before. Everyone can come to watch the ceremony then. The feast will be held in 3 months. Many people looked sharp. This trip was really worthwhile. Not only did they see a shocking battle and a change of dynasty, But they could also see the first feast of the King Chang realm 3 months later. They understood the significance of this feast. When Qin Wentian killed the Lord of Lihuro Palace, he was the successor. But this time was different. He completely replaced the Lord of Changsheng realm and changed the name of the realm. The first feast of King Chang realm would be more lively than before. It can be expected that it would be a grand event. In the past 3 months, you have each reorganized your own realm palace and announced it to the world. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Wentian looked at the new realm palace controller in the void and said, "We will do our best." Helen Jiangshan bowed and said, grateful to Qin Wentian and his heart. Now Qin Wentian's status and position are completely different from before. This time, Qin Wentian did not use them Helen clan again, but really considered them and changed the Lihuro Palace to Helen Palace. The new palace master was naturally the helmsman of the Helen clan. Moreover, Qin Wentian deliberately handed over the Lihuro Palace to them because the foundation of the Helen clan was in Lihuro City and was ruled by Qin Wentian himself before. It was very easy to take over and there would be no twists and turns. Helen Yunshan and Helen Yunhei looked at each other. Helen's dream had finally come true. From now on, Helen would become the master of a palace and a lord of a region, and could temper his family members well. If it weren't for Helen Qiwayu, I'm afraid this opportunity would have been missed again, and I might even stand on the side of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Helen Yunshan thought to himself and glanced at his granddaughter, but he saw that Helen Qiwayu's beautiful eyes were always on Qin Wentian, and he shook his head helplessly. Whether it was Jiutian or Qin Wentian, they were too outstanding, and no young woman would not be tempted. Disperse. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the crowd felt that they were still not satisfied, but since Qin Wentian had spoken, they had to leave. Everyone gradually dispersed. Qin Wentian came to Yi and said, "Senior, it's a bit rude to take so long to come here." Qin Wentian still respected Yi very much. No matter what his status is today, hundreds of years ago when he was still in the Xiangxiang realm, he heard the legend of Yi and inherited the power of the god's hand. For Qin Wentian, no matter what his strength and status will be in the future, he will still respect Yi. Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "I didn't feel it before, but today I suddenly feel that I am old." Qin Wentian was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Compared with Yi, he was indeed much younger. "Senior, don't say that. I have been listening to the legends of the seniors all the way," Qin Wentian said. "When you say that, I feel even older." Yi rolled his eyes, and Qin Wentian's face was dark, as if he had said something wrong. Haha. Seeing Qin Wentian's embarrassed expression, Yi reached out and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, "There are geniuses in every generation. I am very happy to see that someone who came out of the ancient land of Qingsun can achieve such achievements. The Qingsun land has been closed for many years and has lost contact with the outside world. There is a shortage of resources, which leads to many people having extraordinary talents. However, they did not receive good training during their innate growth period, and their potential is not as good as others. There are very few people with extraordinary talents. You are a miracle, and I see that you have brought out many people. I am proud of you. Senior, you are too kind." Qin Wentian knew in his heart that this was not his credit. If it were not for the ancient Qingsun gods, he would not have the ability to lead an extraordinary army. "You go and do your own things first, don't worry about me. I will stay for a few days. I will come to ask you for a glass of wine in 3 months," Yi said with a smile. "Okay, it's a deal, senior." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Yi went to Ud. When old friends met, they were filled with emotion. However, Ud now followed Qin Wentian, so it was impossible for him to follow Yi again. They would not do this, which was a respect for Qin Wentian. The people of Gemini Palace and many strong men of the Fighting Saint clan gathered together. Now, they, the Fighting Saint clan, will control the 2 major boundary palaces, the Fighting Saint Palace and the Gemini Palace. Qin Wentian took everyone to the Changsheng Palace, sorted it out, and then handed it all over to the Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace and the Palace Master of the Zuinitan Palace. He himself returned to the Lihuro Palace after the battle. He didn't like to deal with those trivial matters, so he just handed them over to his subordinates. Qin Wentian also brought Yi Qianai back to Lihuro Palace. The first meeting between Yi Qianai, King and King Chang was not as awkward as Qin Wentian had imagined. Yi Qianai was very enthusiastic about King and King Chang. What kind of people were King Chang and King? Since Yi Qianai was now Qin Wentian's woman and had made many sacrifices for him, they were naturally willing to accept her. The three stunning women, each with their own charm, got along well with each other very quickly. Instead, they drove Qin Wentian out of Lihoro Palace, which made Qin Wentian depressed and complained that he was already the master of Qingchang realm. Wasn't it too embarrassing? Mo Qingchang smiled very proudly and answered that since it was named Qingchang realm, should she and Kinger make the decision? Qin Wentian dared not say no, so he could only cover his face and leave, lamenting that it was easy to conquer the country but difficult to govern the harem. Three stunning women with different charms lived in Lihoro Palace, but he was driven away. It was too miserable. The palace master of the Nine Realms Palace returned to his position and rectified the palaces with iron-blooded means. The Southern Phoenix Empress, the Northern Ming Emperor and others were all the rulers of the great forces below. They had always been powerful figures, so their means naturally needed no further explanation. Now that they held power and possessed extraordinary power, Qin Wentian was not worried at all that they could not control the Nine Realms Palace. After the rectification, the news that the Changsheng realm was renamed the Qingchang realm and the 6 palaces of the Nine Realms Palace were renamed began to spread throughout the world. The battle at the Centennial Banquet, in which the Qingchang realm master Qin Wentian killed the Changsheng realm master, was already known to the world. Countless people were talking about it on the streets and alleys. A legendary figure was showing his edge and rising in the ancient times. Soon, the news that the Qingchang realm would hold the first grand event also spread, and more people rushed to Qingcheng, wanting to see the legendary figure who killed the Changsheng realm master in one battle, a legendary figure who completed the leap from the immortal emperor to the realm master in just 100 years, first from a leader of the Lihoro Palace, then the Lihoro Palace master, and then became the Qingchang realm master. Some people say that the name of Qingchang realm lord is not domineering enough, and those who know the truth sneered at it, mocking their ignorance. The name of a Qingchang realm was taken from the names of Qin Wentian's 2 wives, one character from each. He named himself the Lord of Qingchang realm. What kind of feeling is this? It makes countless beauties in the world envious. Chapter 1750 Qingchang Realm Feast. The first grand feast of Qingchang realm was held as scheduled. On this day, people from all directions gathered, and the vast crowd filled the outside of Qingchang Hall. The number of people was countless compared to the feast of Changsheng realm 3 months ago. Now, Qin Wentian has moved into Qingchang Hall. Everything here has been handled by the 2 palace masters of Huangshan Palace and Zuinigan Palace. The 9 Realm Palace has also been integrated. The masters of the major palaces have ascended the throne and taken charge of the power. Outside Qingchang Hall, Qin Wentian sat on the throne of the 10,000 feet ladder. There were 4 beauties beside him. Mo Qingchang and Kinger sat on the left and right, and Yi Qianiyu and Beiming Yaohuang sat next. The 4 beauties had different temperaments, but they were all stunningly beautiful. Countless people looked at Mo Qingchang and Kinger. Now everyone in Qingchang realm already knew that the word Qingchang was taken from these 2 women, the wives of Qin Wentian, the master of Qingchang realm. It was rumored that they had a deep relationship and had been together for many years. They were childhood sweethearts, sharing life and death, and had come to this day together through hardships. Therefore, they sat on the left and right of Qin Wentian, worshipped by all parties and the center of attention. This was what Qin Wentian had promised secretly. One day when he took control of a world, he would let Qingchang and Kinger be admired by all. The lord of Qingchang realm had already publicly stated that Yi Qianiyu was also his woman, but even a charming beauty like Yi Qianiyu could not replace the position of those 2 in the heart of the lord of Qingchang realm. This could be seen from the seats. As for Beiming Yaohuang, people had many speculations, especially seeing her position at this moment made people more imaginative. However, the Lord of Qingchang realm actually announced in public that he and Beiming Yaohuang had no such relationship. It should not be false. With his status and position, he was lying. Moreover, when he fought with the Lord of Changsheng realm that day, he had said that a real man would not even dare to recognize his own woman. However, even if there was no relationship, everyone guessed that they had experienced a lot of hardships together, and they were afraid that they had feelings in their hearts. In the direction of the palace master of the 9 Realms Palace, many people looked at Emperor Bei Ming with smiles. He had a chance to become Qin Wentian's father-in-law, just like Emperor Changsheng. Of course, it was only a possibility. No one could be completely sure of the relationship between Qin Wentian and Emperor Bei Ming. Today is the first grand banquet of Qingchang realm. You are all here to watch it, which is an affirmation of me. I said 3 months ago that this banquet will be better than the previous ones in Changsheng realm. You can enjoy the fine wine and delicacies at will. I will not be stingy. In addition, there will be competitions in each realm above the immortal stage. They will be held simultaneously on 9 high platforms. Anyone who comes can participate. It is not limited to people from the 9 realms palace, but also people from major forces, or independent cultivators. Anyone in the world can participate. I will reward those who win the top 10 seats. If anyone is willing to work in the 9 realms palace, they will be trained as the focus. If the extraordinary figures in the 9 realms palace value them, they will be directly accepted as disciples. Qin Wentian said in a loud voice, if the top 3 people in each realm are willing to become my disciples, I will let the palace master of the 9 realms palace choose one of them and accept him as a disciple. When everyone heard this, many people's eyes lit up, and they all showed expectations. However, thinking of the fierce competition this time, many people were disappointed, fearing that they would not have a chance. However, this time, the Qingchang Realm Master did give many talented people opportunities, and even had the opportunity to directly worship under the 9 Realm Palace Master. Not to mention the rewards given by the Qingchang Realm Master, this condition alone was enough to make many people excited. There is also a chance in the Xiante realm. Many younger generations of Xiante clenched their fists, a little excited. This time, they must fight. For many people, this is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step and directly become the core figure of the Qingchang realm. Now the 9 realm palace masters are all the confidants of the Qingchang realm master. As long as they become the disciples of the 9 realm palace master, they will often have the opportunity to contact the Qingchang realm master in the future. Everyone, please don't be restrained and enjoy this feast. From now on, I will just be a spectator quietly. The Lord of the 9 Realms Palace will arrange everything for me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He was very young and handsome. This smile gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Many people sighed that the charm of the Lord of Qingchang Realm was much better than that of the Lord of Changsheng Realm. He was definitely killed in seconds. This smile made many beauties who came here lose their minds. Today, many daughters of the big families in Qingchang Realm have arrived. They heard that the Lord of Qingchang Realm was infatuated and very young and handsome, so they came to see him curiously. After seeing him, they envied Mo Qingchang and King Er for being able to accompany him. The Lord of Changsheng Realm has many beauties in his harem. Qin Wentian, as the Lord of Qingchang Realm, only has 3 beauties to accompany him. If the Lord of Qingchang Realm is willing, many beauties from big forces would probably be willing to marry him. They heard that the Lord of Qingchang Realm, Qin Wentian, has practiced for less than 1,000 years and is younger than many immortal kings. It is impossible for Qingchang Realm to find such an outstanding young person. Hongjian Fairy Palace offered a dance music, which was beautiful and moving. The beauties who offered the dance music this time were all volunteers. Many of them envied their fellow disciple Yi Qianayu for being able to accompany such a legendary figure as the Lord of Qingchang Realm. Senior Yi, Wentian offers you a glass. The feast began, and Qin Wentian really acted as a spectator quietly, raising his glass to Emperor Yi who was sitting next to him not far away. He arranged Yi's seat in the same row, which was naturally a respect for Yi. Yi's existence was also admired by many people. Today, they met 2 lords. Wentian, now you have caught up with me, you don't have to call me senior anymore, just call me Yi. Emperor Yi said. I'm used to it. After all, in my heart, Senior Yi has always been a senior figure. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Well, it's up to you. I don't know how many people will be moved by what you said just now. It seems that you are determined to cultivate the younger generation of Qingchang Realm. Yi said with a smile. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world. If there are really people with excellent talents and qualities, why can't they be carefully cultivated and become influential figures in the future? Qin Wentian said with a smile. This is natural. Changsheng has never done this before. In fact, it is also his selfishness. He has a strong desire for power and does not want to see anyone surpass him in this world. He is still narrow-minded. If he treats people sincerely, even if someone really surpasses him, it doesn't matter. He will still respect him and will not have the idea of replacing him. There are many things to pursue at the level of the World Master. Indeed, Wentian, you are so talented, you must not be limited to this. Although the Qingchang Realm has endless territory and is vast and boundless, It is enough for someone like Changsheng Realm Master, but for you, I think it is still too small. You should have a wider world. Yi said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. This is a natural thing. Although I have comprehended the heavenly heart consciousness and have been named the Lord of the Qingchang realm, the fact is that the seniors should know that I have not completely entered the realm of the Realm Master. Next, I plan to concentrate on practicing and comprehending until I have forged the Realm Heart and entered the realm of the Realm Master. At the same time, I will understand the structure of the ancient fairyland. Qin Wentian said. This is his plan. The ancient fairyland is too big. He will not underestimate himself, but he will never be arrogant. Qin Wentian broadened his horizons in the world-destroying battlefield and witnessed various extremely powerful heavenly heart consciousness forces. Naturally, he knew that the Lord of the Changsheng realm was just a weaker realm master. Although his current strength is enough to kill the Lord of the Changsheng realm, he is afraid that he is not enough outside. If he encounters a realm master who comprehends the super strong realm master and the heavenly heart consciousness, he will not be a match. There is no specific realm for the realm master level, because the gap between realm masters can be infinite, and the realm cannot encompass it at all. It's a good idea, but now that you control a world, you have to be able to endure loneliness. Yi said with a smile. With such great power, Qin Wentian can do whatever he wants, unrestrained. No one can control him, he can enjoy himself, and he can go out to explore, but cultivation is a relatively boring thing. Cultivation is also fun for me. Qin Wentian responded with a smile, his eyes looking at the vast crowd. Now that the Qingchang realm is unified, he is the master of the realm, and he has truly established a firm foothold in the ancient fairyland. There will be a period of stability next, and this time is the most suitable for cultivation. There are still many places he wants to go to in the world destruction battlefield. How could he feel boring? Every day of cultivation will be very exciting. He plans to spend a long time to comprehend the secrets of the world destruction battlefield and impact the realm of the real realm master. Taking cultivation as pleasure is also a realm. Yi smiled and shook his head. He couldn't do it, no wonder he didn't have Qin Wentian's talent for cultivation. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he frowned. He and Yi looked into the distance at the same time, and saw a line of figures whistling from afar, gradually approaching, and directly flying over here. They were mighty and powerful, with several extraordinary figures leading them, and a powerful lineup. Countless people below looked up at the group of people who had arrived. Today, the Lord of Qingchang realm was hosting a banquet, and someone actually flew in directly. This was very impolite. Is there anyone in Qingchang realm who is so bold? I have met the Lord of Qingchang realm, Qin Wentian. The leader bowed to Qin Wentian, which showed his attitude, which was not so respectful. Where are you from? Qin Wentian looked at the other person with an indifferent expression. We are from the Xianfu realm. We heard that Lord Qin killed the Lord of Changsheng realm and ascended to the throne. He was named the Lord of Qingchang realm. The Lord of Xianfu realm asked us to congratulate him. The man said with a smile. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The Xianfu realm and Changsheng realm are adjacent, so the news is quite well informed. Got it, you can leave. Qin Wentian directly drove the guests away. The attitude of the people in Xianfu realm was not very polite, so he naturally did not need to be polite. Master Qin and I are fellow disciples. Why do we have to keep him at a distance? Although Master Qin is now a master of a realm, he is also my junior brother. Master Xianfu realm master deliberately asked me to come and say hello. The man said with a smile, and instantly set off an uproar in the crowd. Master Qin Wentian of Qingchang realm is a disciple of Master Xianfu realm master? Get lost. Qin Wentian only responded with one word. The man sneered and wanted to speak. Qin Wentian continued, if you say one more word, I will kill you. The man's face suddenly became ugly. He sneered at Qin Wentian and said, goodbye. After that, he took people away. It seems that they came here purely to disgust Qin Wentian. In the lower realm, Qin Wentian destroyed the plan of Xianfu realm. This matter has obviously spread to the ancient Xianfu realm. Seeing Qin Wentian's attitude, everyone knew that there might be some twists and turns that they didn't know about. Otherwise, Qin Wentian could respect Yi, a senior figure, so how could he not respect his master? Although they were curious about these things, they shouldn't think about them. They should enjoy this feast and have a chance to know in the future. Don't worry about it, everyone continue. Qin Wentian waved his hand and said, and the masters nodded. The feast of King Chang realm continued. What happened just now was just a small twist and turn, and it didn't disturb the feast. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.